Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 10 hours of stories. These are the best stories of June 2025. I hope you all enjoy them. On the last best of video, I asked for 1,000 likes. I cannot believe that we actually did it. I just wanted to say thank you. It means a ton. We haven't had a video get that many likes in a little while now. I won't set a like goal for this one, but if you do enjoy, please be sure to drop one. If you are new, subscribing is also very much appreciated. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Would you cut off your pinky to get $1 million? Would you kill your cheating spouse to marry the man of your dreams? Would you eat a dog turd to win a year's supply of ice cream? These are the sorts of preposterous questions that make up the Would You game, which is like a deranged cousin of the Would You Rather board game. But unlike the popular board game, the Would You game has real-world stakes. Stakes as high as life or death, or even higher. I found this out the hard way with my sister, Seti. Her actual name is September, but everyone calls her Seti, just like everyone calls me Toby. My actual name is October. And yes, we do hate our parents for this. Seti was always competitive, even when she was very little. But I didn't understand how competitive until she invented the Would You game. We played during boring summers at home. In the beginning, it was just Seti, me, our older sister Jules, July, but everyone calls her Jules, and her best friend, Darren. Darren is the one who added cards to the game, Structure. He was kind of a nerd and liked board games, though he only reluctantly played them with me and Seti, whom he found too young and competitive. The game as it exists today is largely Darren's construction. There are 7 cards, always dealt in order. Would you risk verb, risk noun, to reward verb, reward noun? For example, would you kill your roommate to cure cancer? Most of the time, the randomness of the cards led to absurd sentences, less like truth or dare and more like Mad Libs. Points were earned through guesses, with fellow players trying to guess whether you would or would not. Often the fun of the game revolved around players justifying their choices. As in, sure, eating a dog turd would be gross, but 2 minutes of gross is worth a full year of delish. It was silly, harmless fun. The fact the game turned into something horrifying is my fault. I knew even at the time I shouldn't have done what I did, but I was furious with Seti. She'd pulled, would you lick a cockroach, to get a day home from school, and she said yes. Seti says yes to everything, I pointed out. It's ridiculous. She's lying. She wouldn't do any of these things. I would. Seti, about 7 years old at the time, balled her fists. She was trying very hard to be cool enough to play with her older siblings and keep up with us. You wouldn't, I snapped, sick of her lying. We went back and forth, and finally I declared I was adding a new rule. The challenge rule. Any player could challenge another player, and then the challenge player would have to do the thing they'd said yes to. If they did, the player who'd made the challenge had to give the reward. A day home from school meant I'd cover for her with our parents. Seti's face immediately took on a pink cast. She clearly hadn't anticipated my making up this rule. I, cruel older sibling that I was, challenged her then to lick the cockroach. It wasn't nice, I admit. Tears came into her eyes. She looked at me in disbelief. Seti always looked up to me, idolized me. I'd like to say that in the moment, I regretted what I was doing to her, but at the time, I was just gloating. But little Seti wouldn't be beaten either. Darren went and got a cockroach. He and Jules really should have been chaperoning better. But Darren was just gleeful at the idea of anyone licking a cockroach. He pulled a dead one from one of the traps and laid it out on a napkin in front of her. Seti's lower lip quivered. Her big eyes lifted to mine. Then she leaned forward, squinching her eyes, and stuck her tongue out. The pink tip touched the roach. "She licked it," declared Darren, delighted, even as Julie cried, "Ew!" and I exclaimed, "Gross!" But now I owed her a day off school. Triumphant, she squashed the dead roach in the napkin and tossed it into the trash. "I win," she said. "Yeah, well, you licked a roach, which means you lose at life," I retorted. "I win," she declared again. From then on, the challenge rule held, but I should have known it was stupid. Dangerous rule to put into play. The next time we played, the very first card Seti flipped had kill written on it. She paused on that card, while Darren's mouth made an O of expense. And Jules and I exchanged troubled glances. Including the kill card was controversial. It sometimes resulted in hilariously absurd combinations, such as, would you kill your butt to become a lost treasure? To an adult, this sort of Mad Libs game is ridiculous. When I was 10, it was hilarious. But of course, the word could also result in some very bad combinations. Seti kept drawing, your sibling, to win this game. She paused, mouth quirking to the side as she considered the cards. "Invalid," declared Jules. No, we can still guess," said Darren, even as Seti slid her answer card. A card that said either yes or no, face down in front of her. "Darren," Jules objected, but Darren was already sliding his card forward as well. Jules and I followed suit, and we all flipped them upright. Darren and Jules had guessed no. My card said yes. I knew my dumb sister, and Seti, hers also said yes. "Knew it," I said, glaring quietly. She smiled back at me serenely. "Come on, BS," Darren said, while Jules elbowed him. But Darren ignored her and growled, "Challenge." "No," said Jules. "Oh, no, we're not." "What?" Darren snapped. "It's in the rules. If she kills Toby, she wins the game." He eyed Seti and said pointedly, "I'm not going to let her win by cheating or bluffing." "Enough," said Jules. My younger sister gathered the cards in front of her, set both her yes and no cards aside, and smoothed her skirt. There was no red face this time, no crying or embarrassment. She stood up, turned to Darren and said, "Well, aren't you silly? Don't you know it's just a game? Come on, Toby, let's go." Something in my stomach nodded as her fingers intertwined mine. It was a relief to know that despite her competitiveness, my sister could recognize when a thing went too far. Suddenly her arm curved round my neck, yanking me back in a chokehold. I slapped at her arms, fingers clawed and pulled at me as my face went purple, and my windpipe felt crushed and speckles blackened my vision. Then she was off me, hauled back by Darren and Jules as she howled, "Let me go! Let go!" "Seti, stop it!" hollered Jules. Seti was still screeching as they dragged her to her room. "Jesus, she's crazy," growled Darren. Jules declared no more games. "If I kill Toby tonight, I win," panted Seti as they locked her in. I win. Say that I win. No one wins, Seti, screamed Jules. I can't believe I even have to say this. I'm telling Mom and Dad. Why do you have to be so crazy? Christ, the game is suspended. Do you understand me? It's over. There are no winners. And we are never playing this game ever again. So that was the end of the Would You game for many years. Seti found other games to play, of course. Less dangerous ones. She was really good at games, and made a fortune with gambling, the lottery, card tournaments, investing. Playing the market was itself a sort of game, she told me. And as with all such ventures, she tackled it with a competitive spirit and almost unmatched skill, though she did suffer some stunning losses occasionally, as a consequence of her tremendous risks. She knew all the tricks of the trade, shuffling tricks, sleight of hand, weighted dice, counting cards. Contrary to what you might believe, she was actually a pretty good sister, most of the time. It was Seti who took care of our parents, making sure their bills were paid and their lawn mowed, and the big house always tidy. She did a lot of the cooking and cleaning herself, before she'd do her makeup and go out for the evening to the casino, or for a drink with business partners. She never went to college, instead keeping house for our parents. But then, she didn't really need college. We had wealth inherited from our grandparents, and Seti multiplied it neatly, managing investments for all of us. She did this with complete transparency and fairness. And while she sometimes gambled heavily with her own money, she never did with ours, always putting it in investments according to our willingness to embrace risk or security. And yet, through my college years, when Seti was finishing high school, she brought back the Would You game, and this time being legally an adult, she had no one to rein her in. I found out about it from Kedar, another boy at her school. He told me how she'd started playing with a group of preppy senior friends. I tried to shrug this off. Whatever. We were all adults now. Surely my sister wouldn't go too crazy, right? It wasn't until later I found out she'd changed the rules again. She and some of the other seniors were playing one day when they decided that the Mad Libs aspect was no longer as entertaining as when we were children, and that players should draw until the cards issued a sentence that the majority agreed made sense. Of course, even then, most of the results were still things that couldn't actually happen, but others, like, would you eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket, were not only perfectly valid combinations, but also easy enough to both challenge and reward. And this is exactly what happened when Seti and her friends played. One of them claimed he'd eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket. She challenged. He ate several ants. So Seti bought lotto tickets until she had a winning one. Granted, it was only for $3. But the cards hadn't specified, had they? And that's how it began. Seti herself becoming a grantor of sorts. Anytime she played the game, she had the money after all. Even back then, our family was well off, and Seti already had a considerable sum saved from her gambling and side hustles. I never knew what she did on the side, but I assume some of it wasn't legal. She could afford to escalate the game, so when a combination came up like, would you dump your boyfriend to earn a new iPhone, Seti could issue the challenge. And when her friend followed through on the dumping, said friend would be gifted with a new phone. It was nonsense, risky, and unhealthy, but not, I guess, more than any other kind of gambling. Until it got worse. Several years later, Seti had some friends over. I'd refused to join. I'd sworn to myself never to play this game. SETI seemed to get even more competitive when I was around, so I kept away from the group, watching from across the living room. Turns kept passing around and everyone was laughing, drinking. A few people were smoking, but that wasn't really my business. Mostly it sounded like absurd stuff. Would you kiss Mrs. Whittinger to save a litter of kittens? Groans. Mrs. Whittinger was the principal at SETI's high school, and in games of kiss, marry, kill, was universally the kill option. Much discussion ensued about whether a litter of kittens would actually die if the player said no to this, and whether the price, having to kiss Mrs. Whittinger, was too high. SETI considered the question, but intertwined her fingers and explained that since the kittens were in the reward deck and not the risk deck, the game would not put kittens in harm's way. In short, kissing will mean you do a good deed, but not kissing won't make you do a bad one, she declared. Thus, if Scott, the player who'd drawn this combination, were to return to their old high school to kiss the loathsome Mrs. Whittinger, a litter of kittens would be rescued, but nothing would happen otherwise. Well, yeah, but if I don't kiss her, some kittens somewhere might not get rescued, so guess I gotta kiss her. Scott grinned at all the groans all around. Challenge, said SETI, almost automatically, almost bored. Scott did indeed end up visiting the high school on a made-up errand and kissing the principal on the cheek. She was suitably astonished at this affection from a troublesome alum, but also rather touched, and SETI honored her word and awarded Scott by saving a litter of kittens that still occupies our parents' house, where she has devotedly looked after them. But that's not the reason I'm telling you about this game. See, shortly after Scott's draw, another friend, Rosalinda, drew a combination that elicited quite a stir. Would you cut off your finger to gain $1 million? Gasps and whispers all around. Everyone at that party knew that if it was done, SETI could potentially honor the million. This was into her investing years. She had the financial wherewithal for it. And she had granted other gifts before, but never to such an extravagant amount. The most she'd ever given was a gift for a Bahamas trip. I'd totally do it, said Scott. No way, said another friend. No way I'd do that. But $1 million? Said someone else. This one's a hypothetical, right? Said another, glancing tentatively to SETI, who just sat back holding her drink with her eyes glimmering and a lazy smile on her face. Yeah, obviously, said Scott. I mean, who's got $1 million to give? SETI might. Yeah, right. Screw it, said Rosalinda, slamming her cards down. I'm in. Make your picks, people. Everyone voted. Half said yes, half no. Rosalinda flipped her card. Yes. Everyone glanced to SETI, who stood up quietly, moved to the bar to pour herself another drink, and then poured a glass for Rosalinda, too. A glass of strong stuff. She then moved into the kitchen where she opened a drawer. I felt my heart rate increase. Moved to follow SETI, in whose fingers glinted silver. She sterilized the knife over a flame, then brought it to Rosalinda, laying it out on a tray with napkins, bandages, a first aid kit. Rosalinda's eyes grew wide as saucers. Scott whispered, disbelieving. Everyone had gone utterly silent, appalled. I held my breath. Don't, I thought. Don't. What should I have done? Called the police? Even now, I wonder. No one was forcing Rosalinda to do anything. And yet, Seti sat back in her cushioned chair, idly swirling the bourbon in her glass before downing it. Her eyes glimmered over a smile as she raised her gaze to Rosalinda and whispered, "Challenge." Everyone was dead still. And then Rosalinda picked up the knife. I'll spare you the description of the aftermath of that. The would you cards had said cut your finger off, but they had said nothing about not sewing it back on. Scott put Rosalinda's finger on ice immediately after she cut it off, to the screams of the other players. There were some accusations that Seti was sick, that this all went too far. Then Rosalinda's friends rushed her and her severed finger to the hospital, where it was reattached. And of course, Rosalinda and her friends were somewhat mollified that, shortly afterwards, $1 million was transferred to her bank account. In fact, when word spread, others began seeking out my sister to play. That was when I put my foot down about playing in this house. I said our parents' house couldn't be turned into a gambling den, that I didn't want murders or maiming under their roof, and them to have to deal with cleaning up blood or whatever sick things happened. Seti agreed to take her games elsewhere. I tried to keep out of her business, but occasionally word leaked from our parents, or Jules, or mutual acquaintances, and it seemed like both the risks and rewards were getting bigger. But when things really got out of hand, when I finally put my foot down that it had to stop, was the first time someone died. Before COVID, the games had involved physical risk, even maiming, but had never included death. I wasn't present for the lethal draw, and only found out later that the combination pulled was, would you become haunted by a terrifying ghost to save your child? This particular game took place over Zoom during the height of the pandemic, among a handful of players who won the chance to play via lottery. Seti's games were in high demand. As it turned out, one of the players had an eldest daughter on a ventilator. Now you'd think that any combination involving a ghost would be inherently invalid. After all, it's not like Seti can conjure up the supernatural. But apparently the players agreed to accept it as a valid draw, and the devoted father played yes. "Anything for my kids," he said. I viewed the recording of the Zoom later, and after the father played his yes card, Seti's eyes fluttered for several seconds in this strange way, as if she were in a trance, or listening to something no one else could hear. Then her eyes opened and she declared, "Challenge." A few days later, the daughter recovered. But it wasn't until said daughter messaged me, begging me to intervene, that I understood how deranged the game had become. The man who answered the door in his bathrobe had eyes, red-rimmed from weeping, a week's worth of beard stubbling his gaunt face. Without a word, he let me into his house, and as he shuffled away from me, I noticed burn marks on the walls, not in any obvious pattern, but here and there marring the wallpaper. He pointed to a pile of framed photographs stacked on the sofa. They'd formerly been hung on the walls, I realized, but he'd taken them down because in every single photo, he had been burned out, leaving the rest of his family intact. That was how the wallpaper had been charred. There was also, I noticed, a burn mark in the shape of a handprint on his arm. While the father wearily offered me tea, I picked up one of the photos, the backing and part of the glass damaged from the heat. Is it just the burn marks, or is other stuff going on? "The lights," he whispered as he stirred the tea. "The shrieks and banging at night, the handprints, the dreams, and this." He pulled open a drawer full of children's drawings scrawled by his daughter and her siblings, kept from when they were very little. In all the drawings, he had been scratched out, and a blackened figure, like a shadow, seemed to be looming behind him, its hands on his shoulders. "She's obviously hired someone to come and do all this," I said. "You're probably having nightmares from the stress." No way would I believe that SETI could summon ghosts. But I absolutely believe she had the resources to make a man think she had. The defiled children's drawings especially left me chilled. How had she identified which figure in the child's scrolls was him? I offered to stay the night, to confront whoever SETI had hired and chase them off, and I promised I would contact my sister in the morning and put an end to this so-called haunting. The man seemed relieved by my assurances that all the spooky effects were staged, yet he also requested me not to interfere. He was clearly anxious that if he didn't let things continue, his daughter would fall sick again. I tried to assure him that SETI didn't have that kind of power and couldn't make her relapse, but he insisted I keep out of it. Privately, I decided to speak to SETI anyway. She was overseas, however. The man killed himself before she got back, hung himself from the staircase, leaving his beloved daughter and her siblings to mourn. I waited in our parents' house for my sister the night she returned. She'd barely gotten off the plane a half hour earlier, but despite what must have been a wearying flight, she waltzed through the front door in a glitzy suit like she'd stepped out of Vegas. Seeing me, she spread her arms wide in greeting. "How could you?" I snarled. She dropped her arms, though her smile didn't falter. "Toby, dear, I didn't. Whatever it is you're upset about, it was the cards." "A ghost, SETI?" "A terrifying ghost," she corrected. "Of course it wasn't a ghost, SETI," I bellowed, shaking with fury. "The funeral had been 2 days ago. The only terrifying thing here is you, for hounding a man to death. You drove him to this. It's you who fulfills the challenges, who delivers the rewards. Admit it. You paid for his daughter to get special treatment. I looked into it. You couldn't guarantee it, but you did everything you could to make sure she'd recover, didn't you? And when she did, you made him suffer. He had to complete the challenge." She pursed her lips, silent for a moment, then finally said, "What if I did? What if you did?" I couldn't believe her. "SETI, you drove a man to his death." "You said that already." She looked bored. "So, I made a man terrified. He chose to kill himself." "BS, you killed him, as much as if you handed him the rope." "Oh, he chose hanging? SETI?" I paused and added, low and serious, "You have to stop this." That stilled her. She was silent a moment, eyes shadowed by the brim of her hat, crimson lips pursed. Finally, a curl to her mouth. "Make me." "What?" "Make me stop," she repeated, and languidly took a chair at the coffee table, indicating for me to do the same. I stared in horror as she pulled out a deck. "One game," she declared, eyes glittering. "A duel. You win, I stop and never play again. You can have your wish." "No." "Toby, people pay thousands to play with me. You don't know what a deal you're getting. Besides, it's the only way to make me stop." She again indicated the chair. I just stared at her, fists clenched. "Why?" "Because, Toby dear, our mother and father's beloved who can do no wrong. Because we never finished our game. Remember when we were little? We started to play, but things went too far. We couldn't end it. I won't be left at a stalemate. Finish the game with me, dearest Toby, golden child, the one Mom and Dad always loved best. They love you too. They love me like the alcoholic loves the bottle, a terrible influence they secretly wish they could obliterate. And it's true, I am terrible, but perfect. Good Toby. Win against me, and I will stop. Her eyebrows shot up. Reluctantly, dread building in my gut, I sat down opposite her. I threw out one more feeble argument. We don't have enough players. I won't let anyone else get involved. We don't need other players, she corrected. A duel game is a two-player version. It has a few extra rules, like the double dare. It's where you take your opponent's challenge and double it. So, for instance, if it's, would you kill a kitten, and I accept, you'd have to kill two. Great example. How are your cats, by the way? All very well, as it happens. They haven't been drawn into any games. She flashed a wicked smile at me as one of said cats, oblivious to the danger it would be put in should Seti draw any cards that involved pets, came over and rubbed against her leg, purring. She explained the rules of the duel game as she shuffled. It was basically the same as the regular game, but answers were scored differently. 1 point for yes, 1 point for correct guesses, 0 points for no, 0 points for wrong guesses, 10 points for a completed challenge. If a challenge went unfulfilled, it was an automatic loss. If more than one challenge was fulfilled for the same reward, only the most recent challenge would gain the reward. The game would continue until each player had drawn 10 valid combinations. Getting points for saying yes automatically skews the game in your favor, I observed. It skews the game in favor of playing more boldly, yes, Seti agreed, but it's still possible for you to win. I glowered. Seti allowed me to draw first. Would you dance with rotting human entrails to earn a dream vacation? Tame by the current standards of the game. I started to put down my no card, but then remembered I'd get 0 points for it. Of course I put down yes. Seti would manage to make those rotting entrails appear, and I didn't even want to think about whether they'd really be human or not. I sighed and pushed forward yes. Seti also slid a card forward. Both of us flipped. Both of us said yes. 1 point for me, 1 for Seti for guessing correctly. I waited for the inevitable challenge, but she only smiled. You're not going to challenge? I asked. No, because you'll actually do it, and you'll get 10 points, she replied. And obviously, you'll get a dream vacation too, but I'd rather save my money for more interesting rewards. Seti's turn. She flipped the cards slowly. Would you fly to Stinky Toenails to gain your name on Mars? Invalid, obviously. She drew again. Would you sing loudly to the president to save world peace? Another invalid combination. Seti drew 3 more nonsense sentences before finally coming up with a valid combination. Would you kiss a bowl of diarrhea to get a year's supply of ice cream? Ugh, I said. This is such a dumb game. Seti smiled and pushed a card forward. I rolled my eyes and did the same. We both flipped. Yes. Of course you would, I said, disgusted. You could challenge, she offered, and give you 10 points? Screw that. We went back and forth a couple more rounds. My hands were shaking. Soon we got to challenges I wouldn't do. I started playing no. Seti always played yes. She was gaining points, and didn't challenge me on the rare times I drew something I felt I could do. And then, As we were approaching the 10th round, that would end the game. Seti drew a combination that made my breath catch. Would you skin yourself to win the game? Seti was already ahead. If I didn't challenge her, she'd win. If I challenged her and she refused, she'd lose. The smart play here would be to pick no. She wouldn't risk anything. She was way ahead of me anyway. The game would end on the next turn. All she had to do was miss 1 point by playing her no card. Playing yes was something only a complete idiot would do. But Seti had never played no, not in any of the turns we'd had so far. Would she now? Seti looked me in the eyes as she put down her card, smiled almost apologetically with a little shrug. Oh, how that smile infuriated me. The lightness of it. The willingness to throw everything down in this stupid, idiotic, foolish game. And she was already guaranteed to win. I played my card. We flipped them over. Yes. Fury coursed through me. It was like when we were kids all over again, and Seti would brazenly claim she'd do something outrageous, when all of us knew she really wouldn't. When she'd bluff, and I'd call her on it, and the words spat from my lips before I could think to stop it, because how dare she mock me like this, playing like her life hardly mattered. Challenge. It was strange. The expressions that flickered across Seti's face. Regret, fear, angst, rage. For just a moment she reminded me of that little girl again. The little girl who idolized me, who just wanted to be brave enough to impress me, until I called her out for going too far. And every single time she forced herself to rise to my challenge. Remembering that, I suddenly regretted my actions. Seti's eyelids closed, fluttering, as if she were coming to terms with what had just happened. Then without a word she rose to her feet. My parents did a lot of barbecuing in the summers, even the occasional pig roast or carving up venison. I wondered with horror if among the many implements in this grandly furnished house, they might have a skinning knife. Seti, wait, I cried, seizing her arm as she turned away. I forfeit. You hear me? I forfeit. You win. I withdraw my challenge. What? She stammered. You can't forfeit. That's not how it works. Too bad. I'm done. Toby, she shrieked as I grabbed my jacket and rushed for the door. You agreed to finish the game. Yeah, bite me. I ducked out and slammed the door. From inside, a howl of anguish. High, keening, practically inhuman. God, Seti could be so scary. I hurried away, trying to force the horrible, stupid game from my consciousness, trying to forget how irrational Seti could be. My phone buzzed. Seti sent 5 different messages, one containing 3 devil emojis. Another, we're not finished. We have 1 turn left. Toby, 1 turn. Ending off a lot of them with exclamation marks. She carried on like that all night. I silenced my phone. In the morning, I had so many messages I blocked her. I fully expected calls from our parents, Jules, or our mutual acquaintances. Email, messenger, voicemails at work, maybe a single telegram. Seti had a huge network, and I knew my sister had 1,000 ways to contact me. There would be no escaping her wrath until the game was over. And yet, silence. Not so much as a peep. It was this complete absence of communication that unsettled me more than anything. I called our parents, Jules, friends, but they hadn't heard from Seti. Not wanting them to worry, I lied to everyone and said I was just checking in because it had been a while. With every hour, the knot of dread in my gut tightened. Finally, 3 days after our fateful game, there came a knock at my door. I'd been in a state of suspension so long that my first feeling was relief. At last. We'd get this over with. I went to the door, calling out, "Who's there?" To no response. I peeked through the peephole, but it was covered. Sigh. Just like SETI to play games. Maybe it really was a singing telegram. I opened the door. "Hello?" The word died on my lips, shifting from hello to hell in what, looking back, seems chillingly appropriate. On the threshold stood a costumed figure. She was reminiscent of the Easter Bunny, huge black eyes, plush fur around chipmunkish cheeks, buck teeth and mauve fur, with a fluffy white belly. This wasn't sophisticated like a cosplay persona. No. This was more the mall-grade Easter variety, vaguely creepy and unsettling, like a costumed theme park character or a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. I'd always had a dread of such characters, even as a child. Something about the fakery of the costuming was so off-putting. Now that same unease prickled through me as the bunny spread its arms in a ta-da pose. I said. I stepped back and held open the door, trying to ignore the small voice that wondered what I might see if I lifted the mask off that bunny suit. The bunny strolled in with an exaggerated happy stride, reminding me, again, of a costumed character. Who could ever tell what was underneath such a suit? The bunny pulled out 2 chairs from my dining table and patted one for me. "SETI?" I said. The bunny pulled a card from a pocket somewhere in its fur and held it up for me to read. One more turn. "How do I know it's you? Take off that dumb thing." A head shake. The bunny pointed again to the card, exaggeratedly tapping it and nodding to me. Its suit smelled faintly of copper and maybe something else. Sweat. Body odor. No. It was more unpleasant than that, like the smell of a dead mouse I'd found once in a trap rotting for days. And I wondered, what was under that suit? She wouldn't have done it, would she? She couldn't have and survived. This had to be an act. To make me fret. Think that she'd done something crazy. I looked into those bunny eyes. Black mesh. I thought I could just glimpse the whites of her eyes. A faint gleam as she looked out at me. Again that coppery smell. And as we both sat at the coffee table there was, I could see, very clearly now, blood dripping from the suit of the bunny. A faint dribble of it. How badly was she bleeding in there? Or was it all an act? Would she even be bleeding still? Would blood really drip through the costume? God, SETI, fine. I'll play the last turn, and if I win, you'll take off that suit and you'll be just fine underneath. Alright? Deal? You'll be whole and fine. The bunny made a sound in the affirmative. It was SETI's voice, but sounded wrong, like the vocal cords were somehow deteriorated. It reached into a pocket somewhere in the suit, handed me the would you cards. My turn. Hands shaking, I shuffled. I could see now a couple of places where the mauve fur was darker, wet with stains. But it can't be real, I thought. No way it can be real. I swallowed the bile in my throat and dealt the cards. Would you? My hands trembled as I turned each one. Disappear yourself to win this game. Disappear? Did that mean die? And my life, or like witness protection, disappear? The meaning was unclear, but I couldn't pick no, or SETI would win. And somehow I knew what would happen if she won. That she would lift off her mask and underneath there would be... I pushed forward my card, and the bunny pushed forward hers. And we flipped. Yes. The bunny spoke. One word. I tried not to imagine its skinless tongue slurring. Challenge. My heart quickened. Fine, I said. You, Mom, Dad, Jules, everyone we know. You'll never see me again. The rest of my life, no matter how hard you look or how you spend your resources to come after me, I will not be found. I'll be gone, and when I am, I'll have won the game. As I spoke, I felt the air shiver between us. It was as if something had writ my words in my soul, and I knew, as deeply and suddenly, and surely as I knew my own name, that I would disappear so thoroughly, I would effectively cease to exist. Somehow, I was incredibly calm about all this. Goodbye, Seti. I turned and grabbed my bag and walked out. I drove to our parents' house to tell them that I loved them. They were extraordinarily perplexed when I greeted them each with a tight embrace, and even more so when I begged them to please look after Seti for me. I just hoped it was enough to save my sister. That whatever was under that suit was all part of the drama to draw me in, and everything would return to normal after the game. I just had to disappear. Who? Said Dad. He was a bit hard of hearing. Seti. September, I told him. What's happening in September? Asked Mom. No, Mom, I'm talking about Seti. I stopped, staring at the mantle. A few days ago, I'd been here playing with Seti, and the photos on the mantle had been the same vacation trips as always. Goofy images of Seti, me, and Jules playing as children. But now I was looking at the exact same photos, and it was only me and Jules. Mom, meanwhile, nudged Dad and murmured, Sweetie, remember how Toby used to pretend to have a little sister? Oh gosh, that's right. Dad brightened and turned to me. And whenever you did something bad, you'd blame it on September. But I was already out the door, rushing back to the game. I'd declared I would disappear. From the present moment on, I'd be gone, but Seti? I checked my phone, my email, messages. But there were no photographs, no texts, no social media evidence my sister had ever existed, present or past. I called Jules, but she said the same thing as our parents. That Seti was the imaginary little sister I made up to blame for the worst outcomes of a childhood game. A game I designed. A game for which I am the guarantor. A game / have been hosting among various groups and players for the past few years. And when I at last got home and rushed inside, the bunny was no longer at the table, but the cards were still laid out. A note scrawled beside them on a bloody napkin. Double dare. People still contact me asking why I ended the game. The truth is the napkin, the only proof of Seti, written in her own distinctive handwriting, disintegrated with time, and I'm not even sure myself what I believe anymore. But I'll tell you this. If anyone ever offers to play the would you game, no matter what the prize, do not do it. It's not worth it. Learn from my mistakes, and never, ever play the would you game. There it is, called out the boy in front. I looked up from my game as the old van made its way around the tree-filled bend, revealing today's latest adventure to stave off boredom. The structure loomed over everything in the overgrown clearing and the dense woods beyond, windows broken with shards of glass as if fangs in mouths, paint peeling and wood splintering in such a way it made the walls look like fur. Despite so many windows, light did not reach more than a few feet in, the inside a black hole swallowing up anything that dared come near. And yet my brother and his friends had decided that day was the day they explored it. The mansion on Hoarder's Hill. You won't find that name on any map. Hoarder's Hill is the local name of the abandoned neighborhood, a ghost town even more haunting than the nearby Times Beach and possibly more dangerous. A little subdivision built winding up a road, blanketed in trees, no neighbors except for a couple retreat centers miles away, a dozen good-sized houses, give or take, traveling up the spiral road until it ended in the courtyard of a mansion. All of them abandoned. The 6 of us piled out the van, me going last so I didn't get in anyone's way. Even before that day, that had been an awkward summer. We had moved from the other side of the state right after the school year ended, and while my brother Paul had wasted no time finding an entire new friend group, I hadn't been quite so quick to make friends. I'd rather just spend the entire sweltering summer inside, playing the newly released Nintendo DS I had just gotten for my birthday. Parents weren't so fond of this idea, and subjected my brother to babysitting me every day they could make him. He didn't make a big deal out of it, and let me be while he and the others got into trouble. He let me take my DS too. I put it away in my pocket as I got out. The adventures with my favorite bounty hunter taking a back seat to the decrepit mansion. No one knows where it came from, said the boy who had been driving, forcing unnecessary grandiose into his voice. They say a century ago, it just appeared on the top of this hill, a paved path leading right up to it. No one ever lived here, yet when people came and looked at it, it was full of junk. So we're going dumpster diving, Arnold? Asked Paul, looking back to check on me. I moved up next to him, feeling every bit as tiny as I was compared to the boys and girls all 3 years older than me. This place looks like it's about to collapse. It's always looked like this, said Arnold, waving his hands around to emphasize his words. Even a century ago, it was a crumbling mess. But it never gets worse. It just looks like that, a living corpse. It drew people to it, and those people built their houses on its driveway. Yet every time someone moved in, people would see the change. Their houses would start out nice, the clutter inside simply their weird collections. But then it would stop being stuff and just become trash. It would spill out their houses like guts on a deer hit on the highway. Ew, said one of the girls, smacking Arnold on the shoulder. Don't talk about that. That's what it looked like, Heather, he said to her. Then back to the rest of us. And just as people would be about to intervene, the people who lived on the hill would vanish. Their junk, too. They say they moved every last bit they owned into the mansion. He gestured to the collapsing wreck. Hidden past the junk are all their riches, their possessions that are still worth something, still in the tight grip of their rotten, maggot-eaten hands. Stop it, Heather yelped again. Stop talking about maggots and worms. Come on, babe, said Arnold, putting an arm around her. Just how the stories go. Just think about all the jewelry hidden in there instead. There's nothing in there but garbage, said Paul, folding his arms. I noticed the hair standing up on his arms, despite how level his voice was. Cool story, but it's just an old place. Might be fun to check out, though. He put on a smile for me, but also toward the other girl that had come with us, Susan. I rolled my eyes and moved a bit away to look over the mansion more. It groaned and grumbled with the wind, broken shutters clattering against the frames. I could almost feel eyes in the shattered windows gazing at each of us in turn, and I kept expecting the front double doors to open and reveal a cavernous mouth, a whip-like tongue shooting out to gobble us all up. Hopefully Arnold, Heather, and the other one first. Scary, isn't it, Sheila? Asked a voice behind me that made me flinch. I whipped around to see the final member of that little expedition, his pathetic excuse for facial hair somehow still overgrown and messy. He towered over the rest, crammed into his clothes that were more a display of things I wished I hadn't had to see. Relax, I'll be right by you. I got flashlights, snacks, some rope, even my dad's hunting knife. I came ready. When he first started revealing the contents of his army jacket, a part of me wanted to bolt down the road until I hit the highway. I'm not going in, I said. I'm going to stay out here with the van. Keep an eye out. Anyone could come and grab you out here all alone, said the boy, my own hair standing up as he tried to put an arm around me, feeling less like an act of comfort and more like the pincers of an antlion grappling at the torso of the insect that had fallen in. Stay with us. I'll make sure you stay safe. And she can stay plenty safe waiting in the van, said Paul, materializing between us and giving me the chance to back away. No worries, Sheila. Arnold said he'd leave the keys with you. You touch that wheel, you die, though, said Arnold. He smirked, following a glare from Paul. I'm just kidding. No touching your kids, sis, Paul. He turned his focus back to Heather and Susan. I can't drive anyway, I said. I'll just wait. That's totally fine, said Paul. I stood still, pretending to focus on the building as I heard him drag the other boy away. It wasn't hard to hear what he must have thought was his quiet voice. Off limits, Michael. I'm just being nice, Michael hissed back under his voice. Can't be nice to your sister? She's still in middle school, he growled back. You touch one hair on her head without her permission, I'm gouging your eyes out. Got it? My body relaxed a little hearing that. You're not her boss, Michael grumbled. Get off me. Watch yourself, said Paul, returning to me, Michael mumbling to himself as he rejoined the rest of the group. You okay, Sheila? Thank you, I said. Nothing happened. And that's why you're staying out here, he said. Don't worry, we'll just be in for a couple hours while these jackasses give new meaning to the term white trash. I chuckled. Want to see what you'll be missing out on first, though? We all moved to the front, Arnold and Michael pushing the entrance open to loud groans, mostly from Michael, but some from the doors as well. They swung inside, their flashlights illuminating the expansive foyer. A wall of junk taller than me, from one end of the room to the other, newspapers upon newspapers forming geological layers alongside discarded cans and containers. Broken bits of wood from old furniture, fluid-filled bottles I wouldn't have opened if you had paid me, plastic bags, torn strips of clothing, random slabs of particle board, mangled silverware, bowling balls, a sawhorse, oddly shaped rocks, what might have been a grand piano at one point, toys for pets, and row after row of empty picture frames. And that's what I could make out from the threshold, the stench reaching out like a toxic miasma to choke anyone foolish enough to breathe it. Throughout the front, we could spot tunnels dug through the garbage, winding their way deeper, up the stairs to the second floor, to the side rooms, to some hidden basement. I stepped back. I choose life, I said. God, said Heather. There's no way those tunnels aren't loaded with rats and worms. Come on, said Arnold, sneaking his arm around her shoulders again. You told me you think worms are cute. I said you'd still be cute as a worm, she said. If I'm going in there, we have to go up top. Brother told me the good stuff can only be reached by the tunnels, said Arnold, getting down on all fours. Looks plenty wide. The sawhorses are keeping it up. We just go in and crawl all the way. Or we trigger a trap and die, said Paul. I'm taking the top. He smiled to Susan. Care to join me? She nodded. I took my leave, watching them all take their paths into the mansion. Arnold crawled down the tunnel, Heather following him. Paul and his crush started their climb up to the top of the compacted garbage, avoiding the network of holes and tunnels like they were bottomless pits. With enough glaring from Paul, Michael followed in as well. I moved away, stepping into the van and shutting the sliding door, locking it tight save for the gaps in the windows. I settled myself in the coolest part of the vehicle and pulled out my game again, escaping into a network of caves a lot safer to explore. Hours passed. The sun made its way down and soon the dense tree line blocked it, turning the front of the mansion into a dark cavern. I hadn't even so much as seen anyone in the windows. Whatever noise that might have been coming from the mansion was probably absorbed by the garbage cramming every open space within. Even a cherished game couldn't keep away what was gnawing at my insides. I stepped out, DS in my grip as I walked up the front doors. I had the keys in my pocket, but no cell phone. I pulled out the cartridge from my DS, fumbling it between my fingers to distract myself. My brother had left his flip phone behind with me, but it was now dead. I looked inside the mansion. Hey, Paul, I called out. Arnold? Heather? Anyone? I didn't call for Michael. Nothing answered me from the overstuffed foyer. I gulped as I stepped back, trying to work through it. Should I leave? I couldn't drive, but I could walk. No, it was miles to the next place that might even have anyone there. I stepped back, returning to the van, and grabbing the tire iron Arnold kept in the trunk, still fidgeting with the cartridge in my other hand. The small chunk of metal felt more comforting than one of my teddy bears in the failing light. Maybe I could walk to the nearest retreat center and... Something knocked the cartridge out of my hands. I yelped and looked to the side to see a large gray cat running away, the chunk of plastic in its mouth as it darted around the side of the mansion. Hey, I called out, chasing after it. Give that back, you stupid cat. I picked my way around the fallen roof shingles, like they were pressure plates in some trap-filled temple, rounding the corner in search of the flea-ridden thief. There he sat a couple dozen feet away, still holding the cartridge in his teeth. He meowed at me. Why you... I hissed, charging at him before he took off again, leading me further about the side of the mansion. Soon I was around the back, chasing the literal cat burglar over a fallen section of wrought iron fence into what had once been a garden. Now just a mire of weeds, complete with the fountain that had devolved into an algae-filled mosquito farm. The cat stopped in front of a boarded-up back door and put the game on the ground. Why'd you do that? I snapped, catching up to the furball. He meowed again before backing away. I could see a faded collar around his neck as I grabbed the cartridge, pocketing it. If you don't mind, cat, I need to... Metallic crunching, shattering, snapping shots out from the front of the mansion. I yelped a little, gripping the tire iron as I started my way around the building again, taking my shaking steps with a lot more care and patience. The cat followed me, meowing the entire way as if telling me not to listen to my curiosity. I stopped at the final bend and peeked around the corner. Arnold's van had vanished. Not like it had been stolen. I saw bits and pieces of it scattered everywhere. Shards of glass, tiny scraps of metal, a lone tire that had been ripped to tatters. The rest of the van, contents included, had disappeared, leaving nothing but a trail of oil and other fluids to the front doors of the mansion. And as I tried to process this, I heard a shifting and groaning escape from one of the nearby broken windows. A constant shuffle, followed by stamps of feet and then heavy breathing, only a few feet above me. I pressed myself against the side of the house in case somebody was looking out, trusting my goosebumps instead of the hope it was my brother searching for me. "I've got to get out of here," I said to myself. "Bye, cat. Thank you for whatever that was, but I have to leave. I need to find someone. Gotta call someone. I don't... I ran my free hand through my hair, trying to parse through it all. My brother's in there, with whoever did that. How did they do that? What am I supposed to do?" I started backing around toward the front of the mansion, lost in thought even as the cat yelled at me, trying to break me out of my panic by biting at my heels. I misplaced a step on a shingle, shattering it and feeling something give underneath. As it did, the whole world fell around me. I came to in darkness, aches blanketing my body. I groaned as I pulled myself up, reaching into my pocket and pulling out the DS to serve as a flashlight. I had fallen through a rotten section of flooring, hidden by fallen shingles and overgrowth. A cellar entrance. A cellar entrance so high up I couldn't climb out, leaving me on top of a massive mound of rotting, pulpy mess that had once been newspapers. So many newspapers. So many I could barely sit up in this chamber. I heard a meow up above me and brought my light up, the glow reflecting off the lights of the cat. He looked over to his right and then back to me before meowing again. Done relaying whatever his message was, he took off. I gulped, looking across the cellar. I spotted the doorway out, kept open by the massive piles of trash that climbed up the staircase into the main building. I felt even smaller than before, a stringy bit of meat trapped within the depths of the colossal monster that had swallowed my brother and his friends whole, and me about to get ground to paste between its teeth. I forced my hands forward and started crawling across the garbage, testing each step in case the decaying detritus was about to give beneath me, all while hoping the black splotches I saw everywhere wouldn't affect me unless I was down here for a while. Something collapsed in on itself in the center of the cellar to my left. I shined my light over, taking in the overflowing shelves nearly consumed by the floor of trash, discarded bones, desiccated remains of what had probably been raccoons and other vagrant animals moving in. One in particular looked pale and bald as if all the hair had been plucked out. Just past it, I saw what looked like a disassembled remnants of a motor, leaking and dripping fluids onto the trash around it, as well as some sort of preserved animal in a jar. A shuffling. I looked back at the source. The bald remains were gone, and in the dead silence, I felt something moving underneath the garbage. I turned and crawled towards the stairs, my light going back and forth as I tried to watch for movements in the trash, doing what I could to keep an eye on all the holes in the compacted detritus. A shuffling again, close to the surface on my right. I shot the light over and saw two twisted, mangled feet vanish down a hole. They had been so bent and broken, they intertwined with each other, fusing into a single mess of flesh like a tail. I covered my mouth, trying to steady my breaths. The shuffling came again beneath me, and I tried to watch the holes as I kept moving. Finally, I got to the slope of the staircase, my light revealing the hallway ahead, barely visible as the garbage went nearly to the ceiling. I turned away from the cellar and fully laid down on my stomach to squirm into the hallway. A raspy shriek broke through the air as I felt something grab my ankles. I couldn't stop letting out a scream as something dragged me back down into the cellar. I kicked and writhed, breaking one leg free and twisting around, shining my light on what had grabbed me. Two gnarled, filth-encrusted hands had burst through a section of moldy newspaper, clamping tight on my ankles as they pulled me into the new hole it had created. a hole far too tight for me to fit down without a lot of force. I let out another shriek as I kicked with my free foot, hitting the wrist of the other hand and getting loose. I crawled away, but the rumbling returned below as something moved underneath, traversing the network of tunnels with the ease of a mole. Hand shot out to my side, grabbing my left arm and dragging it into another gap. I screamed and brought the tire iron down on the fingers, shattering them like twigs and freeing me again. I grabbed the DS where it had fallen and hurled myself up the stairs, squeezing through the gap faster than I thought possible, and emerging out onto the top of the hallway. The trash sifted below me, and I heard the shuffling once more. Then more and more. I flailed my way over the garbage, the roof now high enough for me to stand up. I ran from the noises as they came from what had to be the front of the mansion, hoping the next reckless step didn't send my leg into a hidden hole and snap it in two before more of those hands grabbed me and pulled me in. I'd have taken an entire field of prairie dog burrows over this. I emerged into a dining room, and before me hung a colossal chandelier still attached to the ceiling by a thick chain. I climbed onto it, praying it could still support my weight so I could get off the ground. It held firm, just in time before more hands burst out like twisted weeds, grasping at where I had just been. I shivered as the grime-covered, blackened limbs disappeared beneath layers of rotting strips of blankets. I scanned around, barely seeing movement in the corners of my eyes. They sifted through the mountains of garbage like swallowing through water, bathing in the slimy filth and navigating the tunnels with ease. I aimed the light below and saw multiple eyes looking at me through the gaps. Human eyes, bloodshot, cataracts eating at portions of them as they regarded me, raspy voices hissing and growling. I could only whimper as they circled me. I tried the breaths again, bringing my heart rate down as they trapped me. They kept themselves hidden, only the sounds of their movement giving away their presence. I looked away from the things, glancing around the ceiling and spotting a broken section about 10 feet away, a place where the ceiling had caved in, exposing an entrance to the second floor. Beneath it was the top of a china cabinet that looked sturdy enough to support me, had Paul managed to get up there like he said. I shuffled the light and the tire iron into one hand before pulling out Arnold's keys with the other. I threw them opposite of me, the keys smashing into an empty picture frame. The rasps cut off and felt the eyes leave me and focus on the keys. All the forms bolted, digging through the trash toward the distraction as I launched off the chandelier. I pulled myself onto the cabinet and turned back to give a final glance. A human face emerged from the rubble, a twisted arm with far too many joints, bringing the warped hand holding the keys next to its ruined eyes. The entire skull had been mashed and malformed, pushed into a streamlined shape more like a beak than a person's face. The broken teeth jutted out like a horse, the nose smashed in, eyes not meeting at the same level above. I could just see its shoulders press far too close into each other, and only a few strands of hair dangled around its head. It hissed at me, and again I felt eyes gazing up at me from their hiding spots in the trash. I turned away and didn't look back as I grabbed at the floor above. Trash covered this room as well. A wall of ruined toys, playthings, movie posters, and outdated electronics that looked like they were made of wood. I pocketed my lights and used the junk to hold on as I climbed, the rasping and hissing closing in below me. I felt something brush up against my foot a second before I pulled it up, removing myself from the dining room and into this new chamber. Shuttered windows lined the wall, letting my precious moonlight through their broken slats. I freed myself from the hole, gasping for air, my own pulse drowning out the noise those things made from downstairs. I lay on the cleanest section of the sea of junk I could find, An old moldy blanket mixed with ravaged comic books. I kept my crying down as best I could as I listened. Hopefully it would take them a while to reach me. I held on to myself, trying to sterile my whimpers. I just wanted my brother back. Anything else? Please. Just let him be okay. Then I heard another whimper, a gurgled weeping from a connecting room. I forced myself up, hands slipping as grime coated every part of me. I stood, stooped over to avoid the splintered, peeling ceiling as I walked to the source of the noise. I entered what looked to have been a bathroom adjoining 2 bedrooms. Empty bottles of shampoo, boxes of soap, and mountains of spent beauty products had been stuffed so tight they had compacted into a hardened layer, with everything from loofahs to old towels filling the gaps. And in a corner, possibly where a bathtub or shower had long since been covered, the whimpers erupted from a dip in the sea of trash. I stepped closer and gasped. It was Susan, covered in blood, curled in a corner of the bathroom like an animal hiding itself in its last moments. And from what I could see, maybe these were hers, judging the blood covering her. "Hey," I hissed, scrambling over to her. What could I even do besides be there for her? "What happened? Did those things do this to you?" Her eyes focused for a moment, all her remaining energy going to turn her head to me. As I closed in, I could see where the blood came from. A deep, twisted wound in her stomach that she had tried to plug. But now it was far too late. My light illuminated the trail of blood that wound its way to her from the other bedroom. "Get out of here," she gasped. "Where's Paul?" I asked her, getting onto my knees before her, hands clasped as if in prayer. "I'm so sorry I can't do anything to you, but please help me find my brother." "We were in the halls when the hoarders came," she said, breaths labored and ragged. "Paul ran off to draw them away. I got turned around. I saw what I thought was him." "And it was one of them?" She released a hand from her stomach and grabbed my wrist, blood smearing with the filth on me. "It was Michael," she hissed. "Stupid asshole thought I was one of them, stabbed me and left me to die." She spat up blood. "Get out of here. Keep away from Michael. Your brother wouldn't." She stopped when a shuffling erupted from the bedroom she had come from. "Get out now," she snapped, pushing me away as tremors moved through the garbage between us. I just managed to crawl backwards enough before the hand shot out of the junk, around the poor girl, grabbing her head, her shoulders, her arms. The face of one of the monsters burst out from the trash, bringing its twisted, malformed body up above her. It hissed as it looked down at its captive, drool escaping its misshapen mouth as it dug its filthy digits into her face. God, how could it even live with its chest so smashed? Rolled like clay into a shape that had to have broken all of its ribs. Shredded strips of clothing clung to its body, held together with a patchwork of pins, suggesting something like what my grandma had worn in the 50s. Rings blanketed its fingers, everything from gold wedding bands to those cheap things you win out of vending machines at the grocery store. Susan barely managed to scream before the hoarder grabbed her head first into the hole it had made, or rather, tried to. The hole that it had managed to fit through wasn't nearly big enough to accommodate its prey, but that didn't stop it. Even as she fought with what little strength she had left, it continued pulling her, bit by bit working her upper body into the hole. Her muffled screams escaped through the gaps, accompanied by sharp snaps of bone, while more of her disappeared from sight. Her screams kept going, well past the point they should have stopped until it was just her legs dangling in the air. Only then did she finally fall silent. her feet forced together and pulled in with a quick tug, the tight squeeze twisting her broken limbs around each other. By then I had made my way back to the other room and turned around, hauling myself out the other door into the hallway. The trash was low enough for me to stand back up fully, and I hurled my body as far away from that monster, feasting on the poor girl as I could. I rounded a corner, guessing at whatever might be the right direction to go. Everything looked the same. The walls devoid of any decoration, and any furniture that had once been present long since buried by junk. The path I chose ended in a wall, and I turned around, spotting a door into another room. This one wasn't half as full as the others. The trash sloping downward and ending in a bundle of blankets, pillows, and sheets like a nest. Within the nest sat Heather, eyes glued to her phone as she pushed away at the buttons, hammering out commands on the number pad. "Come on, get through," she sputtered as she shook. "Come on, how is there no signal? There was a signal outside." She tried again. "How could there be so much stuff you can't even send out a text?" Again, this time it was a call. Still nothing. "Come on, please." "Heather?" I said. "Come on, we gotta leave. Where's Paul?" She kept pounding at the keypad. "Paul lured them away, but it's not enough," she whimpered, still glued to her screen. "They won't let us escape. They got Arnold, pulled him into one of their tunnels when he tried to stop them from taking us, snapped his bones like twigs. We broke into their home. They just wanted to be left alone. They just wanted to add to their collections." She screamed when her phone failed her again. "We can't escape." "We can," I said, trying to convince myself more than her. "Please, where's Paul? How do we get back to the front door?" She gave up, tossing the phone away before looking at me, giving me the same worn-down look I've seen my parents give the door-to-door political campaign volunteers, pushing policies they hated. "The back door to the foyer is across from us," she said. "No point. They have us trapped. All we can do is hope one of those texts actually got through and someone burns this place to the ground." In the light of my DS, I could see the streaks left through the filth on her face by her tears. Her eyes turned away from me, looking at something only visible to her. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm really sorry I didn't listen. I'm so sorry I went behind your back." I turned around, moving back to the slope of garbage. I had to keep looking. I had to leave her behind. I grabbed her cell phone as I passed it, made my way to the doorway, and felt that sensation again, this time a single shuffling beneath me, passing underneath, moving toward her. I turned around. "Heather?" I hissed. "You gotta get moving, now." "I'm sorry, Mom," she kept spitting out. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm so sorry." The blankets before her parted, and from my viewpoint, I could see another one of the hoarders emerge from its tunnel, this one large and muscular even with its twisted, broken form. Brown hair still adorned its scalp, but fell out in clumps, its arms moving in animated motion as it growled and gurgled. "Heather?" It somehow managed through its smashed mouth full of broken, misplaced teeth. "Heather, do you like?" Heather broke out of her daze long enough to let out another scream before the hoarder fell on her. I didn't stay to look. I heard more shuffling close in from the corridors around me, and even in the distance I could see shapes moving, eyes popping out through open sections of garbage, hands breaking free just to return back down, two legs vanishing back underneath the filth, intertwined upon themselves, twisted by the contortions required to navigate the tunnels. I darted to the doorway Heather had mentioned, and finally saw moonlight spilling ahead of me, turning around one last time to see a hoarder fully emerge from the junk, using its twisted arms to scurry at me like an insect while it let out a feral cry. Without thinking, I grabbed the tire iron and threw it at him, my weapon falling a few inches short. He came to a stop before it, grabbing the tire iron and regarding it, then me. I kept going, letting myself roll and slide down the garbage-covered staircase. Every last sharp edge, broken bit of glass, splintered stick of wood, and rusty spike of metal grabbed and tore at me as I fell, but still I let myself. I could hear them as they tunneled their way around on the second floor. I could even hear some moving about on the ground level in rooms I hadn't looked in. Let them. They could have this entire house. Just please, let me leave. Give me back my brother. Salvation emerged before me as I finally escaped the mountains of trash and landed on the floor, my feet touching actual tiles for the first time in what felt like a year. I pulled myself back up, hobbling over to the entryway, even as I heard the monsters moving behind me, congregating as one. They remained at the edges of their trash, ruined eyes looking at me, broken mouths emerging to hiss and cry out at the girl escaping them. They watched me as I crossed the threshold and emerged outside, me bearing nothing but my own clothes and the contents of my pockets. Then I felt two large arms wrap around me, a giant, filthy hand clasping over my mouth. "Thank goodness you're safe, Sheila," said the last voice I wanted to hear. "Sorry about your brother. It's okay, though. I made it too. We'll get out of here together, okay? Just stay with me. I'll take care of you." I screamed as I tried to force my way free from Michael's grip, but the disgusting giant held firm. "Now, is that any way to thank the boy who's going to protect you?" he hissed. "Girls are all the same. Do the nicest things for them, and they don't appreciate it at all. Well, your brother isn't here now to get between us, is he? And those freaks won't leave the house for us. They just want junk." I moved my mouth enough to bite down on his hand, digging my teeth in and tasting his blood mixed with the grime that covered us both. He let out a cry and loosened his grip just enough to let me go, but with everything I had been through, I fell to the ground. The world spinning around me, I tried to crawl toward the road, hoping the downward slope would be enough to roll me away from him. Something grabbed both of my feet, dragging me back toward damnation. I kicked, breaking free one leg and letting me turn onto my back, staring into the face of a sickening monster as it loomed over me. "Get away from me," I cried. "You're a murderer." "Knew I should have put her out of her misery," growled Michael. "But don't worry, since we're safe now, if you keep quiet about all this, I'll let you live, okay?" He looked ready to bring himself down on me like a wolf onto a cornered rabbit, but before he could, something leapt onto his back from the doorway, its gnarled fingers scrabbling at his clothes and digging into his exposed flesh. He fell backwards, throttled by the hoarder as it crawled at him with its broken digits, both monsters howling as they fought. Michael pulled a knife from his side, but before he could bring it against his opponent, another hoarder burst out from the garbage and out the door, grabbing at the weapon and breaking his arm at the elbow with a loud crack. A third hoarder erupted into the fray, grabbing Michael's remaining arm, pulling it away from his opponent and snapping his fingers like twigs. The original hoarder, covered in fresh blood, its mangled limbs and form seeming unhealed compared to the others, its hair still dropping in clumps, loomed on the chest of its target, and before Michael could let out another scream, it shot its hands forward and shoved its filthy thumbs into his eyes while the other two dragged him back to the mansion. The doors slammed shut behind them. No more trespassers. I somehow found the energy to get back up, free from the foul, dark, rotting carcass of a mansion, and embraced by the warm moonlight of the woods around me. I hobbled ahead, reaching the road where it turned away from the mansion before finally collapsing onto the grass nearby. I tried to get back up, but my legs wouldn't budge. I could only weep, even my cries barely audible in the noise of the woods around me. I pulled myself together enough to pull out Heather's cell phone, the marathon of failed texts and calls on the screen. But now a bar was present in the top right. As worn as I was, my fingers had enough for one last thing before I fell unconscious. They never found Paul, or any of the others. I told my parents and the cops that they had vanished into the mansion. I had fallen in through the cellar and had barely managed to get out. They tried to search the mansion, but after weeks of trying to pull out garbage and failing to make any progress, something happened. My parents never told me what, and they just gave up. Wrote them all off like they had been lost in a caving accident. The mansion, their tomb. They left that place on the hill be, no one wanting to have to deal with it. No developers offered to buy it. They just closed off the road. After I recovered, both from my wounds and the loss, I started receiving gifts in the mail. Game cartridges. Rare ones. Many were covered in filth and grime, but most worked. They came at random, with no return address. But I knew where they had come from. And on my 18th birthday, a deed and a contract came in the mail. This one did have a return address, an outdated one that matched the mansion from all those years ago. The contract was simple. I would inherit the land and property on it, all fees and taxes paid for by strips of highway land used for billboards. But I had to live there. A small guest house had apparently appeared at the beginning of the driveway up to the mansion. So long as I lived there, maintaining my vigil over Hoarder's Hill, I was free to stay, to come and go as I pleased, unlike the rest of the collections in the mansion. I've been there since, making my rounds up to visit, to bring them the things of mine I no longer wanted but they might have interest in. They never refused any of it. They would often take my trash and recyclables before Friday pickup. There must have been a network of caves throughout that hill, connecting all the abandoned homes to the mansion. They took what no one else wanted, and I made sure to stay out of their way. Even 20 years after I stepped into that mansion, it's not an easy piece, but if me being there keeps other foolish kids from breaking into their home, it's all for the better. They let me see them and live, and in the dead of night, they give me things they think I'll like. They aren't hurt if I don't want it. Though one in particular always gives me what I enjoy. He will come up to the house before morning and leave his offering at my doorstep, never staying. I see him in the window as he comes and goes sometimes, and I'm just glad that Paul is still looking out for me. My cousin told me a curious thing once. I don't believe in hell, he said. There is no kind of pain that a person can't get used to, or even learn to appreciate. I've thought a lot about that. As long as we have the means to perceive our surroundings, we have the capability to appreciate it. If you've been on the internet long enough, you know what kind of absolutely vile things people have come to love. I don't believe I'm any different. It started back in 2016. I worked my second year as a lab assistant for a pharmaceutical company, a large Midwestern one with the blue sunflower logo. Lower end of the pay scale, high end of the benefits kind of gig. I didn't have that much going on in my life. It was just this endless cycle of overtime, sleep, and overtime again. I had an apartment on the third floor, modern place with a huge elevator and reflective glass in the hallways. They had a deal with the company and offered a rent cut for everyone who worked there, making it a sort of corporate hangout spot along with a home. I thought I was going to hate it, but I ended up appreciating it. But there was a fire. I don't know what started it, but it turned the first floor into an inferno. I was fresh out of the shower when it happened, barely covering myself with a towel. The alarms blared. It was so quick. You can feel the flames eating the air around you before you feel the heat. A hitch in your throat. It was hot enough for you to get boils by just stepping into the hallway. I tried making my way downstairs, while my neighbor across the hall locked himself in his apartment. Last I saw of him, he and his family peeked at me through a closing door, their eyes reflecting the spreading flames from downstairs. I didn't make it far. Everything looks different in the smoke, and I got turned around. I tried to push forward, but it was too late. I knocked on doors, begging for shelter, but no one answered. I ended up in the corner of a hallway, pushed up against the elevator, feeling the heated metal melt the outer skin of my hand. Your throat closes up. You can see heat build on your arms, boils bursting like poxes. And before you pass out, you dissociate. You can't really believe it's happening. I knew I should have panicked, but I just shrugged it off. It wasn't real. It was like another world, another me. It wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I'd never experienced anything like that in all my life, so it had to be a hallucination. But that's the thing about experiencing something for the first time. You don't realize what it is. That's the best way I can describe it. Dying. I was only out for a couple of seconds, maybe half a minute before the firefighters found me. They dragged me out and wrapped me in a blanket. I had second-degree burns all over, third-degree in some places. Those hurt less. It burns through the nerves. You don't feel that until you start to recover. Waking up was unreal. I didn't understand that I'd been bandaged all over my head. I just thought they'd turned off the lights. I couldn't feel a thing, courtesy of a more than generous corporate health insurance and an even more generous dose of morphine. I remember someone talking to me, but I could barely hear them on one side. An eardrum had ruptured, and my left ear had fused to the side of my hairless head. "Oh, thank God," a voice said. "Thank God you're gonna make it." My little sister, Sammy, she'd flown in from Ottawa. I was in and out of consciousness for days. I had nightmares about pain and anxiety about the drugs wearing off. Sometimes I'd hear machines beeping. Once a nurse changed a bandage, and it felt like getting my skin torn off. I remember drawing in a breath to scream, and then just gone. Blackout. I'd get these glimpses of real life sometimes. Someone humming in the hallway, my sister talking on her phone, a beam of light hitting the bandage across my eye, tickling a damaged membrane. I prayed not to feel anything because I knew that it'd just be more pain, unbearable, mind-numbing agony, your body turning inside and out, trying to heal everything at once, hitting biological dead ends over and over. I think it was night when someone came into my room. They talked to Sammy. They sounded apologetic. She cried. Then a little later, someone else came into the room. They had something else to say. Her tone changed. Hope? Please, she said. Whatever it takes. They rolled me into an elevator and then outside. There was a mild breeze that stung like nails on my missing skin. Transport. Sammy calling out in the distance. We'll take good care of him. The prick of a needle. I couldn't feel a thing. I was out for at least 36 hours. When I came to, I was lying in a hospital bed, looking up at the ceiling. No bandages covering my face. A soft gray membrane covering my left eye. I blinked it away and instinctively raised my arm to wipe it off. The arm was covered in a thick, dark, ink-like substance. It clung to me like a putty, but I could barely feel it. I'd never seen anything like it before. My entire body was covered in it. It was on my face, too, even on my eyes. But it worked as a sort of one-way mirror. It didn't block my vision. The closer you looked, the more translucent it was. It was fine. No pain. No restricted movement. Nothing. I sat up, accidentally pulling out a couple of wires from my arm. I looked down at my body, only to see that all-covering ink putty dry up and sink into my skin, like morning dew on a dry lawn. Didn't feel a thing, not even a tickle. A nurse came running just moments later, ready to get to work. Sammy was with her, but when they saw me standing there, it was like there was a cooling breeze seeping through the room. The tensions just melted away. I'd never seen my sister in that state before, her hair having thinned at the edges of her ear, and the bags under her eyes looking purple, her face sunken, like she'd forgotten how to smile. But seeing me, she lit up like dawn. She ran up to me with her arms open but stopped. "Can I hug you?" she asked. "Are you okay?" "I think so," I said. "Yeah." So we hugged, and over her shoulder, I could see a corporate representative waiting for me in the hallway. If you were confused, just know that I was too. We're getting there. Information was spotty at best. Someone threw around a project called Black Bell. The name Super Adaptive Nano Liquid was mentioned a couple of times. Basically, Sammy had given them the go-ahead to try a new treatment. I must have been on the candidate list since I was a loyal worker, and leaking company secrets would not only get me sued, but cost me my career. Part of the deal was weekly checkups and participating in their trials. I could quit if I wanted to, but chances were that I'd go right back to that hospital bed if the treatment wasn't completed. I didn't really have a choice, but I didn't blame them for it. They had their own interests to look out for, and I'd been given this amazing opportunity. I could walk right out of there. That's worth an NDA. Coming back to the office a couple weeks later, there were some people talking about me. They said the treatment had been developed in one of our branch labs in Vietnam. It had been mentioned in a couple of memos as something tested in relation to vacuum treatment and low oxygen environments. I'd seen it too, but had no idea it had regenerative properties. I mean, you can read something on paper, but seeing it in action is another thing entirely. Most people didn't believe I'd really been in a fire. They thought I'd been taking time off, riding the coattails of an accident that consumed my apartment. I could have shown them pictures, but that would somehow make it even more unbelievable. I decided to let them think whatever they wanted. The higher-ups knew the truth, and that was all that mattered. So slowly, but surely, I got back into that endless cycle of overtime and sleep. Sammy was sticking around for a while to make sure I managed, but apart from that, it was business as usual. Of course, what you see on the surface isn't always telling the whole story. I'd stay up at night imagining that excruciating pain writhing just underneath my skin. What if there was a hiccup in the treatment, or some kind of side effect? Could all of it really come back? Could one wrong step send me back to the hospital bed? I'd lose hours of sleep worrying, looking up at the ceiling of my new bedroom, closing my eyes but not sleeping, still feeling the heat of the flames licking my skin, the hair on my arms curling up to die, little parts of me blending with the ashes, the smell of my own flesh cooking. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was 2 weeks into my new routine when I had my first panic attack. Someone brought in a birthday cake to work, and they blew out the candles over lunch. There was something about the faint glow of fire reflecting on their skin that sent a spiral of thoughts rushing through me. Heat. My pulse ran away from me. I could imagine my skin trying to sweat, but the pores being melted shut. The pain I imagined wasn't real, but the memories it brought on sent it all to the forefront of my mind. I politely declined a piece of cake and ran to the bathroom. I threw up and curled into a corner, forcing my eyes shut. But no matter how hard I tried, I felt the pain, a mild heat latching onto me, burying itself in my skin. You can't think away a panic attack. You just have to ride it out, and wish the next one is shorter. Talking to Sammy about it over dinner, she decided to stick around for a few more weeks. I hadn't asked her to do it, but she was happy to. She'd made baked potatoes. I'd forgotten to buy new cutlery and plates, so we had to settle for paper plates and plastic forks. A single naked light bulb hung overhead. "You talk in your sleep, you know," she mentioned as the oven dinged. "I hear it through the walls." "What do I say?" "It's not really words, it's just like sounds," she said. "Long, drawn-out vowels, but it kinda sounds like words." "I'll try to keep it down." She gave me an apologetic look. She knew I couldn't control it, and she knew I couldn't try even if I wanted to, but it was a nice thought. It got worse, though. I would have nightmares and wake up choking. I'd feel my skin getting warmer at night. My anxiety would pop off at seemingly random times, kicking me out of whatever comfort zone I had managed to make for myself. It could strike fast and stick around all day. After a while, it was more unusual for me to have a good day than a bad one. Coming home from work one day, I stopped at a light. I sat in my car, hands on the wheels, seeing the light turn red as I came to a full stop. The radio jockey chuckled about putting on some classic dad rock for a caller, and put on Kiss with the song Hotter Than Hell. It's a nice song, but it put my mind in an uncomfortable place. I stared at that red light, hoping I wouldn't see the yellow light. Something about the glow of it put me right back there in the hallway, squirming around on the floor. The meat on my hand getting cooked on the surface of the heated metal elevator door. I closed my eyes and felt something. A soft, cooling coat expanded across my skin. The treatment, it was still there. I remember someone honking. Maybe the light had turned green, but I couldn't risk looking. I couldn't open my eyes. Maybe it would hurt. Maybe it had all turned dark. 100 maybes, locking my hands on the steering wheel and keeping my eyes closed. Then, a flicker. It's like I manifested it, a spark reacting with my skin. Fire. It must have looked like an explosion, all the air getting sucked out at once, breaking the windows. The car popped from the release pressure as the entire car lit up. Ungodly pain. I couldn't scream. A single flame danced on my eyes as they fused shut. Nerve endings exploded with agony as the bones on my knuckles exposed themselves to the open air. It happened so fast, like someone shutting off the lights inside your mind one by one. Sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch, thought. You can't breathe. There is no air. You don't know what you're doing. You can't feel yourself. Are you standing up? Sitting down? Impossible to tell. They say I was completely engulfed in flames for a solid 2 minutes before a passerby managed to pull me out of the wreckage. They said I was covered in a black liquid, which they thought was motor oil. I was dropped onto the pavement and the flames were put out by bystanders. The treatment kept me alive through all of it. Alive, but suffering. It kept me on the edge of life, not allowing me to cross over. And the agony stuck with me for what felt like an eternity. But eventually the sirens came. The EMTs would never hear of what would be a second miraculous burn victim recovery. I'd walk out of that hospital a couple of days later without any questions asked. The treatment put me right back into square one. Perfect physical condition, with a couple of mental asterisks. Well, the firefighters didn't understand what happened. The corporation did. Apparently, my ceaseless obsession with fire was triggering an adaptive reaction. Basically, I was tricking myself. By thinking so much about burning, it became the normal state of being, and the treatment adapted to it. It basically thought I wanted to burn, so it set me on fire. At least that's how it was explained to me. Knowing the cause of the issue helped, but also not. It's hard to put yourself in a state of mind where you're not allowing yourself to think certain things. It's like biting your nails or picking your nose. Thinking of how you can't do it makes it worse. Knowing that thinking too much about this one thing might cause a fire was all-consuming as the flames themselves. Sammy didn't leave me, though. She figured out a couple of things we could do to alleviate stress. For example, I could start sleeping in the bathtub, and we could remove anything flammable. No drapes, no plastics. We also kept a fire blanket nearby. It was uncomfortable, but you can get used to anything. It was nice to know that it was there in case I needed it. A precaution. It puts you at ease, and you stop obsessing over it as much. I'd go to weekly checkups. They'd had me fill out forms, rating sensations and experiences on scales from 1 to 10, and rarely too often. A lot of it was generalized questions, but a couple of them were specifically made for me. These questions didn't have a standard answering sheet. There'd be some overpaid academic listing off questions with a nonchalant smile. Every week, a different smile, but the same attitude. I got the impression that I wasn't the only one testing this treatment. The questions they asked implied that others were having trouble as well, but in completely different ways. Multiple choice questions like, how often do you forget to breathe? How often do you forget to sleep? How much has your sense of touch diminished? With possible answers ranging from hourly to monthly. I made more adjustments in my everyday life. Fire blankets, extinguishers. Once I filled the tub with water before sleeping, as I felt an episode coming on. The ink would seep out of my skin to keep me from going hypothermic. It really was adaptive. Sammy did her best to help, but something she said stuck with me. As I was heading to work, she took some time cleaning out the tub. I asked her if she was okay doing that. It's not that different from changing bandages, she said. You gotta adapt either way. At least there's no pain, right? Trauma seeps into you like a poison. The bad days become the new normal, and the good days become this impossible deal you strive to get. That perfect day without that sinking feeling in your chest, where you can sleep a little longer without waking up tired, where you can say you had a nice dream and can afford to put some effort into caring for yourself, have that extra long shower, the freshly pressed clothes. But I couldn't do that. I'd be balancing on the edge, ready to burst into flames. I wouldn't wear my best clothes. I'd stay in the tub at night. I would keep my distance from my sister and my coworkers. All these little things you do to keep yourself from becoming a problem. And even then, things would spiral out of control. It happened once as I was going from the supermarket to my car. I didn't even know what made me snap. Suddenly, it was all just fire. I burned all my groceries and was left exposed in the parking lot, covered in ash and writhing in pain. It was a short enough burn for my nerves to stay, making me feel every boil and crack in the skin, blood and soot on the concrete. The most embarrassing time it happened was at work. I felt it coming, and I hid in the bathroom again. As the flames burst out, the fire alarm tripped. Sprinklers came on. I got a nasty burn, but not as bad as the other times. I could still walk out of there. I draped myself in a jacket and had to walk out in front of all of my coworkers, naked from the waist down and covered in boils. After that, I was put on paid leave while my treatment continued. We were going to work out an action plan with a therapist, but they had some trouble getting one that was accessible at this level of corporate secrecy. So while it dragged on, all I could do was wander around and try my best not to think of something that could burn my house down at a moment's notice. It was getting to me, and I suspect to Sammy as well. One night it happened in the bath. I had an awful dream which shook me right awake. The bathroom was pitch black. Despite my eyes being open, it was dark. That it spiraled into this thought of my eyes having fused shut. It pushed that first domino in my chest, and by the time I got out of the bath, I was on fire, casting crawling shadows along the walls. Sammy came running. She tried to help, but ended up burning her hands. I pushed her away, giving her another burn on her neck. I pulled myself into the bath and turned on the water. It's hard to do when you don't have any skin on your fingers. Blood is slippery, and the knobs in the shower can be a bit finicky. The fire alarm was going crazy, but Sammy managed to turn it off. Concerned neighbors came knocking at the door, and she had to turn them away with a bleeding neck and hands. And I just lay in the bath, watching the last embers on my skin disappear, putting me back in the soothing dark. I locked the door, begging for the night to be over. Things got complicated after that. Of course, Sammy didn't want to leave, but the bandages on her neck and hands broke my heart. The way she winced as she made herself a peanut butter jelly sandwich, the salt stinging her wounds. I lied to her and said the company was bringing over a live-in care provider. It wasn't completely untrue. It had been discussed, in passing. I waved goodbye to Sammy from the kitchen window. A cab drove off with her and I could finally relax. She was out of harm's way. My way. I tried to deal with my anxiety in other ways. I went out a lot. Booze helps a bit, especially if there's a lot of distractions. Live bands playing loud music, pretty girls waving their long hair around. Anything to get the finger in your mind away from the first domino that sends you spiraling into oblivion. I thought I could make something fun out of it. Once, when I got really drunk, I tried showing it as a party trick to a couple of barflies. They thought I was kidding around, that I was some kind of fire breather or something. So when I willingly set myself on fire, they were horrified. They didn't know about my treatment, so when the dark ink covered my skin, it looked like I'd been turned into coal. Their eager twisted as they ran screaming back into the bar. One of them called the police. Another fainted. They covered their noses, trying not to breathe in my fumes. I locked my knees into place, forcing my body to stay upright past the snapping musculature. My head dangled as my neck gave out. I fell face first into a puddle, but the treatment stopped me from suffocating. An inch of water, and it would have killed me. By the time a patrol arrived, I was long gone, leaving my tattered clothes in a black pile. I knew the roads well enough. I didn't care anymore. Coming home that night, I considered my options. I could keep going down this path, hoping something would change, or I could struggle and kick my way through a life lived on the precipice of pain. No matter what I did, there'd always be that fear brewing in the back of my mind, reminding me that I was never far away from the gates of my own hell. I sat on my balcony for a while, looking up at the stars. There was something beautiful there, a kinship. They burned too, but they hadn't known another life. Perhaps that was the way to go. The next day I took my car and drove into the desert. I parked and left a note. No valuables. I hid the keys under the front tire, stripped down, and put my clothes under the hood. There was no paint in them getting burned. I wanted a fresh pair when I got back. If I got back. Then I walked. I felt the sun on my skin, and I sensed the heat boiling at the edge of my mind. Come on, I muttered. Come on. I made myself think of it. I forced myself into it. I kicked myself down the black spiral in my mind and let the impressions take over. Come on, I begged. Get it over with. And when the flames came, I was relieved. I just let it happen. The fires burning my eyes shut and sucking the air out of my lungs. My body crackling and popping, breaking at the seams with every twist and turn. Your senses disappear. You can't scream. And with the treatment keeping me alive, I locked myself in a spiraling struggle as my body was repaired and burned over and over. Acrid flesh, ammonia, and burnt hair coming and going as my sense of smell circled. Flashes of light as my cornea struggled to remain. A violent tinnitus coming and going, like a breathing wave crashing into my skull. Never-ending pain, the kind of agony where a second turns into lifetimes. But it was too late. There was no one coming to save me. What had I done? You don't really taste anything. There might be little spots of blood leaving an impression of iron on your tongue, but it came and went. Same with touch. It would be pain or nothing. After a while, I stopped trying to breathe. I let my throat stay closed, and the treatment would keep me alive. I would feel my heart slowing, adapting, realizing that if I was calculated, I could make micro movements in bouts of muscular repair, meaning if I tried long enough, I could move, but only so slightly. I remember laying in the sand. The flashes of light were darker. It must have been night. I'd managed to move my hand straight into view so I could see my own fingers. There'd be darkness, a little light from the moon, a flash of clarity showing a coal-wrapped, skeletonized hand. Liquidized boiled fat staining the black sands around me. I tried to think, but even my brain was affected. There'd be long stretches of time where I sensed this gate in the back of my head, barring me from chasing any complicated thoughts. I couldn't remember my name. I could just think of something short and immediate, bursts of effort and strain. As my lungs came and went, I could think of sounds to make. Vowels, mostly. I settled on a couple that I found easy to repeat, just to remind myself that I was alive. E and O sounded particularly nice. E-O, E-O, E-O. As I couldn't see or hear anything, my mind started to fill in the blanks. The waves of painful screeching in my ear started to sound like voices and music. The flickering lights began to look like angels. I would have conversations with them, and the pain would lull into a background noise. A nuisance at most. I'd have these presences sit down next to me. One had a voice like a beautiful piano, talking sonatas that would make me weep. Another would lie down next to me and wrap their arms around me, their breath on my neck like a soothing wind. They'd whisper of beautiful places and far-off lands, a beach where no one is alone, an island paradise where the sands are pink, a tree that reaches for the moon wanting to go home, little stories and melodies playing in the fire, begging me to stay. I could feel my needs melting away. When you're at the bottom of every sensation, there's no point in trying to look up. What's a glass of water when your world is on fire? What's a night of sleep when you're living in a nightmare? I let it all go, embracing the pain. It was so easy. After a while, I realized I could direct my efforts, like managing a switchboard. Keep the eyes off, I'd think. Keep the eyes and the ears off. Instead, I'd focus on the muscles, keeping me at intense pain levels but allowing me to move, to touch. I don't know if anyone saw me. I don't think they did. But if anyone had seen me, they'd have seen a charred body rise from the ashes facing the moon. I'd wander the sands, inviting the pain into the soles of my feet. I didn't care about stepping on branches or rocks. I'd feel the wind fanning the flames, fueling me like an engine. The more I moved, the more it hurt, and the more I could keep going. And as I moved, air would push into my lungs, leaving me with enough room to scream. And with that, I'd howl at the moon like a beast. E-O, E-O, E-O. Time would pass, and it wouldn't. Your days don't really start or end. It all just keeps going. What was real and what wasn't would be blurred, making me chase thoughts I didn't know I had. I'd make up words that even a burned mouth could say, borrowing meaning from whispers in the fire, words with depth and power that I'd forget in a second, or an hour. There was no way to tell. I would imagine other burning people walking alongside me. Sometimes I would see them dancing at the edge of my vision. Long, elegant movement with trails of smoke puffing into the sky. Little lights allowing themselves to burn out and die. I'd cry for them, laugh at them, and all the while I suffered. But that was normal. I'd fall to my knees and stay there smoldering, not moving an inch. I'd give in to the thoughts that trickled into sparks of consciousness, becoming a conduit to whatever spoke through me. Vowels trickling past broken teeth. A prayer, perhaps. My most vivid memory is that moment when I'm kneeling in the sand. Even with my eyes closed, I could tell I wasn't in our world anymore. I was in a world of fire, praying to an ocean of molten steel, another dead man propped up to suffer. E-O, E-O, E-O. The burning angels would listen and dance. The ocean of pain would soothe me. There was no heat anymore. It was home. I'd finally reached the other side of the shore, where pain was life and being without it was agony. I'd adapted. I'd learned. I'd been perfected, and I came home. I opened my eyes. They'd follow me through. A dozen others, wielding the same black ink across their bodies. They'd adapted too. They'd been made tall and strong and mad. They'd wandered other worlds, exposed to other horrors, and they'd been made grateful just like me. Brothers, sisters, a family carved from agony and blisters. I'd go from ecstasy to ceaseless horror. I'd felt like time had stopped, and that I was settling into a strange eternity, one where complete inaction was the only logical thing to pursue. Turning myself static, I could feel what that first fire had felt, warming our ancestors. I was on the wrong side of life, looking out at those struggling. I was beyond them, but something in me was still too human to accept it. But I was getting there, and it was so comfortable. A life without worries means a life without drive. But is that such a bad thing? Then a drop of water. I didn't feel the first one, but as the rain gathered, the flames died. I'd been in pain so long that being without it made me sick. All those little systems of my body that I'd forgotten or cast away, coming back to me. Eyes, ears, taste. Each and every one more terrible than the other. I cried and begged the heavens to send me back, but I was forgetting the right words. and the broken spots in my brain were coming back to me. The heavens couldn't hear me, and I couldn't make them listen. I lay there for hours, hoping I would dream myself back to that other world where I belonged, but I'd lost it. My car had been towed. People had looked for me, but they hadn't found me. All in all, I figured I'd been gone for a couple of days at most. Turns out, it was 16 days in total. A lot of people thought I'd been kidnapped or killed, and for the second time in less than a year, Sammy would see me come back from the dead. The treatment was deemed too dangerous. They didn't specify why. Maybe the discussion with the therapist got a little out of hand when I started to talk about ink-covered angels. Or maybe it was my desire to put myself back on fire. Either way, they had a kill switch to deactivate the entire thing, and they used it. Made me cough up something akin to a metal glob. They put it on a metal tray and moved it to a liquid nitrogen container with a stylized blue sunflower logo. It was strange, looking at the treatment like a separate physical thing. It had been part of me, and losing it felt like removing a vestigial organ. I knew I should have felt different once it was off, but I didn't. I still had the same thoughts, the same problems, but now that I thought about the fires, I didn't know whether to long for them or cower in fear. Maybe both. At least I don't have to worry about hurting anyone. I was still on paid leave. I moved in with Sammy for a while just to get a change in environment. I met some new people and grounded myself a bit. It's so easy to lose sight of the little things when your mind is in 10 different places. Sometimes you don't need much to make your day. A pat on the shoulder, a cool drink after a long day. The little things can do wonders. I eventually made my way back home. I returned to the office. I got a new place that didn't have a bathtub. I started talking to people without shying away, and I'd keep my eyes on the traffic lights when I came to a full stop. I'd cross the line where pain didn't scare me anymore. When you have known what I know, everything else seems dull in comparison, and if push comes to shove, I've lived through the worst of it. I wouldn't mind seeing it again someday. This was years ago, and my life looks very different today. I'm engaged and I live in a new town, new job, same company. I got a dog. But even now, as all things lull into a new normality, I think of those days. On the darkest nights, I can picture those ink-covered beings out there, watching over me from afar, waiting for me to remember and come home. I fear I might still have a part of me stuck in that place, that someday I'll just snap. And I don't know what's worse, to be paralyzed by fear or to long for it. Much like my cousin, I don't believe in hell. I don't think we can suffer forever. And sometimes when it rains, I long to burn. I needed to go for a walk that day. It didn't matter that I had been exhausted the day before. It didn't matter that I was supposed to have one of my friends over in a matter of hours. I needed to go on a walk that day. Lincoln Avenue. Just 2 words. That's all I could remember thinking. Lincoln Avenue. A completely random, inconsequential street name that I'm sure you could find in almost any state across the country. But when I woke up that morning, I couldn't think of anything but that one name. Lincoln Avenue. Like always, part of me just wanted to ignore it. To ignore the name and the voice that, for the moment, gently whispered it to me as though the voice was speaking from within my mind. If it was just for my sake, I would have. Please believe me when I say that. It wasn't just for my sake, though. My dad had been in the hospital for weeks prior for a head injury. I could still remember the call I'd gotten from my sister when it happened. "Dude, you need to get to Flower Hospital now." "Why? Finally decided to get that stick out of your..." "Just shut up and listen. Dad fell and hit his head. He must have been working on the roof or something." "What? I thought he was getting some contractors to work on that." "Well, apparently not, Dan. Get to the hospital now. They're taking him to the emergency room now." If past events were any indication, my dad's life depended entirely on what I did within the next 24 hours. I'd be lying if I said that he and I had the closest relationship even before the incident, let alone in the last 5 years since I'd moved out. I was sure in some way he still resented me for leaving, just as much as I still partly resented him for shutting down. Aside from the past few months, we'd barely even made any effort to repair our friendship, let alone what could be called a father-son relationship. But he was the only parent I had left, and we were finally starting to love each other again. I needed him. More than that, Kathy needed him. They'd been each other's rocks after everything happened, and I knew how badly it had affected all of us when Mom died. I couldn't afford to let myself or Kathy go through that again. On any other day, the weather outside would have been idyllic. I guess it still was. Blue skies, a breeze just gentle enough to keep me cool while the sun hung high above. Only a few small clouds peppering the expanse of blue, and a few birds singing their songs. It felt almost insulting, considering what was about to happen. As I took my first steps and passed the borders of my yard, I heard all the confirmation I needed to know that I was beyond the point of no return. The voice was whispering the street again. Lincoln Avenue. I had already walked about a mile when my phone began ringing again. Even without looking, I could almost guarantee that it was going to be Kathy again, calling for the 100th time to give me some update to Dad's condition. I didn't bother answering. I was in no mood to hear that things hadn't gotten any better, or worse, that he had gone fully unresponsive. The clock was already ticking. Seeing how fast it was winding down wouldn't change that. It wasn't a simple straight shot. At certain intervals, I could hear the voice calling out again, instructing me to go left or right, down paths I had driven past countless times, routes that I could drive in minutes or less, now passing by uncomfortably slow. Right, left, right, straight. Before I'd even realized it, an hour had passed, and I was trekking on the side of a busy street. Restaurants, stores, and a gas station littered either side of the road. Cars whizzed past me as the sidewalk became wider, and I was no longer the only pedestrian walking along it. Some walked dogs, others jogged, and others still casually walked along as they remained glued to their phones. None paid any mind to me. Out of sheer habit, I pulled my own phone out and checked my Steps app to see just how far I had gone. According to it, I had traveled only a little more than 3 miles. 3 miles. A little over an hour of walking. I wondered just how further I had to go. As it turned out, it wasn't much farther at all. I had been carefully checking each street sign I passed on my forced pilgrimage, hoping each time that the one I passed would be my ever-so-sought Lincoln Avenue. 2 hours in, I finally found it, just past an old apartment complex. The small green sign said in partially chopped lettering, Lincoln Avenue. My chest tightened as I read the name aloud. Doubts began to creep into my mind as I clenched my fist. Was I really doing this again? What if I was wrong? Maybe I was just going through some kind of waking nightmare, hearing things that weren't there. Lord knows, I hadn't been getting much sleep in the last few weeks. I remember reading in a medical report somewhere that the human mind begins to break down even after just 24 hours of not getting any sleep. and that there was potential of both visual and auditory hallucinations after 48. The same report claimed that while you could theoretically survive on just 4 hours of sleep for every 24, you could still feel the negative effects of sleep deprivation over an extended time. Maybe that included the aforementioned hallucinations. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept more than 5 hours after Dad was admitted. Maybe that's all this was. 209 Lincoln Avenue, Red Roses. The voice was back and the illusion was shattered. I could justify hearing a random street like before. The name had to be common. This, however, was specific. An exact address, and based on the sound of it, something to identify the specific house I needed to go to. I still wanted to believe that this was just a bunch of hallucinations. I really did, but I could still remember the times I had done this before. What had happened the one time I refused? I could see Mom, shattered. Just. The street was like any other you drive by on the way to something actually significant. Rows upon rows of houses, a few small intersections making the various blocks, a mix of trimmed and not so trimmed grass, and the occasional tree in the front yard. The sky was blue, plenty of clouds. I could hear unseen birds singing their songs as what normally would be an idyllic, practically picturesque day moved along undisturbed. If I hadn't known any better, I may have stopped to enjoy a walk through the neighborhood. As it was, I couldn't enjoy my time here. I had work to do, and I just wanted it over with. To any unsuspecting eyes, which was realistically all of them, there was nothing interesting to see about me. A stranger passing by, maybe out getting some exercise in. Ideally, I would be so unremarkable that whoever lived here wouldn't even realize I had crossed paths with them. I would just be another nameless and blurry face, too unclear to even remember right. I would need that indifference. Each house I passed was mostly the same. Simple, 1 to 2 stories, a side driveway that fit multiple cars, and some variation of flowers. The neighborhood didn't look high-end, but it wasn't struggling either. Most of the houses had some variation of one person mowing their lawns, or otherwise doing yard work, or children running and playing while adults looked on. I felt the guilt of what was happening well up in me as some of the adults raised their hands in polite courtesy waves. Waves I had to fight myself to return. This was supposed to be a safe space, a place where families could enjoy their time together, and here I was, prowling like a lion seeking to tear it all apart. I'd long stopped trying to separate myself from the voice's consequences. There was no point to it. I may have abhorred the choices I made and what they would lead to, but I made them regardless. All I could do was tell myself that my father was worth what was coming, that my sister was worth it, because I knew I wasn't. One by one I passed the houses, watching the numbers, noting the flowers. 199, pink lilies. 201, blue hydrangeas. 203, white orchids. 205, red spider lilies. 207, black roses. 209. Lincoln Avenue was like many of the houses I had passed, well kept, in good repair. A flower bed neatly tended to, red roses vibrant and almost seeming to sparkle in the sunlight. At the end of the street was a set of guardrails blocking off a small set of woods, just small enough that I could see through the cracks to an open field. My heart felt heavy enough to sink into my shoes as I observed the houses. It had been freshly painted, a chalk drawing of 2 large stick figures, and a third, smaller one smiled brightly in the driveway. What was I doing? I couldn't do this. I had to do this. I couldn't do this. I had to do this. Hey buddy, can I help you? The voice wasn't in my head. It was right to the side of me. A man's voice. Turning to look at the man, I came face to face with a well-kept man in his mid-30s, maybe 10 years older than myself. He had short, neatly trimmed black hair with an equally maintained beard. He wore a plain, featureless t-shirt, and was carrying what looked to be a bag of groceries. Restaurant, do it. The voice half instructed, half demanded. Its tone was different this time. Gone was the whisper, and in its place was an almost childlike eagerness. I recognized the tone immediately, and my stomach churned. Oh, hey, I replied, feigning a confused expression as I looked from the house back to the man, a mix of impatience and frustration on his face. I think I got turned around somewhere. I'm looking for that new steakhouse that was moved in a few weeks ago. I lied. Immediately the man's expression softened, and he even chuckled to himself as he shook his head. Lincoln Steakhouse? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, you're not the first to have wound up here. You got a phone on you? He asked, despite every bone in my body telling me to stop, to turn and run. I pulled my phone from my pocket, opened the GPS app, and handed it to the man. I watched as the man punched in some unknown address into my phone with his free hand, resisting every urge to snatch it away. I could practically hear the voice salivating in anticipation as the man handed my phone back to me. There you go, man. Should be good to go now. I faked a laugh as I rubbed the back of my head. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to intrude or anything. The man shook his head and waved the apology aside. You're like the third guy that's happened to this month. Not a big deal. His guard was down. I could tell by his tone. It was now or never. Dan, I said, introducing myself as I extended my hand. I prayed my hands weren't sweating, that my heart, beating like the stampede of 1,000 frightened animals, would hold out for just a few minutes longer, that my breath would not betray the anxiety in my soul. The man glanced with seeming amusement at my hand, then with a tired sigh took it. Chuck, he offered kindly, shaking my hand. Chuck, my father's name. Of course, I thought. For a moment, I wondered when he had become a father, if he too had an elder son, maybe a daughter on the way. How closely did his family mirror my own? I would never get the answers to those questions. Not that I deserve them anyway. As I released Chuck's hand, a pressure released in my head, like a congestion clearing after days of thickness. The voice was silent, gone. It was finished. I hope you have a good rest of your day, I offered sheepishly. It was the first true thing I'd told Chuck since I'd met him. Save my name. Chuck merely gave a polite wave of the hand, then marched up his sidewalk and towards his door. I did not watch him enter. I did not linger to see what would happen. The walk home felt longer, more exhausting. A rational mind would have said it was due to how far I had already walked. A guilty one would say it was the shame of falling back into a hated habit. One I'd tried time and time again to shake, ever since that voice had become bound to me in that stupid childhood game so many years ago. The truth was probably somewhere in the middle, a mix of both physical and mental exhaustion. The sudden emptiness from the loss of the voice probably didn't help. For a moment, I hoped beyond practicality that the voice would stay gone this time, that Chuck would be its final victim, that just maybe, this time it would be satisfied. I didn't want the temptation anymore, or the fear of losing anyone else. I knew that's all it was, though. Just a hope. The voice always came back. Surely enough, just as I got home and opened my door, I felt a familiar, crippling weight seep into my head. I hurried and slammed the door closed and pinned my back against it, both ready and not ready for what came next. All around me I heard a sickening crunch, ripping and snapping. Phantom pains would flare in my own limbs for moments at a time, but never long enough to truly understand what he was going through. The voice moaned happily as it enjoyed its meal, either oblivious to my awareness or indifferent to it. I pictured Chuck playing with a little boy I had never seen, a wife I would never know. Tears welled in my eyes as I heard a series of pops, followed by a giddy laughter and more moaning. Even now I find myself hoping Chuck and all of my victims were already dead whenever this was happening. I could barely stand their fate as it was. To know they were alive during all this, that Mom was alive during it, I just couldn't handle it. I'm not sure how long I stayed there, curled up by the bed, rocking myself gently back and forth. Even after the noises stopped, I couldn't bring myself to move. Long after the light of day had stopped pouring into my home, leaving me shrouded in darkness, I was still there. I suppose I must have gotten up at some point, because the next thing I remembered was waking up in my own bed. Window blinds open, still dark outside. Had I fallen asleep or simply been so out of it that I hadn't remembered going to the bedroom? A familiar ringtone snapped me out of my head. I looked beside my bed to the nightstand, my phone lighting up with Kathy's name identifying her as the caller. Though I suspected I already knew what the call was about, I answered anyway. I did the best I could to feign surprise as she told me Dad was making a recovery, that he was lucid. Just like always, the voice had kept its end of the deal, just like I feared it would, just like I knew it would. After a few minutes of conversation, I wished Kathy a good night. Another brief moment of sincerity. I wanted to be happy my father was alive, that Kathy would get to have him in her life for a while longer, that I would get the chance to fully reconcile our relationship, that we could be a family again. But the happiness was a shallow one, a drop in the proverbial hole that I hadn't stopped digging 14 years ago. How many bodies were in that hole now, I wondered. I desperately wanted to sleep. In my dreams I could forget what had happened, be blissfully unaware of everything, even if for a few hours. Instead I went to the internet, lying on my back as I searched for my most local news station. I wasn't sure why I was doing this. I already knew what I'd find. Maybe it was my own form of penance, my own way of forcing myself to acknowledge what I had really done. As the page loaded, I saw it. The top story. Local man found eviscerated in his home. Suspect currently unknown. My friends and I once found what seemed to be an abandoned mental asylum. You know, the type you see in scary movies. Big, scary entrance, once boarded up, now decaying with planks broken and nails sticking out. Located far out in the woods in the middle of nowhere. No one of us could understand why it was placed there. When was it built? We discussed it, but it was all speculations. It couldn't have been easy to build. There were no roads leading to the building, at least none that were apparent. Faint tracks in the mud indicated what could have been roads a long time ago, but what was left was far from what you could drive a car on, let alone a truck. We had heard rumors about the building, and that it once was used for treating the insane. Apparently it had originally been built as a sanatorium, hence the location, but we all thought it was a bit far-fetched. It was just rumors. However, we went to find out if it was true or not. No one remembers who told us about it, but we had all heard them. Who heard them first? Who knows? Someone pitched the idea of exploring the woods and searching for it, and everyone wanted to go. Simple as that. Getting there wasn't easy. The forest was filled with thickets and marshes that repeatedly forced us off any direct path. After fighting through the weeds for what seemed to be hours, a chimney rose up from some brushwood. We were finally there. The group consisted of me, John, Adam, Marshall, and James. Adam was the newcomer of the group, and the rest of us had been friends since freshman year of college. We regularly went out in the woods, visiting parks and such, so this type of exploration was out of the ordinary. We walked up to the front side of the building. The size of it felt wrong. All the pictures we had seen online of different asylums showed large buildings, tall, with several rows of windows and different wings. This one seemed small in comparison. From the entrance we could see 2 wings, one on each side, roughly 100 feet long. On both wings were 2 rows of small windows, presumably cells, and 1 row of large windows on the first floor. Most of the first floor were boarded up, while the ones on the second and third floors had cracked or were missing completely. A brief look at the entrance told us enough, that it was nothing but a death trap. The rotting boards covering the door hung loosely. James said he thought we could remove them, but Adam stopped him. He said he would get crushed if he tried, and if that happened, how would we call an ambulance? Not to mention the diseases he could contract. We split up into 2 groups. James, Marshall, and I went counterclockwise around the building, while Adam and John went clockwise. On the short side of the wing, we saw a large sheet of plywood leaning against the wall. It was fresh and still light brown, as opposed to the dark, corroded browns of the surrounding wood. Apparently, we weren't the only ones who had ventured here. But how would anyone get it out here? And why? Behind the plywood sheet was a door, a new door. No cracks, no moss, fresh hinges, and a shiny padlock in stainless steel. I felt a chill through my spine. We weren't supposed to be here. Someone had been here, probably recently. Why? Why would anyone make the effort to drag materials out here? Were they squatters? Junkies? If we met someone, which would be better? I shivered and looked at James and Marshall. Both were grinning and discussing what could be behind the door. Not a single word of caution, only excitement. James tried banging on the door. Did he expect someone to open? The thought of someone else here made me uneasy. Guys, I don't think we should be here. I want to leave. This place creeps me out. Before anyone could respond, we heard Adam from the other side. Hey, we found an entrance. James and Marshall rushed away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Very wrong. I felt watched from different directions. While looking at the surrounding vegetation, I felt someone watching me from within the building. When I turned around to check the windows, I saw nothing, but then the same feeling came once more, but now from the forest, as if it had eyes. A twig cracked, and I rushed to my friends. Adam was holding another fresh sheet of plywood, hiding yet another door. Same type of door, new hinges, and a matching padlock. The padlock hung on the door, shackle open. Apparently it wasn't locked, John said. We found one as well, but we didn't touch it, said Marshall. We all looked at each other. My friends were grinning with anticipation, while I almost trembled with fear. Y'all ready? Adam grabbed the door while I closed my eyes. I wanted to leave so badly, but I knew that if I tried to find my way back, I would get lost. If I got lost, whatever was lurking in the woods would get me, like in every horror movie. I wasn't that stupid. Adam pulled the door, and it swung open without any struggle. It seemed too new to be here, It shouldn't be here. It was totally wrong. New things on something that was supposed to be abandoned felt wrong. Abandoned things should be rusted and rotten, not fresh wood and shiny steel. I spoke before anyone could enter the doorway. Do none of you think it's weird to find a perfect door, almost new, in a place like this? It's an abandoned building. It shouldn't look like this. So what? If we meet anything, we're a group. Besides, I brought protection, John said while showing his gun. Then it's nothing to worry about, Adam said. Let's go. I'm dying to see what's inside. He entered the building, followed by John. James and Marshall stayed with me. Noticing that we weren't moving, John mimicked a gun. They shrugged and followed John. How much safety would a gun provide? I shook my head in disbelief, but when the creeping sensation came back, I followed my group. The door we'd entered through had probably been an exit. As the inside showed a hallway, this must have been an administrative ward, as all the rooms looked like offices. Small signs ornamented each other, but time had made them unreadable. The closer we came to the main entrance, the worse the stench got. It smelled of mold and something rotten, like compost or roadkill. Past the main entrance, we saw a sign that read storage and went to check it out. The stench worsened. Outside the door, it was unbearable, a thick, meaty smell. Marshall tried to yank the door, expressing his hope it would open the same way as our entrance. However, it didn't budge, so we continued to another room designated for storage. I covered my nose, but the stench seeped through everything. I gagged and almost vomited, but the others didn't seem bothered. Why? I want to leave. This feels too weird. Then do so. We'll continue exploring. I'll get lost if we don't go together. Marshall tried the other storage door and it opened. The room consisted of several shelves of glass vials and jars. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Why do you want to be here? I asked. Sure, it seemed fun at first, but this place gives me the creeps. How can you not think something is wrong? Because it's an abandoned building. It's old. It's going to smell and feel weird. What about the fresh plywood in the new door? Who would do such a thing? They all shrugged. What was I supposed to do? Follow them or try to find my way home? I felt that the best option was to stick with the group, even if I wanted to flee. In the back of the room, we found jars filled with some kind of liquid and organs. Kidneys, intestines, and even a brain suspended in some kind of liquid. I threw up while the rest of the group examined it thoroughly. While bending forward, I noticed something in the corner of the room. After wiping my mouth, I went over and saw that it was a white thermal box with red letters on it. Human organ for transplant. I felt like I was going to vomit. The box looked clean, like it was brand new. James went over to the box, but instead of picking it up, he opened the nearby locker, revealing even more thermal boxes. We shouldn't be here, said James. I could hear his voice breaking up. Finally, someone felt the same as me. The rest of the group didn't seem too bothered by our macabre finding. I just want to check upstairs really quick, then we'll leave this place, okay? Adam bargained. All went back to the main entrance. Adam and Marshall went upstairs while the rest of us stayed behind. While waiting, we could hear the floor creaking as they walked away. After just a few minutes, we heard a commotion from upstairs. Suddenly, Adam yelled, "Help!" John drew his gun, and we rushed up the stairs and turned up to the right. It was a long and narrow hallway. Shattered glass covered the floor. A lot of the cell doors were either open or completely missing. Down the hallway, we saw Marshall on the floor, kicking and screaming as a figure was dragging him away. John rushed towards them, aiming his gun, but out of one of the open cell doors came a bat. It struck him right in the face, making an awful cracking sound. As he fell to the ground, blood spewed out of his mouth and teeth fell to the ground. Out of fear that it would happen again, neither me nor James dared to rush after. Who knew if more people were lurking? We walked as fast as we could, checking past each other for ambushes. Time-consuming, and as we checked each door, our friend was dragged further away. They were being dragged into a room, and by the time we got there, the door was locked. Through the small window, we could see the figures wrestling with Marshall. John sat in an adjacent chair. His face was mangled, and a stream of blood ran down his body. Still fighting for his life, Marshall didn't make it easy for the figures. I pulled the handle with all my force. I punched the window as hard as I could. Tears poured as I tried everything. John tried tackling the door, but it wouldn't give way. What are we going to do? James grabbed my shoulder and started to shake me. His eyes were red, and he was pale as a sheet. Where did John's gun go? I said, frantically scanning my eyes through the shaded gray corridor. We hurried back to where John had been ambushed, but the gun was nowhere to be found. In a desperate search for tools, we rushed down the stairs, back to the room labeled storage. In the same room as the thermal boxes, James found a crowbar. I grabbed a hammer and we rushed back. Halfway through the corridor, out of nowhere came a bat, hitting James right in the face. He fell to the ground. A large thud and one of his eyeballs popped. How many were there? The man came at me, swinging his bat in my face. I dodged and smashed his knee with my hammer. He screamed and fell to the ground, grabbing his knee and rolling around. One of his forearms had a black tattoo of a skull. I do not know why I noticed it, but something made me stare at it for a second. Out of the room where John and Marshall had been dragged came the two other ambushers, rushing towards me. I panicked, rushing down the stairs and through the hall. All the doors were closed, so I assumed that there wasn't anyone behind me. Not that I had the time to slow down and check. Once outside the building, Adam came running from the backside. We rushed as fast as we could through the forest, hopefully in the right direction. After a long time running, we came to a road. When we were sure that we had lost them, I grabbed my phone to call the police. Not knowing where we were, I tried my best to describe the location. It ended up being a vague explanation of where we were, and I told them what had happened. Adam told me that someone had pushed him into a cell and the door had locked. I looked at everything that moved, and the slightest cracking or any leaf caught by the wind was enough to scare me. Adam continued to explain, but I couldn't focus. Something about smashing the window and climbing down the wall. I wasn't that interested. I was mostly relieved that I wasn't alone. After a while, we saw the patrol car and waved at them. I had no idea where we came from, so Adam led the way. After walking what seemed to be an eternity, we came out of the forest to see a football field. Our football field. Somehow we had ended up in our city. I don't understand, said Adam. We walked the exact same way. How could we get lost? I shook my head. I had no idea how this had happened. I had tried my best to remember the way, but apparently both of us were wrong. The police dismissed us. They must have thought we tried to trick them. First, they started to ridicule us, talking about the big and scary building right in the middle of nowhere that no one had heard of. Then their tone became harsher and said that we'd get arrested if we bothered them with this again. We weren't lying, but they didn't believe us. Marshall, James, and John were listed as missing, but they were never found again. I grieved the loss of my dear friends, blaming myself for not trying harder to stop them from entering. Adam and I didn't talk much after that. He found new friends to hang out with, but I was still mourning. Every night I had vivid dreams about what had happened. The dream started with a cloaked figure leading the way to the asylum. It carried a comically big set of keys with it, and would use it to open every door. Through each door, it would direct the group further, going upstairs and finally into an operation room. One after the other, my friends got knocked out by a taser. The figure closed the door in my face, leaving me outside, and started to restrain my friends. An open door showed thermal boxes. Lots and lots of thermal boxes. The figure started cutting in my friends, and I did nothing. I just stood there, watching my friends have their organs harvested. When the figure was done, and every organ harvested, the figure would stand before me, revealing its face, showing who it was. Me. It was I. Sometime later, I went to a bar to drown my sorrows when I saw Adam sitting in a booth, chatting with people I didn't know. 2 of them were my age, probably students, and the third was much older and bigger. He sat there with crutches, leaning towards the booth. There was something about that man that made my stomach upset. He made eye contact with me, and while giving me a disturbing smile, he raised his glass. Then I saw it, the tattoo. Adam noticed me and gave an awkward smile, whispering something to the injured man. He tried to limp after me, but I turned around, walking as fast as I could without drawing attention to myself. My brain froze. I needed to get away. Fast. As I opened the door out, one of the unknown men started talking, addressing Adam, mentioning an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere. It was then I realized who had suggested that we go out there in the first place. My wife Anna passed close to my son's 7th birthday. She was off visiting her family in Mexico and suddenly fell ill. About 72 hours from her showing the initial symptoms, we were told she'd passed away. I can't properly describe how devastating it was. I'm not going to go into that. Not here. I've lived in Guatemala my whole life. Well, I've been both north and south of the border a couple of times. There had always been something pulling me back to my home country. Anna and I had lived in Antigua ever since Gaspar was born, but we'd always talked about moving to the East Coast. She was born there, and it always seemed like a nice place to raise kids. Now, we only had time to have one child, but I was going to give him the best life I could afford. I mean, it's not like we didn't try to have more. Things just didn't work out that way. I could still see her whenever I saw my boy. He had her eyes and her brown hair. I couldn't look at him without remembering the promises we'd made. So a couple of months after Anna passed, I packed our things and moved. No more waiting. If you continue northeast past Puerto Barrios, there is a small coastal town. You know you're getting there when the road turns to dirt and the jacaranda trees grow taller. It's like nature knows people gotta stay longer in the sun. So the branches reach a little further and the shade grows a little thicker. I'd grown up working with boats, so it was easy enough to get a job. A couple of folks knew Anna's family, so I had a foot in the door before they even met me. I got a cheap house made of beautiful smooth white stone, and one wall which was just raw exposed brick. It really reflected the town, stunningly beautiful, from the right angle. We moved in on short notice. The house had been empty since the previous owner passed, and the surviving family decided to sell it off. It was nice enough, but you could tell there was more history to it than you might be comfortable with. Little notches on the floor, subtle stains on the walls, a kitchen where the smell of fried fish wouldn't go away. It wasn't unpleasant, just different. Anna's death had been hard on everyone. I had to keep up appearances and focus on Gaspar. But now that I was settling into a new routine, things were changing fast. Gaspar was starting school and getting to meet all new friends. I guess, in a way. I was supposed to do that too. It's silly worrying about whether your work colleagues are gonna like you or not, but it can make or break your social life. And at my age, what little social life you have is precious. As I got used to the new town, I spent a lot of time by the sea. Boats would come and go at all hours of the day. There was this one station by the pier open 24 hours a day where everyone was registered, meaning there was always some disinterested teenager sitting in the booth, waiting to sign a sheet of paper. I think the smell was the hardest to get used to. Salt and fish and foam. Sick, sweet, and salt, all hitting you at different angles like the south paw of a skillful boxer. On my first day of work, I was early enough to watch the first fisherman pull into the pier. A tired man in his early 50s pulled a cart with 4 coolers. Waving at the tired kid in the booth, he sat down on the bench next to me. Maybe he was overworked, or a little drunk, but I could tell he wasn't all right. He looked over at me with deep bags under his eyes. "You're new," he stated matter-of-factly. "I am," I said. "I fix boats." "Good," he nodded. "Only reason mine floats is because it's too crap for the ocean to eat." "She's not a picky eater," I smiled. "What?" "I said she's not a picky eater," I repeated. "You know, the ocean." "Don't talk like you know her, Kwate," he said, giving me a cold look. "You don't know her like I do. Don't pretend you do." "I'm just making conversation." "And I'm here to make a good one," he said, pointing a finger at me. "Don't think you can figure this place out in a couple days. There's history in this land. There's bones in that sea. You understand?" "I get you," I said. "I respect that." The man got up and dragged his cart along, smacking the side of the wall of a nearby house. Someone was already up to meet him, but they didn't seem too happy about it. I watched 2 young women help carry the coolers inside, talking to him with tired smiles, and he just waved them off. "Don't mind Simon," someone said. "He's crazy." I turned around and recognized my employer, Lino. He'd stood there for a while just to see what I was up to. I got up in a flash, reaching out to shake his hand. He accepted it with a smile. "He's 30 years older than he looks," Lino continued. "Been a grumpy old man since he was a kid, they say." "I don't mind grumpy," I smiled. "That's what towns are made of, right?" "Yeah," Lino grinned. "So let's hope we get to be grumpy old men too." Lino's workshop felt like someone's living room. Pictures on the walls, music playing on the speakers, equal smells of motor oil and Ron Zacapa. Lino was an absolute treasure of a person. If "Don't Worry, Be Happy" had a face, it'd be him. He had a green shirt that was older than my kid, and this sort of ill-kept handlebar mustache that he kept stroking when he tried to keep a serious face. I couldn't help but think he looked like a tanner Freddie Mercury, minus the teeth. We worked on the engine of a private boat that day. Leisure type stuff. Not anything big and functional. Someone came in saying the engine kept stalling. Lino figured they'd been getting too close to shore and kept getting trash stuck in the propeller, but I convinced him to do a thorough check. We found some engine tearing that might lead to a complete breakdown in a couple more runs, so we fixed it. It was quick and cheap, and Lino charged next to nothing for it despite it costing us half a day to work through. You make people who can afford a boat like this happy, they don't ever go somewhere else, he said. It's not just making friends, it's good business. By the end of our first day, we stopped outside the workshop to have a smoke. I hadn't smoked since I met Anna, but I didn't see the point to stick to that anymore. One puff and I got the coughs. Lino picked up on it, but decided not to ask. Instead, he pointed at a shed just off the pier. "You see that?" he said. "Take a look. Tell me what you see." "A shed," I said. "Cheap roofing." "No. See what's on the roof?" I looked a little closer. "Two seagulls?" "That's right," Lino said. "Two seagulls. Now, have you noticed something strange about them?" "Other than not pooping on me? No." "Yeah, but that's just the thing. There are gulls everywhere. Listen." I took another puff of smoke, letting it coat my lungs and simmer into my nerves. I turned my head up and closed my eyes. All I could hear was the pulse of the ocean and the clatter of everyday life coming from the buildings around us. I couldn't hear the gulls. "They're silent around here," Lino said. "You won't hear them screaming or attacking. They don't do that." "BS." "No, I'm serious," he smiled. "They say so many people died at sea that even the gulls stopped laughing about it." "They say that, huh?" "Well, Simon does." Lino nodded. "But he loves those things, so he should know. You can see him feeding them before he goes out every night." I didn't question it. Grumpy people tend to prefer the company of animals. There was a place right next door to the workshop where I could get some cheap tapato, so I bought some for me and Gaspar. I took the long road back home, getting acquainted with the streets and those who lived there. A couple of folks gave me crooked looks and folded arms, but others waved and cheered as I passed. It would take some time, but I could see them warming up to me. By the time I got to the street, I noticed something. There were seagulls all over the roof, looking down on me. About 30 of them all in all. It was true what Lino said. They'd been unusually quiet. I'd never seen a seagull that hadn't screeched and whooped. But these were different somehow. As I approached, I could see them gathering at the edge of the roof, looking down on me. Gaspar was already home, waiting by the door. Before I got a chance to greet him, one of the gulls opened its mouth and screamed. One by one they joined in. It wasn't the usual cackling of seagulls. It was more of a laugh, a stunted, stuttered laugh. Gaspar and I had dinner in the living room, watching cartoons on the TV. I asked him about school, but he was too shy to talk about it. He wasn't really a fan of the soup I'd bought, but I promised he'd get used to it. There were so many other things to try too. "If we ask nicely, I bet we can go out on a boat," I said. "I think you'd like it. It's nice out there." "I don't like the ocean," he said. "It's too big, scary." "That's what makes it great. You can swim for hours and there's always something new to see." "I prefer you two." He finished up and hunkered down in his room. I sat down in the kitchen, popped open a gallo, and took the load off my feet. But even then, I noticed a gull on the fence outside, staring right into my kitchen window, and the moment our eyes met, it laughed, and not in the way that gulls usually do. The following morning, after I sent Gaspar to school, I met Simon by the pier again. He had 5 coolers that morning. A successful trip, it seemed. He sat down on the same bench, sighed, and gave me a tired side-eye. He didn't have much to say, so I decided to take the lead on this one. "They say you know the gulls," I said. "Is that true?" "You better believe it," he nodded. They're my children. So what does it mean when they laugh at you? He turned to me, his expression growing concerned. They laugh at you? Yeah, a bunch of them did yesterday. Means you got misery coming, Quate. They got you with the recess del mar. They sensed something. The laugh of the sea. Simon even had a name for it. They sense that darkness in you, Quate. You can hide it from the rest, but you're not fooling my goals. They're gonna laugh at you. Why'd they do that? Maybe they want you to chin up. Maybe you're bringing my goals down. Maybe they don't think you belong. Could be a lot of things. He got up with a grunt and grabbed his cart. Without looking back, he ended the conversation. You think you belong here? He chuckled. You think this is meant for you? I had no answer, and in the distance, a gull laughed. I spent a couple of days working with Lino to get into the rhythm of things. Just like he'd said, the rich client came back with another boat. This one was more of a touch-up job rather than a pure fix. We just looked it over, cleaned it a bit, and called it a day. Took us just a couple of hours, and paid more than the last job 2 times over. We took some time working with the local fishermen. Quick fixes, mostly. Lino introduced me to half the town. I got told more names than I could count. One guy, son of another guy, cousin to a third guy. There was the dumb guy with the hot sister, the even dumber guy who married her. This was a town of stories and lives, and I was jumping straight into it with both feet at once. I stepped out of that workshop feeling lighter than I'd been in weeks. There was that glimpse of something new, that maybe, if I worked hard, I could make a life for myself. Then I peered up at the rooftops, and there the gulls sat, laughing. I felt my smile fade. They could see past it all. They could see and laugh at my pain. It was there, hidden under a vain attempt at fitting in. Don't let them get to you, compa, Lino said. It's just birds. But it wasn't that easy. I'd hear them every morning as I went to work. I'd see them on the rooftops, looking down on me. They never laughed at anyone else. Not Simon, not Lino, not the dumb guy with the hot sister. No one, just me. The risa del mar, the laugh of the sea. Maybe Misery didn't love company. Maybe she just lives by the coast. Sometimes the gulls would get louder. Sometimes the gulls would get louder. Whenever I stubbed a toe or stalled an engine, they'd laugh even harder. I would be so prepared to hear them that I'd get distracted, which would just cause more misfortune. I once tried bribing them, putting out a bowl of cooked, unsalted rice. They wouldn't touch it. They just circled it, picked at it, and laughed. I'd never seen a bird reject a free meal. One night as I went to bed, I thought about the people that used to live in that house. They'd slept in that room too, coloring it with their little dreams and hopes. I could almost see myself in 30 years, just like they did, laying in that same room, dreaming the same dreams. But in those moments, the space next to me felt colder than ever. I missed Anna with every breath of every day, but in those cold hours of the night, it just hurt a little more. And in those moments of weakness, where a tear might chase its way down my eyes, I'd hear the gulls outside laughing. Please stop, I'd whisper into my pillow. Please stop laughing. That just made them laugh harder, louder. I've done you nothing. Please. But they didn't stop. They'd laugh all night, hoping to wound me for just a little longer. Lino had a slightly different view of things. He and the other locals stuck to this one saying that would slip out every now and then. El que mucho se asante pronto deja de hacer falta, or he who is often absent stops being missed. You have to put yourself out there if you want to be part of things. So instead of wallowing in self-pity, I was gonna have to put myself on the line. Now, Lino never once asked me about Anna and our lives together. He'd heard a little about it, and he knew better than to ask. So instead, he just did his best to bring me along. Fishing trips with some of his cousins, late nights at the bars watching sports and drinking rum. Gaspar would stay at a friend's house. He was quicker to pick up friends than me, I figured. Lino would introduce me to single women my age, but back off when he realized I wasn't ready. But with every step forward, there'd be that long walk home at night, and every single time, there'd be a gull, laughing its heart out, reminding me that at the end of it all, that room would be as dark as ever. As cold as ever. Dead. There was one morning when I hadn't slept that well. As I ran into Simon, the gulls were at full force, circling me, laughing from up high. I snapped at Simon as he came by, pulling his carts. Just 3 coolers that morning. What do I gotta do? I asked. How long are they gonna laugh at me? You getting mad at the birds, Guate? Simon had the same laugh as the gulls. Maybe they got it from him. I'm serious, I said. This is ridiculous. You blame the mirror for making you ugly, too? Shut up. He stopped for a moment and looked at me, shaking his head. You know the last one the gulls laughed at? He asked. Same woman that lived in that house of yours, not long before she died. You trying to scare me? Ask anyone, he continued. Right before she died, they were all over her. And her husband? Who knows? He never left the house. You'd forget he even lived there. So what are you trying to say? That I'm about to die? Simon rolled his eyes and grabbed his cart. I'm telling you to stop being weak, he snapped back. Have a drink, cut your hair, kiss a woman. He flicked a couple of coins at me as he wandered off, still laughing, just like the gulls. That day turned out awful, just awful. I broke an expensive spare part and cut my palm on a sharp knife. When Lino came over to help, I turned him away. I didn't even think about it. Even though my ears couldn't hear them, my heart echoed with the shrieking laughter of the gulls. The Risa del Mar. When I sat down to clear my head, Lino joined me, giving me some time to calm down. You know the people who lived in that house before me? I asked. Lady de Leon? He asked. Yeah, I remember her. Simon says the gulls laughed at her before she died. Yeah, I remember, he said. Can't say it was a big surprise. She was ancient, but we miss her. What about her husband? Lino raised an eyebrow at that. Then he nodded, as if a light had come on in the back of his mind. Right, he said. I forget about him sometimes. He never left the house, but you could see his stupid red hat in the windows. Did he die too? I suppose he did. Lino nodded. I can't remember. Coming home that evening, I anticipated the gulls sitting in a row along the roof laughing at me. They knew I'd had a bad day, and they weren't about to let me forget it. But they weren't there. The house was empty, not a single gull, not a hint of a laugh. It was nice in a way. It showed me a home the way it was meant to be seen. I wouldn't dread going to sleep that night, but I still felt like something was off. For all the unease those birds brought me, there was something stranger about them suddenly going away. Had I done something wrong? Gaspar? I called out. I'm making shrimp. You want coconut rice or the usual? There was no response. I walked out into the hallway looking around. He wasn't in the living room, not in the backyard either. By the time I dug through his room, I could feel my pulse rising. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't coming out. I called out and there was no response. Gaspar? I kept calling, but he wasn't out back or out front. He wasn't coming down the road. I expected his voice, but got only echoes of mine. He should have been home by now, and the seagulls were gone. I called his school, but he wasn't there. I asked for the name of his friend, so I could see if he stayed with them for dinner, but I got an unusual response. What friend? Turns out, Gaspar had been having trouble in school. He had trouble relating to the other kids, and they had trouble fitting him into groups. He wouldn't get into fights, but he would blend into the background. They'd forget he was even there. I called every kid in his class, asking if they'd seen my boy. Most of them didn't know his name. No one had seen anything. He just put on his backpack and wandered off, like every other day. Or so they thought. They couldn't remember for sure. Finally, I turned to Lino. I asked him to reach out to everyone he knew. My boy is missing, I stuttered. You must help me. I must find him. You have a kid? He asked. Of course, he's Gaspar, my boy. You never talk about him, Lino said. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I have a son, I emphasized. I'll make some calls. What does he look like? I looked at one of the pictures on the wall. Gaspar, Anna, and me. It was blurry, sun-bleached. Brown hair, I said. He has brown hair. What else? I didn't have an answer. For some reason, I couldn't think of anything. Not his eyes, not his smile. I could barely even imagine his voice. I hung up on Lino and looked out the window. A single gull sat on the fence outside, its head cocked to the side. They weren't laughing anymore. If anything, it seemed concerned. I drove around town asking anyone and everyone if they'd seen him. A boy walking around with a backpack, looking lost or scared. No one had seen him, heard him, nothing. Finally, I drove by this run-down little one-story house, its walls patched with driftwood planks and sheet metal. It was impossible not to recognize the man swaying back and forth in a hammock on the porch. Simon, listening to his radio. I stopped. I wanted to ask him if he'd seen my boy, but I knew the answer already. Instead, I got out of my car and called out to him. Did you ask them to do this? I yelled. Is this you? Is this what? He yelled back. What do you want? You don't like me, so now the gulls don't like me, and now my boy is gone. Simon rolled out of his hammock and turned off the radio. He gave me a curious look, not angry, concerned, like the gulls. He didn't come home. I can't find him, I continued. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, Simon. They laugh at pain, Kwate, he said. Pain is for those who are still there. Those who are gone don't suffer anymore. Stop it with the riddles, I snapped. I'll make you swallow your teeth. Just tell me what they did to my boy. Simone picked something up from the side of his hammock and walked over to me. Still not angry, he looked up at the sky. I don't think they were laughing, Kwate, he said. I think they were trying to warn you. That's not what you said. You said they laugh at my pain. Two things can be true, you know. They're birds. They're not complicated. But you know what I think? He took a swig from a bottle and pointed eastward. A long line of gulls could be seen in the distance, circling something. Maybe they're waiting for you, he said. Pay attention. Listen. I got back in my car, trying to see the gulls. It was a weird angle, but I could hang my head out the window if necessary. Simone knocked on my window. No, he said. They're going out to sea. He opened the car door and held out a hand. We'll take my boat. Simone's boat was in desperate need of a touch-up. He'd been stubborn about getting it fixed, but I could hear the engine struggling the moment it puttered away from the pier. We were heading east, where the gulls still circled. I had a moment of doubt. I'd been projecting my insecurities on these birds for weeks at this point. What if I was still doing it? But no, that wasn't it. Despite it all, I could tell Simone had his heart in the right place. When it hits the fan, you don't want the person who tells you everything is gonna be okay. You want the one who spits on the problem and says, let's get this done. The sun was setting, slowly but surely. A stiff breeze rattled the buttons on my pale orange shirt. I couldn't smell the ocean anymore. I'd gotten used to it. Something hit the boat. Maybe a rock, or a sudden push from a wave. Simone tried to keep us straight, but it was too late. I fell overboard, plunging into the dark. For those who haven't swum in the open sea, there's nothing quite like it. An eternal mix of emerald blue in every direction, turning into a shimmering orange as the sun sets. In the distance, you might see a few spots swimming about, only to realize they're fish the size of your hand. But down there, it all looks small, even you. And don't look down. At the best of times, you see the immense darkness sucking you down, and in the worst of cases, you see something coming up. I forced my head above the surface. The sun had already set. A mild fog was settling over the ocean surface. I couldn't see anything. Left, right, it was all just water. Waves pushing me in every direction, grabbing a hold of me. I could feel a chill reaching up to spill the warmth in my chest. My toes were already tingling. As I kicked, one of my shoes came off, tumbling downward like a slow leaf in the wind, rocked by invisible currents. I called out to Simone, but I could barely hear my voice over the waves. There was no way he'd hear me over the engine. Then again, I couldn't even hear him anymore. He must have kept going, or sunk. But I could hear something else. Seagulls. I listened and swam until my arms ached. My eyes burned from the salt. I could feel my legs taking longer and longer to kick as my head dipped further under the surface. I had trouble getting my mouth up. I swallowed a mouthful of salt water as my rhythm broke, and in another 2 kicks, I was submerged. I counted to 30, kicking as hard as I could. Then, out of nowhere, my toes touched sand. I pulled my way onto a long deserted beach. Not a bird among the trees, no insects in the bushes. A steady wind pulled on the leaves of the blue sunflowers resting under the sweet gum trees, making them rattle like a dry applause. Then I saw people, just a couple of them standing further in by the tree line. Dark, tired eyes, lips so chapped they looked like leather, a man with a broken shirt hanging off his left shoulder, a middle-aged woman in a folk dress. As I approached, they stepped back. I need help, I wheezed. I need to find my boy. They didn't say a word. I took a couple steps forward and they faded into the dark, disappearing into the shade of the trees. They left no footsteps in the sand. There were so many more. The further I went and the closer I looked, I saw them. Quiet people, looking on from afar. If I got too close, they'd step away. If I stopped to look, they did the same. dark, tired eyes, asking me silent questions. Some of them looked old, not in age, but in clothes. 100 years, 200 years, maybe 1,000. One of them was an old man with an unusual red bucket hat. I looked a little closer but couldn't figure out what he reminded me of. Perhaps I forgot. I'd been so preoccupied with my own troubles and woes that I hadn't considered Gaspar. I hadn't stopped to make sure he was okay. Much like the rest of town, and even his school, I'd forgotten about him. Maybe that's what the gulls were laughing at. Not me messing up another social faux pas with Lino and the boys, but me forgetting to check in on my boy. "I'm sorry, Anna," I muttered as I dragged my feet through the cooling sand. One shoe missing. I was just looking at me. It was just about me. I forgot. There was a fire up ahead, a campfire on the beach. Stepping closer, I could see two people sitting on a log, staring into the flames. A tall man and a boy. I recognized neither. I was having trouble focusing on the man. One moment he was tall and slim, the other he was short and fat. He was young, he was old. He was handsome, he was ugly. He would shift and turn as if to change whenever I thought I had an idea of what he looked like he refused to be what I expected. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The words didn't come from him. Instead, they came from the tree line. A dozen dialects all at once. A single chorus of voices. "I cannot care for you," they said. "I'm looking for someone," I said. "I don't need you to care." "Who are you looking for?" A cacophony, struggling voices, having been dormant for years. I'd hear them fight to remember the words and to roll their stiff tongues. "My boy," I said. "I'm looking for my boy." "Is this him?" they asked. I looked at the boy by the fire. I couldn't say. I couldn't place him in my mind. I could only remember what I'd said about him, or what others had said. I could remember Anna telling me how she loved his curly brown hair, but I couldn't picture it. "I care for him," they said. "I do not forget." The voices crackled, breaking into monotones. "They left me in the woods," a man said. "I slept in the mountains. No one came to find me," said another. "I fell over. They kept going. There were hammerheads in the water. They never asked my name." People abandoned, forgotten, sacrificed, left to die by the side of the road or stuck in a mountain crevice. "If he is here, you must find him," the choir said. "Will you look?" "I will look," I agreed. "I'll look anywhere." "You may have to stay for long," they said, "until perhaps you are forgotten too." "I don't care." "Good." In the blink of an eye, I was along a country road. My leg was broken. I was screaming for help, but no one came. The flies wouldn't stop gathering on my face, picking at dry blood, pain, desperation. They should have been there hours ago, but they forgot. Bleeding through the night, passing from warmth to cold to warmth again, serenaded to the other side by whispering insects. Then, watching a boat disappear on the horizon, my legs growing weak, the waves growing higher. They must have noticed I was gone. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't care. Movement in the dark, creeping closer. Something brushing up against my leg. Something with rough skin. A single eye reflecting the moonlight as a hammerhead shark waits for me to die. Life after life after life. all forgotten, and at the end of every final breath, the gulls laughed in the distance, trying to make the others see, to listen, to remember. It was ceaseless, relentless. In one moment I'm drinking myself to death, hoping someone would find me in a bathtub. In the next I'm outside a bar with a knife in my gut. I'm in the corner of a burning building, but the fireman forgot to look for me. Death after death after death. But I have to keep going. Then a boy. He didn't want his dad to worry, so he said he would stay with a friend. Instead, he hid in his room, looking at pictures of his mother. He made his own bed, cooked his own dinner. It would be okay. He rarely left the house. He skipped school most days, but there was no point for him to learn, since he couldn't picture a future anyway. He'd get by somehow, or maybe he wouldn't. Maybe it didn't matter. Another voice joining the choir of things that didn't need to be. It was a cruel twist of fate. I couldn't remember him no matter how hard I tried, and even if I knew in my heart of hearts he was among them, I couldn't picture him. But I could remember Anna, and thinking of her eyes and her hair, I could remember him too. I remembered her words, whispering his name as she cradled him, and with those sprinkles of thought, a picture started to form, a name, a shape, a voice. He's afraid of the sea, I said. He'd rather watch YouTube. Is that okay? Asked the boy by the fire. Yeah, I sobbed. That's okay. We can watch together. I took him by the hand. The people in the dark stepped aside. The man by the fire remained silent, watching as we went. And in the distance the gulls laughed, not out of menace or spite, but out of relief. It hasn't been an easy life since then. Both Gaspar and I had healing to do. We had to start talking openly about Anna and the life we would expect without her. It was painful, but necessary. We talked about where we'd celebrate the holidays, where we'd go on holiday, and instead of presuming or hoping, we talked about it, and we made plans. Maybe he'd have a new mother someday. Maybe he'd even have a little brother or sister to play with. He said he'd like that. Whenever I was ready to try, I would have his blessing. The forest is older than you, older than your God. Show respect or be forgotten. Old Appalachian saying. The summer before I started college, I set my sights on hiking a portion of the Appalachian Trail. I had been planning it for years. Daily hikes through the woods in my town, solo camping trips, collecting gear one piece at a time with what I could scrape together. When I told my dad, he insisted on coming with me. For protection, he said. The irony is bitter now. I had protection. I had my bundle of sage and rosemary, coins, a lock of my hair, a satchel of salt, and iron nails I kept buried deep in my bag, passed down from my grandmother, who never once entered the forest without hers. I also had protection against the more mortal predators, bear spray, a knife, a taser, but no talisman in the world could prepare me for what we'd awaken. When I showed Dad my supplies, he laughed. You mean your little bags of seasoning and trinkets? Those won't save you from a bear or a murderer. They weren't meant to, I had muttered. Rule 1. Keep salt and iron on you. I'd learned that salt purifies and iron protects. A line of either can mean the difference between going home or being taken. The trailhead was too quiet when we arrived. Not peaceful. Empty. The air felt wrong, like the forest was waiting for something. Watching. The leaves didn't rustle, the birds didn't sing. Dad didn't notice. He stomped along in brand new boots, whistling a tune off key. His cheerful noise died instantly after leaving his lips, swallowed by the woods. I stayed silent, tucked the iron nail under my shirt where it brushed my collarbone, cold against my skin. Rule 2. Don't whistle in the woods, my grandmother had said. It calls spirits to you. We hiked for hours. As the afternoon went by, the trees changed. The pines grew tighter, closer, wrong. Their trunks were too thick, bark gnarled and blackened like burned flesh. The air grew hot and humid, despite the elevation, wet like a held breath. Light barely filtered through the thickening canopy. Even in the middle of the day, it was gray and dim. That's when I felt it. Not saw. Felt. Like something massive, ancient, and cold had stirred beneath the earth and opened one eye. I stopped walking. Dad noticed and turned back. "You coming, Ellie?" he shouted, holding a walking stick that he probably found somewhere on the side of the trail. He had just broken 2 rules in one go. Rule 3. Don't speak your name too loud. It lets them know who you are. Rule 4. You never take things from the forest. Leave every stone, stick, and bone as you found it. I remembered. Some things belong to the forest. Some things guard it. Yeah, I lied, noticing that we had somehow wandered off the main trail, hopefully not too far. I shouldn't have been blindly following my dad, knowing that he didn't know how to read trail markers. Rule 5. Stay out of hollers you don't know. Some places are thin, I'd read. Time folds. Trails change. You might walk forever and never leave. We kept going, trying to veer back towards the main trail. Then we saw it. Right in the center of the path, a pile of blackened stones encircling a bare patch of dirt, and in its center, a bundle of twigs bound tightly with hair. Human, by the look of it. Long, reddish-blonde strands matted together with something dark. The air stank. Copper, rot, and blood baked into the soil. "Leave it," I said, my voice low and sharp. "It's a warning." Dad knelt down and poked at it with his walking stick. Probably just some hiker's weird little voodoo project. "Don't let it freak you out." And then he muttered, "Superstitious nonsense," under his breath. "Dad, stop. Don't touch it." But it was too late. The stick scattered the stones. The wind shifted instantly sharp, cold, unnatural. It cut through the trees, though not a single branch moved. Then came the whistle, not like Dad's rambling melody. It was a piercing, slow, almost human sound that climbed and fell in a way that made my teeth hurt. It came from nowhere, everywhere, behind us, ahead. Dad stood up abruptly. "Did you hear that?" I grabbed his arm. "Don't look back. Don't speak. Walk. Now." We walked, but now all signs of a trail were gone. The trees closed in behind us. We passed the same tree again and again. Its bark split in 3 deep, vertical slashes, too wide to be from a bear. "How are we going in circles?" Dad barked. "We've been walking straight the whole time." A second whistle cut through the air, closer this time. "Run," I screamed. We ran, branches tore at us, a fog suddenly descending and obscuring our vision. Something moved through the trees with us, long-limbed, unnaturally fast. I caught glimpses. A shape with too many joints, a body that bent the wrong way, a face that shimmered and changed, wearing my face, then his, then neither. Rule 6. That's not a deer. My grandmother had sat me down, a grave expression on her face. If it walks like a deer but the joints are wrong, if it looks at you like it knows you, if it stands on two legs, run. Don't scream. Don't look back. Looking back is an invitation to follow. We didn't stop running until night fell and the thing was no longer behind us. Dad collapsed onto a log, panting and pale. "I think we're lost," he whispered. "You think?" I hissed, already digging into my pack for the salt. "We should set up camp," I said. "No way we're finding a way out in the dark." He didn't move, just sat there shivering. "Ellie, that thing, it looked like a deer, but it wasn't. It stood like a man, and its face, my God, its face." He trailed off. "You shouldn't have touched the stones." My voice was flat. "Help me with the fire." Dinner was tasteless, quiet. I didn't even bother to finish my food. I poured a ring of salt around our camp and placed iron nails at each corner. It was all I could do. I woke to absolute darkness. The fire was out. The forest had gone still. Deadly quiet. Like a killer sneaking up on a sleeping victim. Then I heard it. "Dad, Dad, help me." My voice, but not. Off pitch, like a recording played at the wrong speed. The cadence all wrong, like someone trying to speak a language they didn't understand. I froze in fear, my heart pounding out of my chest. Dad was already out of his tent, stumbling toward the sound. "Ellie, where are you?" he shouted. I burst from my tent and grabbed his arm. "That's not me. I'm right here." He jumped and screamed in alarm and then turned to me shaking. "Then who is that?" "Listen." We stood in silence. Then, "Dad, I'm scared. Please help me." Closer and closer. The underbrush rustled past the tree line. I turned slowly. Something stood just beyond the edge of camp. Glowing eyes. Not animal eyes. Intelligent. Patient. Watching. Rule 7. If you see glowing eyes, run. More rustling. More eyes. "Back to camp, now," I whispered. We scrambled back. I dumped the rest of the salt around the fire pit in a frantic circle, hands shaking as I stumbled to get the flames going again. From the trees it came again. "Dad? Ellie? Help me! Help!" Voices overlapped, changed, twisted into a gurgling laughter. More glowing eyes emerged. 5, 6, maybe a dozen, all too high off the ground, blinking out and reappearing in different spots like whatever they belonged to didn't walk but crawled. We huddled by the fire. I threw sage into the flames and it hissed and sparked. Some of the eyes blinked, some just stared. Then one of the voices whispered, from right outside the edge of the firelight, "You shouldn't have touched it." The voices kept circling the camp. Some cried, some laughed. Some whispered things I couldn't understand, not in English, not in any language people were meant to know. The sounds grated at my eardrums and I covered my ears. Dad sat stiff and pale beside me, eyes wide, clenching the iron nail I'd forced into his palm earlier. He looked like he wanted to scream but couldn't open his mouth, like something might crawl in if he did. I knew we couldn't sleep. We couldn't even blink for too long. We waited, the fire our only defense. My hand hovered near the salt pouch. Though it was nearly empty now, something flickered at the edge of the flames. Not in the shadows, inside the fire itself. A face, not a reflection. A face. Watching, smiling, hungry. "This isn't just a haunting," I whispered. "It's a feeding ground." The forest had sealed us in. It wanted stories, memories, faces, flesh. And we had trespassed. We had touched what was sacred. broken the old laws. Sometime past midnight, the fire burned low, and that's when the laughing stopped, replaced by another sound. Footsteps, right at the edge of the salt. Heavy, human. Then, "Ellie, you always did love the woods." I froze. That voice, it was my mom's. She died when I was 8. She'd been buried in the churchyard 3 towns over, her lungs filled with pneumonia and prayers. I hadn't heard her voice in nearly a decade, but I knew it instantly. I turned. I had to. Something stood just outside the salt line. It looked like her, the right height, same dress from the funeral photo on our mantle, but the face, off, melted, smiling too wide, eyes too big and glassy. It didn't blink, didn't breathe. Rule 8. If you hear your name, don't answer. This is one of the most important rules. No matter how familiar the voice is, no matter how sweetly it calls, it isn't who you think it is. Behind it, something larger stirred in the trees, something tall enough to brush the lowest branches. Antlers scraped, bark as it moved, but it didn't look like a deer. It looked like something wearing a deer. Dad was whispering now. "This is my fault," he whispered. "This is my fault." I didn't disagree. I looked back to the figure of Mom. It leaned forward, one bare foot tested the edge of the salt. The tips of her toes blackened instantly when they crossed the line and cracked, crumbled like burnt paper. She hissed and withdrew. Good. The salt held, but I didn't know how long it would last. I didn't know what else to do, so I did the only thing left. I asked for help. I pulled the last of my offerings from my pack, 3 small items wrapped in cloth, a coin, a piece of bread, and a strand of my own hair. I walked to the center of camp, knees shaking, and placed them down carefully on a flat stone by the fire. Then I whispered the oldest words I knew, words my grandmother taught me when I was barely old enough to speak. For those who walked before, for those who guard the green, we mean no harm. Let us go unseen. Rule 9. Leave the offerings if you must pass sacred grounds. A coin, a sweet, a bit of bread. The old ones watch. Be polite, be grateful. Do not speak their names. The forest shuddered. The wind roared suddenly through the trees, though the leaves didn't move. A deep groan echoed beneath the earth, like old roots pulling themselves free. The figures at the edge of the salt? Gone. The eyes in the trees? Vanished. Even the fire quieted. The woods fell deathly silent. Not safe, not empty, but still, like something ancient had just turned its head away, deciding for now to let us go. The sun was beginning to rise. "Now," I said, grabbing Dad by the wrist. "We go now. Don't speak, don't look back." We didn't pack anything. We didn't need to. Anything we left behind belonged to the forest now. I followed a path that hadn't been there before, a trail of crushed ferns and moss, lit faintly by a silvery glow filtering through the canopy. A deer path, but not a real one. A gift, a chance. We walked. When the sun rose fully, we found ourselves stumbled out of the tree line, back at the gravel parking lot near the trailhead. Our car was still there, covered in leaves. We didn't speak until we were 3 towns away. Dad drove like he'd just been let out of prison, hands white-knuckled, eyes wide. Eventually he looked at me and said, "You said you had protection." "I did," I said, "and it worked." He asked nervously. I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure it had, because sometimes the forest lets you leave, and sometimes it just follows you home. Growing up, I always heard the same warning. Don't go out late. It's not safe. Especially if you're a girl. I heard it from my parents, aunties, even older girls in the neighborhood, and they weren't joking. They said it like they knew something. They'd say, being outside too late is already bad, but being a girl, it makes it worse. They never really explained what worse meant. Sometimes it sounded like crime, other times something else. But I listened. I stayed in. I wasn't trying to find out what they meant. Then I left home for university. Everything felt different. Here, people went out late all the time, like it was normal. Girls, guys. They'd go clubbing, partying, walking the streets at midnight like it was nothing. Nothing bad seemed to happen. I started to think maybe all those warnings were just fear talking. Old habits from people who grew up in different times. So when my friends invited me to celebrate after exams a night out, just to relax, I said yes. That night still haunts me. There were 5 of us, Rena, Amina, Joe, and Faye. We didn't even go far, just a lounge near campus. We danced a little, ate, took pictures, laughed. It was the first time in weeks we felt light. We left around 2 a.m. It was late, we knew, but we weren't drunk or careless, just tired and ready to go back. That's when we noticed them. At first it didn't seem like anything. Just 3 guys walking behind us. The street was mostly empty, so we could hear everything except we didn't hear them. No footsteps, no voices, just presence. Rena glanced back and slowed her steps. Guys, she said quietly, don't panic, but I think those guys are following us. We brushed it off. They're probably just going our way. But when we turned right, so did they. We crossed the street. They crossed too. Now we were panicking, even if no one said it out loud. We walked faster, then started to jog. We turned down a shortcut alley to lose them. That's when we saw 2 more men at the other end. They weren't moving, just standing. One of them had his head tilted back like he was sniffing the air. That's when it clicked. This wasn't just guys being creepy. This was something else. We turned to head back and the original 3 were already at the entrance of the alley. Still silent, still watching. Then one of them raised his hand. He had something long and shiny. It wasn't a knife. It looked like a saw. I've never screamed that loud in my life. We all did, screaming, begging, calling for help, and then out of nowhere, hey, what's going on there? A flashlight, a voice. A man in a police uniform walked up. We ran to him, shaking, sobbing, explaining. But when we turned to point at the men, they were gone. Not walking away, not hiding, just gone. The officer didn't seem to believe us, said we probably just imagined it, or that maybe someone was trying to mess with us. But he gave us a ride back to campus. He told us again, this is why it's not safe to be out late. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. When I got back to the hostel, Rena stayed over in my room because we were too scared to sleep alone. We locked the door, locked it with a chair. I closed my curtain, but not fully, just enough to peek out. And I swear on everything, they were there. 3 figures, right across the street, standing still, watching. Not moving, not saying anything, just watching. I called Rena over. She saw them too. We shut the curtain, turned on the lights, and sat up till morning. The next day we all met up and talked. Every single one of us saw them that night. From our different rooms, different buildings. They were outside watching. We made a silent agreement after that. No more going out late, no matter what. Even now, if it's getting dark and I'm walking home, I feel it. That prickly feeling in the back of my neck, like I'm being followed. Like I'm being watched. I should have listened. They were right. I miss my husband. I sat crouched on the stairs, peering out from behind the wall, watching the man having breakfast at our dining room table. The man I married 2 years ago held a steaming coffee mug up to his lips, taking slow, short sips. On the other hand, he held a book, flipping a page occasionally. He didn't seem to notice I was there. He was just sitting there as if everything had been completely normal. The man gently set down his mug and brought his elbow to the table to rest his head on his hand, now looking away from me. The spread of food on the table was now cold. He had been waiting for me to come downstairs for almost 20 minutes. I narrowed my eyes at him and took a deep breath, careful to exhale slowly. I didn't want him to notice me. He lifted his head from his hand and set down the mug, leaning back into the chair. He shook his head. The layers in his black-brown hair swayed side to side before setting back down at the nape of his neck. I stared for a while longer, unable to find any inconsistencies. He definitely looked like my husband. Everything about him was right. His choice of coffee and pancakes, the way his eyebrows formed a slight frown as he stared at the book, even down to his stupid hair flip. He always flipped his hair like that. I stretched my legs in front of me and pressed down on the step with my hands. Maybe I was imagining it. I stared down at my legs. I had been known to be suspicious at times. The feeling that something was wrong was not foreign to me. This feeling and the events surrounding it had been a recurring theme in my life for as long as I could remember. When I was 10, I fell from a tree. My brother and I had been playing outside all day and decided to race to the top of an oak tree at the edge of our property. My brother, being older, had gotten the lead, and I, being desperate to catch up, decided I would leap from branch to branch. I was about halfway up the tree when I felt my foot slip, and suddenly I fell forward almost 12 feet down and landed on my shoulder. My vision went dark. My mom stood over me when I woke up, shaking me slightly. I looked around, but I was laying on my living room floor. Apparently I had taken a nap on the couch and fell. I never climbed a tree, and my brother had been at his friend's house all day. That was my mom's story, but that's not what really happened. Similarly, when I was 14, we picked up the family car from the shop. I commented how it was possible that the points had faded so much, making the once black car appear navy blue. Apparently, it had always been navy blue, except it hadn't. It wasn't until the night of my senior prom that I put everything together. At the dance, my then boyfriend and I had gotten into a fight. I decided to call my parents. My dad picked up the phone groggily, having just been dead asleep, and agreed to come get me. When I climbed into the car with my father, who had not managed to make it out of his pajamas, he asked if I wanted to talk. I didn't, so for a long time we drove home in complete silence. I watched the road as the car maneuvered through the winding back roads, the darkness being lit up only by the car's headlights and the occasional dim streetlight. Suddenly, what looked like a dog flashed across the street in front of us and dashed into the woods. My dad slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a screeching halt. He insisted he had to get out and check if the dog was okay. He got out and walked out of my sight, past the range of the headlights into the pitch blackness in front of us. I waited anxiously, my eyes locked on the area where I last saw him, and after what felt like an eternity, a figure emerged and strode quickly to the car. It was a man. This man wore my dad's dress shirt and pants with his lanyard and ID card around his neck. He made his way to the driver's side and got in, looking at me. "I guess it ran off. I didn't see it," he said. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I wasn't sure how long or loud I screamed before realizing I could not breathe. My throat felt tight and I had to focus to take a deep breath. Throughout this, the man looked at me with a shocked expression, holding his hands up trying to calm me, and finally he did. Once the initial shock wore off and I had a moment to compose myself, I realized what this meant. At some point in the day, I had made a choice, either minor or major, that had led me to swap realities. I was now in a dimension almost like my own, where the only difference was that my father had worked late. I miss my dad. The real one, anyway. I wondered, if I was with a fake dad, then was fake me with my real dad? Had she screamed seeing a man in pajamas climb into the car? Had she put the pieces together the same way I did? I hated this feeling. It was this very, very feeling that had motivated me to tell Alex of my fear of these alternate universes. The places that almost felt right if it weren't for an unpleasant tinge of unease. I didn't know what caused these universe shifts, and I was scared. The differences in these universes were never major. People always had the same jobs, same spouses, and same personalities. Usually, it was the placement of their furniture, a different mannerism, or a forgotten memory. A memory that should have been important enough to remain the same. Before we were married, I had explained to him my thoughts, and together we established a way to determine whether one of us had shifted universes. A password of sorts, a sequence of numbers we would say to be sure we were still in the same place. Every morning, sometime while getting ready for work, I would call out the numbers to him and he would repeat them back to me. Every single morning. But as you can imagine, today was the day our unofficial routine changed. When I woke up, he was already out of bed. I thought it was strange, but heard him shifting downstairs and moving plates and silverware. I began dressing and fixing my hair in the mirror and called out to him. Alex, 1052. I paused and waited for his response. What? Alex called back. Except this wasn't Alex. Alex wouldn't have said that. He would have said 1052. A chill ran up my spine as my eyes began searching the bedroom. Everything seemed to be in its rightful place, so I called the number a second time. The reply that came was more high-pitched and drawn out. What? Somehow stretching the word into 2 syllables. My heart sank into my chest, and suddenly I felt very cold. Why was he downstairs anyway? We always made breakfast together. That was when I decided to tiptoe downstairs and look at who was in our kitchen. I've been sitting here since. My eyes shifted from my legs to my shoes. The black flats I wore to work every day had scrapes and scratches all down the sides. They hadn't looked like that yesterday. I worked in an office. How would I even get so many scuffs? What are you doing? I jolted backward as a gasp escaped my throat. I wanted to scream and run, but I was frozen in place. I stared up at the man before me, unable to breathe, my heart racing in my chest. What's wrong? He said, looking behind him and then back at me. His expression was somewhere between worried and confused. Why didn't you say it back? My voice came out shaky. He stared at me for a moment before frowning and lowering his chin. Alea? He said while lowering himself to my eye level. Are you okay? His eyes scanned my face. How do I know you're still you? I said, if you don't say it back. He tilted his head slightly and his eyes softened. Is this about your reality shifting again? He said, his mouth forming a slight smile. I studied his face, his pupils dilating as he stared back at me, still smiling, awaiting my response. This had to be Alex. What else would it be about? I said, breaking eye contact. Come on, Alea. I told you not to worry about that anymore. We're still here together in the same place we've always been. He rose slowly to his feet, still facing me. Now come and eat, or we'll both be late. I forced myself to stand up, keeping my eyes on the floor. That wasn't the password, but at least fake Alex wasn't evil. I could live with that. I had to anyway. My wife, Jennifer, died earlier this year. It feels like it happened yesterday. Not because of my memory of that day, but because I don't think I have truly lived a day since it happened. It's funny how much can change in a day. The morning had been like any other. Jennifer was feeding our newborn, Molly, and I was humming along to the ink spots as I made us a breakfast omelet. Life was perfect. Yet, as soon as Jennifer took a ponderous look at her hands and remarked how cold they were, it signified the end to my idyllic life. 24 hours later, I held one of those cold, lifeless hands, as a doctor explained the spread and effect of sepsis. I learned a few hard lessons that day. I don't deal well with pity. I don't deal well with social gatherings. And I don't deal well financially. I hadn't realized how much I had relied on Jennifer for my well-being. Every social occasion felt suffocating, and I quickly realized my low salary as a data analyst was not enough to afford the mortgage payments our suburban new build had. When Jennifer's father threw a lifeline in offering use of his rarely used holiday home in northern Brittany, I gladly accepted. I couldn't wait to leave those pitying looks behind. It was only when me and Molly arrived at the house did I feel the first pang of apprehension. I knew the house was old, maybe 3 or 4 centuries by what Jennifer's father had said, but it looked almost medieval. The roof was sound but concaved like a lens. The chimneys at either side of the building seemed to be desperately clinging on to the main structure. These chimneys led to the only heating source of the house. 2 grand fireplaces, held aloft by large slabs of stone, which still bared the pickaxe marks from which it had been chiseled. The upper floor was supported by great beams of oak. Although still sturdy, they wore the scars of centuries of woodworm spots. Even after thorough cleaning, the creaky upstairs floorboards would still patter the lower floor with dust when walked upon. Yet, for its quirks, it felt almost content. The small village the house was situated in was incredibly quiet, meaning me and Molly were rarely disturbed. One might have guessed by the multitude of shuttered windows that it was a ghost town, yet the spell would be broken by the hourly bells of the central church, which seemed to act an auditory timetable for the locals who would filter out of their homes to frequent the boulangerie or tabak in their daily rituals. In my brief visits out of the home, I noticed how aged the population was. I couldn't remember ever seeing anyone younger than their 30s. Not that I had much interaction with them. I couldn't even speak French, let alone Breton, and they always seemed to eye me with caution. Coincidentally, the only English-speaking person in the village was my neighbor, an old lady named Dorianne, who looked almost as ancient as the building itself, lived in the house adjacent. Our first interaction had been odd. I'd just returned from the corner shop, Molly strapped to my front, and shopping bag in hand, when as I put the keys in the door, I heard the clip-clop of wood on stone. I turned to face an old woman wearing clogs, donning a black and white motley dress, with a frilly hat to match. Before I had a chance to greet her, she pointed a gnarled finger at Molly and in a thick Breton accent croaked, "Is the baby yours?" "Yes, she is. Her name is Molly," I replied cautiously. "I didn't just find her now." I regretted my attempt at joke, as Dorian's face furrowed into a stern glare. "This is no place for a child," she said coldly. "This house?" I said, gesturing at the building. "It looks a bit shabby from the outside, but it's actually quite cozy on the inside, and—" Dorian cut me off by wagging her finger. "No, no. This place is too dangerous for the child. We are too close to the chaos." For a moment I was confused as to what she meant, but then I realized she was referencing the valley that bordered the west side of the village. The Bretons use the word chaos to describe an area of literal, primordial, geological chaos, the chaos next to the village. Like many others in Brittany, is a winding valley filled with immense boulders and strange formations. These great rocks, some being larger than houses, are said to have been tumbled and shifted into place after great calamities. The ancient nature of these valleys has spawned countless myths of spirits and creatures who have roamed these areas before the age of man. This mystique, however, had always been lost on me. "I wouldn't worry. I don't think Molly here is going to be wandering near those rocks anytime soon," I said, stroking her hair, as she began to stir. Dorian only shook her head. "Her mother should be watchful. It's not what one wanders in that one should worry, but what wanders out." Before I could query what she meant, Molly began to cry. "Her mother is not with us anymore," I said quickly, feeling a sudden pang of anguish. "I better get in and feed this one. It was nice to meet you." We exchanged names and I made up my way inside. As I unpacked my shopping and began mixing up some baby formula, I felt my grief creep back into my psyche. I had been in Brittany 3 months, and I realized I hadn't thought of Jennifer at all this last week. Being so busy with work and taking care of Molly, I realized I hadn't had much time to think. Now I was left alone with my thoughts. I remembered how greatly I missed her. The small things that were absent hurt the most. The way I would catch her in a jumping embrace when she returned from work, the smell of her on my pillows, and the way she would sing Molly asleep. These small things that together formed a love for a person. Now all I am left with is a memory. Molly's cries woke me from my mournful trance. "It's okay. Daddy is here," I said softly as I lifted the bottle to her mouth for her to feed. "What am I going to do, Molly?" I whispered as her mother's green eyes peered into mine, sighed and pulled her close to me. "At least I'll always have you." As if feeling my torment, Molly giggled and gave me one big toothless smile. I smiled back. "Okay, you little rascal. Time for bed. Daddy has some more work to do." I took Molly up to my bedroom, to her cot, which was nestled in the corner by the window. "Sleep well, my little angel." I kissed her on the forehead and tucked her in. Downstairs in the sitting room, I kindled a fire, opened up my laptop, and returned to my work. I don't know how much time passed until I heard that first bump. I'd been wearing headphones, so I don't know whether I had misheard at first. Then another, and another. I shot to my feet as I heard Molly begin to wail. I heard what sounded like frantic footsteps echoing from upstairs. "Molly?" I shouted as I began bolting up the staircase and into the bedroom. I had expected something, anything, but as I burst into the room, there was Molly, sound asleep in her cot. Had I imagined it? I stood in confusion as I felt a sudden breeze draft blow through the room. The window next to Molly's bed was slightly ajar. I was sure it hadn't been opened before. A low rumble of thunder emanated from the window. Rain began to patter quietly on the tiled roof. A strange tension filled me. I had never believed in ghosts, but this felt like something that a person who did believe in them would freak out about. Either way, Whether it was a ghost or a rat, I suddenly felt very uncomfortable leaving Molly alone in that room. I carefully scooped Molly up from her cot and carried her back downstairs. She stirred as I entered the sitting room, and on sight of the baby milk bottle left on the side, she began incessantly reaching towards it. "Still hungry, are we?" I said to Molly as I laid her in the small crib by the sofa. "Okay, just one more then." I hurried to the kitchen to create another mix. As I re-entered the sitting room, I could see her eyes were locked on the bottle with a strange intensity. "Wow, you really like this stuff, huh?" I reached down to feed her the bottle, but she practically snatched it away from me with dexterity I'd never seen before, and began chugging the bottle down. "Whoa, settle down there, sweetie. You'll get a bad tummy." I tried to pull the bottle away, but she had a vice-like grip on the bottle. In sheer disbelief, I watched as the entire bottle's contents disappear in 10 seconds. As soon as she finished, she let out a small burp and threw the bottle from her crib. "Jesus Christ, Molly, where did that come from?" I said in shock. I had never seen Molly act such a way, or any baby for a matter of fact. Molly's green eyes locked with mine. Another rumble of thunder permeated through the room. A wave of uncanniness washed over me. Something seemed off. Molly seemed off. I wasn't sure whether it was the strangeness of the evening that had got to me, but the way she looked at me so intently almost unnerved me. As if trying to make use of the sudden attention, Molly began mumbling. Her first word? Molly had never attempted speech like this before. My unease began dissipating as I realized I was about to bear witness to a wonderful moment. "What is it, Molly? Daddy is listening," I whispered, worrying any noise would pop this bubble of discovery. Molly mumbled, the words almost breaking free. "Yes, Molly?" I said in anticipation. "More," Molly said with a certain deliberation. A laugh escaped my breath. "More? Molly, my angel. You have just had a whole bottle." Molly's brows furrowed as if understanding. "More," she repeated with a sterner tone. "No, Molly, it's past your bedtime already. You don't need another bottle," I said, the concern creeping back into my voice. "More, now!" Molly screamed as the first crack of lightning illuminated the room. She began flailing around manically in her crib. For a moment I just sat there in disbelief. Molly was only 10 months old. It wasn't impossible for her to begin speaking at this age, but her comprehension of my words felt just as unnatural as her sudden appetite. Molly also had never had a tantrum like this before. Sure, she had cried and gotten upset, but she had never screamed bloody murder like this before. I conceded. I had tried to get her to stop by speaking to her, gently rocking her, even singing to her, but still she screamed, demanding to be fed. I felt defeated as I began mixing her another bottle. Jennifer would have been able to remedy this, I thought to myself. But a rapping at the door broke me from my pitiful trance. It was Dorian, dressed in a white nightgown and fluffy slippers which were slowly getting drenched by the intensifying rain. With a stony scowl plastered across her face, spoke to me while incessantly pointing her finger inside. "Your child has kept me up this last hour." "Oh, God. Dorian, I'm sorry," I sputtered out. "It's Molly. I don't know what has gotten into her. She won't stop eating and cry." Dorian pushed past me before I could finish. "Where is she?" she demanded. "Let me have a look at her." She didn't have to ask. She simply followed the sound of the wailing. I quickly followed, baby bottle in hand. "She's never been this food manic before," I said, handing the bottle to Molly, which quickly silenced her screaming. This has just begun tonight, Dorian said, concern beginning to show in her face. Yes, and she even spoke her first words, only to ask for more food. I said as Molly began to polish off the last of the bottle. Dorian just shook her head. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, she began, then paused. Dorian took one look at Molly discarding her third bottle, and then looked up at me. This is not your child, she said plainly. What the hell are you talking about? I said in astonishment. Children are rare here. They are sought after, craved by things often not human. Dorian leaned down and picked up Molly, who had begun to cry again. This is Jedin handiwork. I know many mothers who notice too late or refuse to accept. Months go by, food depletes, yet the baby has not grown. She looked down at Molly, who had begun to properly wail again. She'll be deep within the chaos now. I did try to warn you. She sighed. A sudden anger had begun to well in me. That is my child you are holding. I don't know this, Jedin, and I don't like how you refer to her. Give her back to me. I outstretched my arms expectantly. You don't believe me? Dorian chortled. Look, I'll show you. She suddenly began squeezing her thumb hard on Molly's temple. She began to scream even louder. I returned that scream and lunged towards her, but before I could reach her, I heard the audible pop of Molly's eye leaving her skull. Yet what dropped to the floor wasn't flesh. It bounced and rolled to my feet like a marble. In a moment where time seemed to freeze, I picked it up. It was a perfect porcelain eye, carved and etched better than any prosthetic I had ever seen. I looked up to see a single-eyed Molly, her skin coating the inside of her socket like some badly treated doll. My stomach rolled over inside of me. What the hell is that thing? Speaking aloud what I was thinking. A changeling, a very deceiving fake, and a cruel imitation of life. Dorian began indifferently, as Molly began to flail against her. They are the creation of Jedin, foul and imperfect creatures who have only prevented the degeneration of their race through claiming the beautiful and whole. My mind began to race. The madness of the situation and the screams of Molly, or rather the changeling, had started to make my head throb. So where is the real Molly? I asked desperately. They'll have taken her to the caves under the chaos, Dorian said calmly, as another lightning strike lit up her dark eyes. If you leave now, you might be able to get her before she's claimed. You'll need to bring this, she said, dangling the changeling in front of her. Even though I knew it wasn't human, my paternal instinct made me spring to grab the one-eyed baby and cradle it under my arm. What am I supposed to do with her? I asked, slightly unsettled by her handling of the child. You'll use her to bargain. They'll only reveal themselves to you that way. Your child will be of value to them, but not more than the tool they use to acquire her. These things require a lot of craft. She gestured to the door. Leave now. Go to the deepest level of the chaos. If she's still alive, you'll hear her cries to guide your way. I hope you have more luck than I did. With so much information to process, and so little time, all I could utter to her was, "Thank you," as I grabbed my coat and ran out into the storm. It was raining hard. The changeling cried incessantly. Even with my knowledge, I instinctively tried to shield it from the rain the best I could. The lights flicked on in some of the houses I ran past as I held the screaming child. As the streetlights dissipated and the chaos unfolded in front of me, the only source of light would come from the inconsistent flashes of lightning that would illuminate the stone Goliaths I desperately clambered over. I was wading through the river of rock less than 5 minutes before I heard the first cries, faint and whistled through the wind. I heard her, my baby girl. I quickened my pace. In complete disregard for the unknown drops nestled between boulders, I leapt from rock to rock, clutching the impostor closely to my chest. Then I found it, a circular clearing which at its center held 3 great boulders, fallen into place to give the appearance of a great stone doorway leading into a black, endless abyss. A single cry echoed from the void. "Molly?" I shouted, but only thunder answered my call. I wish I brought a flashlight or a lighter, anything that would have let me see into the dark cavern. I had no way of seeing how deep or far it went. I didn't want to risk a fall unless there was no other option. I had to try, as Dorian said. "I have your child," I called out to the abyss, "and I know you have mine." No response. "I want to trade. I return what is yours, and you return what is mine," I shouted. I could feel the desperation creeping into my voice. Again, I heard Molly's cries echo out from the dark. I laid the changeling out on the stone. Its porcelain eye glistened in the moonlight. I realized I had no other option. I grabbed a loose stone and raised it above my head. "I'll kill it. I'll kill your creation if you don't bring me mine," I screamed as a sickening primal selfishness. It sickened me because I suddenly knew I would. If I couldn't have Molly, then they couldn't have this thing. A sudden guttural screech emanated from the darkness, an inhuman metallic scream that sounded like 100 forks being dragged across a chalkboard. "I'll do it," I yelled. The screams and cries of Molly from the cave seemed to sync with the abomination below me. "I'm going to give you till the count of 3, I said, my grip tightening on the rock. 1. Another hellish howl breaks from the dark. 2. The changeling looks up in a moment of terror. 3. A great crash of lightning strikes into a tree mere meters from where I was standing, blinding me with a light of sheer white for just a moment. As my vision clears, the rock still held aloft. I looked down onto the 2 green beady eyes. I immediately cast the rock aside and scooped Molly up into my arms. I don't know how long I sat there, quietly sobbing and whispering sweet comforts into Molly's ears. But as the rain began to soak through my outer layers, I got up and made my way home. I don't remember getting home at all, nor going to bed. All I remember is waking up on my sofa and Molly cradled in my arms. There were a few dying embers left in the fireplace. I could see the morning sun creeping through the gaps of my window shutters. For a brief, comforting moment, I thought I had just experienced the most terrible of dreams. However, this spell was shortly broken, as when I glanced to my table, a single porcelain eye stared back at me. Okay, so a little backstory here. My husband and I have this really crappy bed frame. It's basically 2 twin prison cots zip-tied together. We have this stupid thing because we got bed bugs about a year ago, which is its own horror story. The moral of which is, pay for an exterminator. Anyway, we had to throw away our nice bed, and because of the cost of everything, we ended up with these hollow metal cot bases. We have 2 dogs, Hester, named after our high school's football coach, and Molly, which was her name when we rescued her. It fit, so it stuck. Hester likes to sleep directly on top of you, whereas Molly is most likely to be found under the bed or in another room if possible. She kinda has 13-year-old girl energy. Sometimes she will lay in our bed before we get in bed, but as soon as we even bump her, she's done and back under she'll go. I think she likes her little cave. So last Wednesday was pretty normal. We all headed to bed, and Molly hustled under the bed, despite me begging her to come cuddle me. After I gave up patting the bed and calling her name, I fell asleep around 10:30, reading a spooky story on here. Around 12 a.m., I woke up to Molly growling, which is unusual because she never growls and rarely barks. I asked her what was wrong, and once she heard my voice, she calmed down, and I didn't hear her growling anymore. Me being paranoid because of the story I'd just read made my husband go check the house, to which he lightly protested because Hess hadn't been barking or growling, which he does to everything including our poor mail lady. He nonetheless relented and checked the other rooms. No murderers in the building. Molly was just dreaming. Go back to sleep. I felt better, but it was weird, and I wanted to make sure Molly was okay. So I leaned upside down under the bed to check on Molly. I saw what I thought was her fluffy tail wagging and said, "Are you okay, Molly girl?" I just saw her wag her tail, so I took that as a yes and popped back up and went to bed. But knowing what I know now, I don't think it was Molly. The next day, Thursday, was uneventful. The most exciting thing I did was attend a vendor lunch at work, but everything else at home was boring and normal. Dinner, TV, shower, bed. Same as the night before, we all headed to bed, only this time I fell right asleep because I was so tired from a bad night's sleep the night before. Then at 12 a.m. it happened again. Molly growled, only this time she barked too, which is actually what woke us all up. Even Hester started barking. I was so startled that I just yelled, "Dogs, cut it out," which stopped Molly, but now Hester was all riled up and jumped down to check on his sister. I followed his lead and I peeked under the bed again. This time I saw what the night before I thought was Molly's tail, except Molly was on the other side of the bed, wagging her tail so I could tell it wasn't her. I popped up and grabbed my phone for better light, but when I looked back, all I saw was a notebook, some dirty socks, every hair tie I've ever lost, and Molly just wagging her tail at me. When I told my husband, he jokingly said it's probably a ghost, and told me to go back to bed, but I was still freaked, mostly from how jarring it is to wake up from a dead sleep to two barking dogs. So I stayed up and just tried to calm down. Molly decided that she would spend some time on top of the bed, which is kinda weird, but I knew as long as I didn't invade her personal space, she would stay, so I made some extra room. I was messing around on my phone when I heard the faintest rustling and what sounded like a door moving. I froze, and I don't think I've ever been so scared. I could see Molly, I was touching Hester, and my husband was out cold, so nothing else should have been making noise. Certainly nothing should have been opening doors. It just sounded like the faintest noise of something scooting. I whispered, "Molly?" Then it just stopped. I still couldn't move, so I held my breath and just listened. Silence. Finally, around 2:30, I was able to calm down enough to sleep, and I fell into a restless sleep. The next day I didn't have to work because I only work every other Friday, which was great because I was exhausted. It was a pretty lazy day. I decided I wanted a little nap, so I let the dogs outside to play since it was so nice, and walked to our bedroom for a little snooze. At 12 p.m. this time, I heard Molly barking and growling under the bed again, which was impossible because I knew she was outside, and this time I felt it bump the bed. I immediately started crying because I was home alone, and all I could imagine was a literal monster under my bed. As soon as it heard me sobbing, it quieted down, and the sound stopped. I gathered enough courage to leap out of bed, as far from the bed as I could get, and sprinted outside. I called my husband at work and explained what happened. Well, he was compassionate. He's also about as pragmatic as one can be, so he told me I was probably just tired and heard the dogs from outside. I reluctantly agreed and decided to let the dogs in and nap on the couch. Friday nights for us is usually 2 bottles of wine and binge watching It's Always Sunny until we are good and tipsy enough to playfully debate stupid things. Last Friday was no exception. I think we argued about whether or not blackout curtains canceled noise or not, which turned into why our dogs would be barking at nothing the last couple of nights. I told my husband that I kinda believed we had a ghost, and he teased I was being dramatic. Due to the wine overconsumption, I was feeling a little sensitive, and I took it way more personally than I would have sober, so I pouted and said I didn't want to sleep with him, which really only proves him right about the drama. But I stood my drunk, sensitive ground, and fell asleep on the couch. About 20 minutes later, I'm woken up by barking and my husband yelling, "Molly, stop it! What's going on?" Only this time, I wasn't in there to prove it wasn't Molly, so I ran into our bedroom to check on everyone. Molly was still growling, so I lifted the bed skirt to call Molly out. But the next thing I hear is Molly's nails clicking in the hardwood behind me, and that's when I realized Molly had been under the coffee table when I bolted out of the living room. It hadn't fully registered until I saw her behind me, and not under the bed, but it was under the bed. At first I thought it was a dog, because of all the hair I saw. However, when it turned toward me I saw it looked more human, but it was growling exactly like Molly. I gasped and scrambled back, but it flinched and whimpered like I had heard it. Then it slowly scooted away and disappeared. After that, I told my husband to grab the dog's leashes. We were going to a hotel, or at the very least I was, since he saw Molly follow me into the room after thinking he heard her under the bed. He agreed at the very least something was weird. I had to pay the Uber driver $20 to let us bring the dogs despite noticing a substantial bit of cat hair. But I didn't care, I just wanted out. When we got to the hotel, I told the front desk agent, half joking, that we were running away from home, which she didn't find humorous and just dryly handed us the key. We clambered up to our hotel room. Luckily, we had enough points to pay for the night and didn't have to fight about how much the hotel was. And both of us, drunk and exhausted, passed out. We made it through the night without incident, except Molly was sleeping in the bed now. I guess she was rattled too. The next morning, after a nice hotel shower and bad hotel coffee, I told my husband we needed to dismantle the bed and figure out what was going on. I said if I was going to sleep in that room again, the bed frame either needed to be boarded up, or we had to just put the bed directly on the floor. I don't think my husband was completely sold at this point, but he did have to admit that Molly was acting weird at night, and last night did confuse him. So when we got home and started to pack our bed up, we settled on just laying it on the ground until we could afford a bed frame with drawers. Poor Molly, no more bed cave. As we went to pull the mattress off, the dog started to lose it and scrambled to get under the bed now that there was more room. Once I could see what they saw, I dropped my side of the mattress. Luckily, my husband wasn't looking under the bed and was able to catch it, exclaiming, "What the hell, Allie? You almost crushed the dogs." With tears welling in my eyes, I stared at the floor under our bed. There was a small, roughly cut slab of our floor, presumably leading to the crawl space. Once I finally stammered out, "I'm not crazy." My husband saw what I saw. "Molly, Hess, get away from there now," he said. "Come on, everyone out of the house." My husband ushered us all out to the front porch and immediately called 911. The cops came and spent a frustrating amount of time asking us if we were sure this isn't just your crawl space access, to which we kept explaining over and over again that it wasn't there when we moved in, and pointing out it didn't have a hinge. saying that the crawl space was most likely to have a possum or raccoon. They called animal control and told us this wasn't really a police matter. I was so angry because I don't know of any raccoons who can effectively cut a square door in my floor, but I didn't really have any other choice. So Jerry, our friendly neighborhood exterminator slash relocator, arrived with his cages and possum catching stick thing. We explained to him we felt very confident it wasn't an animal, but since he was contacted by the police and they assured him we were being dramatic, he decided to go in. We waited and waited for him to come out, praying he had a possum in his stupid cage. But after about 20 minutes of complete silence, we started to worry. We yelled down the hole, "Hey Jerry, everything okay down there?" Silence. Shocking silence. Even the dogs seemed still, heads cocked like they were listening for something. Anything. With nowhere else to turn, we called the police again and explained what had happened. They just told us they would call his company and send someone else out. But like, what? A man fully went missing in our crawl space? So here comes Jerry's boss. We explained everything again and begged him not to go in the crawl space, to which he said, "I'm not. That's not really my job." He walked around the house to look for other exits to the crawl space, and when he found an opened hatch, told us. Jerry is our most tenured relocation expert, but he has a tendency to get a little antisocial. He probably didn't find anything, decided the job was done, and left. That didn't exactly feel like an answer to us, but this guy knows Jerry and we don't, so like, whatever, I guess. But also, what am I going to do? Make him go look for Jerry? So he just left. It wasn't until about an hour after he left that we realized Jerry's van was still parked on our street, so I felt pretty confident that Jerry didn't just leave the crawl space, unless he decided to hitchhike with his possum stick. But at this point it was like 9:30 p.m., and we were so tired and felt like we were out of options. And unfortunately, hotel points. We decided to sleep in the guest room with the door locked and barricaded, per my theatric but frankly practical recommendation. The floor in this room is built directly on the slab, since it's a converted garage. We called for Jerry one more time but decided to put the mattress back on the floor. We figured if he was still under there, he could get out of the hatch, and I didn't want a stranger crawling into my house in the middle of the night. We decided that either Jerry must be a weirdo who actually just wandered off, or the ghost ate him. That's only partially a joke at this point. We made it through the next couple nights. No Jerry, but also no incidents. I guess his van just lives here now because I can't get a hold of anybody at his company. I don't really have any other option but to keep trying to call them. And wait, it's not like the police have helped at all. But now it's Monday night at 12 a.m. Molly is nuzzled under my neck, Hester is at my feet, and we cannot sleep because now we can hear them both growling under the bed. "You left the utensil drawer open this morning, didn't you?" she asked, stepping out of our bedroom as the late morning glow filled our kitchen. "You slept in quite a bit," I spoke automatically, then paused to digest what she'd said. To my right were the kitchen counters forming an L shape into the corner. The cabinets, the doors, every drawer was closed. I frowned. Right. Earlier I was going to make eggs. I'd opened the utensil drawer for a spatula, then the fridge, and a cupboard. Was about to put the pan on the stove when something blunt poked my side. The utensil drawer. I'd forgotten to close it. "Well, that's a pretty realistic dream," I told my wife. She stood there in the doorway, bathed in the sun, wearing only her pajamas. For the 14 years I've been married, my wife has never been a napper. Always says that if she's tired during the day, it means she's done a good job for making the day count. Always busy, running around, that one. Whether she's in front of the TV, not watching a movie, but following a workout routine to out-of-the-house grocery shopping, or staying late at the office, she's never sitting still. Yet here she is now, midday on a weekend, lying down on the couch. I'd been at the store earlier this Saturday, come home to her body curled up on the couch. Huh? I set the groceries down on the counter. Going into the living room, I shook her shoulder. She roused immediately, letting out a yawn. Huh? Oh, hey, sorry. I must have drifted off. She rubbed her eyes. I looked at the blanket over her legs and pillow under her head. I smiled. No worries. You've been working hard. I hardly saw you all week. She shook her head as if to say, it was just one of those weeks. When instead she blurted, the store was out of the bleach we use, eh? You've been going through it so fast lately. I froze. Looked at the counter, which was full of groceries. Though the bags were semi-transparent, there was no way she'd know. The rest of the weekend went by quickly. My wife napped on the couch, and I found myself catching up on some of my shows and games. I love my wife, but when she's around, there's always something to be done. At least when she's asleep, she's not getting after me to get the brakes checked on the car, or vacuum the stairs, or remember to make dinner reservations for next week. How was work today? It was Monday evening, and we had just sat down for supper. Just a simple lasagna I'd heated in the oven. Barely a step above a TV dinner, but she didn't seem to mind. Oh, it was weirdly quiet, she replied. I even got a nap in during lunch. Really? You napped at work? I asked, incredulous. She scrunched her nose. Well, technically it was on my break, but yeah. She was about to scoop another bite into her mouth when she added, You've made too much food again. What? I looked down at my plate, finding it nearly empty. I looked back to her and she nodded towards the pan on the stove. The rest of the lasagna was still there. The exact amount remained from what I'd plated. I looked down again and found my plate empty. I looked back to my wife who, instead of elaborating, was getting up already, covering her plate with a napkin. It was lumpy, wasn't it? The napkin. There had to have been some scraps of food beneath it. So why? It was only 6 o'clock and she'd moved back onto the couch. Curled up her legs, resting her head on the pillow without a word. I didn't know whether to laugh or shout. In all our years of marriage, my wife has never, ever, just left the table still made. She's always doing the dishes right after eating. Has always said that if she didn't, they'd get left overnight and everything would be harder to clean in the morning. Just stay up for a bit longer, then you can go to bed early, I suggested, patting her on the shoulder. She didn't rouse, and I decided not to press her. I did the dishes myself that night. It was on the 3rd week of these naps, these weird dreams, that I decided to stop trying to wake her from her naps. She stopped helping around the house. The floors stayed unswept. The vacuum collected dust. The pillows even started to smell. I didn't know what to do. Every time my wife woke from her naps, which was less and less, she'd say something I'd done while she'd been asleep. You left your work keys on the desk. You shouldn't have yelled at that intern today. He's just a kid. You made a big decision after work today, but you are glad you did what you did. You forgot to get gas. Been driving around more than usual. You really need to pay attention. You were so lost in thought today, you almost forgot about him. You made too much food again. You've started to fall back into old habits you thought you left behind. What's wrong with the bleach we use? Why do you suddenly look for the old kind your mother used? You forgot to call in sick to work today. You won't forget about me like the others. I sat up. I'm in bed. My hazed breathing permeates the everlasting silence that has seeped its way into the house. I look down to my left. My wife's spot. It's sullen. Almost as if I can see the sunken shape of her body there. But when I move to feel her, I grasp nothing but sour air. The aroma of the house stopped being scented candles and fresh air weeks ago. In its place is... I'm not sure. I can't smell it anymore, but I think once it was dread. Can a smell be a feeling? It must be, because that's the only word that can describe such a thing. You won't forget about me. What? Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I flick on the lamp. Wait, no. That's too bright. It'll wake her up. Quickly, I turn it off. I blink a few times, my eyes adjusting back to the dark. You won't forget about me. My legs are stiff and nothing wants to move. As I step into the living room, I catch a glance at myself in the full-length mirror outside the bedroom. I move, but that natural sway your arms do when you walk is gone. I can feel my eyelids begging to close for that millisecond it takes to blink, but it never happens. Into the living room I go, and my eyes shift to the couch. There's a lump there. She's breathing. Or is that those fuzzy things that dance in your sight when there's not enough light, giving the illusion of movement? I sit down at her feet, curled up under the blanket. Her head still rests on the pillow, yellowed and sour, and moving. That movement. It was the pillow, the blankets, not her. I dare not remove the blanket from her head. How she knew my intentions, I don't know. Maybe we are most awake when we are asleep. In truth, I don't know when she stopped recanting the past and started telling the future. I wonder if it matters, premonition or not. This was always going to happen when she started dreaming about things I've done. I smoothed the blanket atop sunken flesh. I'd buried so much within the confines of my memory, smoothed over by the fog of adolescence. This was one I wanted to remember. I won't forget about you. I don't know where else to put this. I've called 911. I've broken windows. I've tried staying awake all night, skipping town, everything. But every time the clock hits 8:43 p.m., I'm back at the beginning, on the porch of a quiet house in a cul-de-sac in Maple Hill, holding my backpack and a smile I don't mean. My name's Leah. I'm 19. I babysit to pay for school. Usually it's pretty normal. Movies, snacks, putting a kid to bed by 9. This time it's not normal. This time I think I'm trapped, and the kid knows it. Her name is Ellie. She's 6. Blonde, big eyes, little voice. She looks like she belongs in a toothpaste commercial. Her mom, Marissa, hired me off a local app for a last-minute babysitting job. One day only. Said she had a work trip she couldn't skip. Paid me in cash the second I stepped inside. She's been looking forward to this all week, Marissa said, already halfway out the door. She says today's going to be the best day ever. I remember that sentence too well now. I've heard it over 100 times. Ellie was already waiting at the top of the stairs that first morning. She looked at me like she'd met me before. Are you ready? She asked. I asked, ready for what? For the best day ever, she said, like it was obvious. It started small, a weird sense of déjà vu. The dog barked before I rang the bell. A breeze blew the exact same piece of paper off the table twice. Ellie started answering my questions before I asked them. Then I woke up on the porch again. Same morning, same clothes. Same words out of Marissa's mouth. Same look from Ellie. Are you ready? I thought maybe I dreamed the whole day. Maybe I was sick. But the loops kept coming. Over and over. Same date, same house, same kid. At first, Ellie pretended she didn't notice. But after a few loops, she started slipping up, calling me by name before I introduced myself, finishing my sentences, laughing at jokes I hadn't told yet. By the fifth loop I said, "You know what's happening, don't you?" She grinned. I just want it to be perfect. Perfect. Like I'd been getting it wrong this whole time. So I played along. I tried things. Took her to the park, got her ice cream, let her watch cartoons for hours. Every loop, something new. Sometimes she smiled, sometimes she frowned. But the day always ended the same way. Me tucking her in, thinking maybe this time I'd broken it. Then darkness. Then 7:58 a.m. Eventually she stopped pretending. One morning I woke up on the porch and she was standing outside waiting for me. "You're late," she said. "I'm 2 minutes early," I said. She looked past me. Not this time. She's changing. Each loop she seems older. Or something else. Her voice slips. Her face glitches. Once her shadow kept moving even when she didn't. Another time she showed me a drawing of me in a box with no doors. "You'll get it right eventually," she said. "Or you'll stay." I tried not doing anything. Just stayed in the living room, ignored her. That loop, around 6:30 p.m., she started crying without tears and whispering to something I couldn't see. I passed out before 8:43. When I woke up, there was a note in my pocket. Try harder. One loop, I asked what the best day ever actually meant. She looked up at me and said, "It means you'll want to stay forever." I've given her everything. Puppets, pancakes, new songs. I danced in the rain. I let her cut my hair once, thinking maybe it'd make her laugh. It did, for 5 minutes. Then bedtime came and she looked sad. "Almost," she said. That was loop 63, or 64. I've lost count. I haven't aged. My bruises reset. My scars disappear. But I remember every second. I don't know if this post will stay up when the loop resets. If you're reading this and this story sounds familiar, or if you've heard of a girl named Ellie who gets to keep people, please tell me what to do. I don't think I can make her happy, and I think the more I fail, the more she learns how to make me stay. Leah. Has anyone stayed at 237 Stillwater Road? I clean Airbnbs for a living. I've been doing it for about 2 years now, and have recently started my own cleaning company. I used to work for a larger management company, but had some difficulties with my boss and the way the business was run. So I quit and started managing a couple on my own. It doesn't pay too much, but I get to work on my own time and I'm my own boss. A large majority of the Airbnbs I clean are mom and pop operations, and since they don't have the time to do it themselves, they pay me to tidy up between guests. Most of the properties are left relatively clean, but every once in a while we get crappy clients that will trash the place for a party, or God knows what else. The worst I've had to do is scrub dried puke or throw away the occasional used condom, but it's worth it to be my own boss. I do most of my business through Craigslist, advertising my cleaning services to anyone in the area who may need help with their place. About a month ago, someone replied to my listing with nothing but the address of their property. the amount I could expect to be paid, and the first date it required cleaning. 237 Stillwater Road, $125, June 24th, 12 p.m. Although this may seem strange to someone new or unfamiliar with the business, it's fairly common for messages from the host to be this simple. It was part of the reason I enjoyed the job. I've never been a people person, so I enjoyed the simplicity of the limited interaction I had with people. I responded saying I could take the job, and didn't give it a second thought. The rental looked run down from the outside, in desperate need of a paint job to replace the peeling white paint on the exterior. The rotting and curled shingles only exacerbated the weary look of the house. Nestled on the top of a steep hill, it overlooked the vast and deep Stillwater Lake, which coincidentally harbored a few of the other houses I maintained. It was one story with an unfinished basement, indicated by the concrete foundation and the windows peeking just over the grass. However, the inside was a different story. The moment I stepped in, something felt off. Not wrong exactly, just too clean. Walking through the house, I found 2 fully furnished bedrooms, a kitchen, an attached garage converted into a game room, and a couple of doors I assumed led to closets. It was as if it had not been touched in weeks. I absently noted this as strange, as the listing said that the previous occupant had left no less than 2 hours ago. Walking through the house, not a single pillow or sheet in the bedrooms looked to be disturbed. No dishes sat in the sink waiting to be scrubbed. No crumbs or dirt dotted the carpet or stained wood floor. It's not uncommon for occupants to clean up the rental in order to avoid a large cleaning fee, but I'd never seen a rental this sterile. However, I pride myself on being thorough, and decided to replace the sheets as well as vacuum the floors just to be safe. Upon getting to the kitchen, I noticed a door in the corner I did not previously register. Stuck to the door was another detail I must have passed over on the initial walkthrough. A pinned note displayed a simple request written in neat handwriting. Replace salt in water softener. Through the door was a dark stairway leading into the basement. A lot of these old rentals had me do this as part of the routine. It was a menial task, but was inconvenient enough for me to often forget about, as they were usually out of the way, in basements or garages or other places that I rarely had any reason to go. Forgetting was generally not a big deal though, as these salt-dependent water softeners can often go weeks without being replenished. Since it was the first time I had cleaned this rental, and the owner had explicitly asked for it, I decided to not take the chance that it could wait. About halfway down the stairs, I realized that the light from the open kitchen door was failing. I turned around to realize that the door was shutting, and raced to the top of the steps. My initial panic was met with the realization that the door was simply on old hinges, and naturally closes on its own. A cold shiver ran up my spine as I understood that both the descent and ascent would have to be made in complete darkness. I'd never been afraid of the dark, basements, or anything like that, but there was something unsettling about being alone in an unfamiliar house, one that had hosted countless strangers, owned by someone I'd only exchanged a few brief messages with. It left me more uneasy than I could ever remember feeling. Still, I told myself this was something I had to do. Making it down to the hanging chain attached to the bulb was no big deal. A swift walk down the stairs and I could easily make out the chain before the door fully closed. I'd bet that even a relaxed walk could allow me to pull it in time, but that was not something I had the nerve to test. The basement of the rental was the stereotypical Midwestern unfinished basement. Concrete floors and exposed wooden beams. It reminded me of my childhood home. I was greeted by the pungent mildew smell, the damp and suffocating odor, considerably stronger than the average basement. The singular light bulb swayed on its chain, casting strange, long shadows around the room. A negligible amount of light was filtered through the grimy windows, haphazardly covered with cardboard, illuminating dust motes with their weak beams. There was old junk lining the walls of most of the basement on shelves or in boxes, undoubtedly the source of the musty smell. The water softener was tucked into one of the four corners, nestled between the washer and dryer. The salt in the water softener was completely empty. Typically, it takes about a month or a 4-person family to go through the salt if it is fully filled. Either the salt hadn't been replaced in about a month, if it was full to begin with, or this rental somehow uses an almost impossible amount of water. Puzzled, but eager to get out of the basement, I poured one of the salt bags stacked against the side of the water softener and into the maw of the machine. As I turned to leave, I noticed a peculiarity under the stairs. A circular dark spot resembling water damage was situated between the wooden supports holding up the flight. As I approached it curiously, I realized it was not simply a black spot, but a damp and yawning opening, stretching an indiscernible distance into the foundation of the house. The jagged rim bore evidence of man-made tools, likely a primitive and homemade well due to the antiquity of the house. Whatever cavernous depths the well reached into was hidden from the light of the singular bulb. I grabbed a loose pebble from the crude concrete floor and dropped it into the mouth. I waited for the response, and received none. I contemplated leaving the basement light on and calling it a day, but it was my first time cleaning this rental, and I was determined to leave no trace of the presence. Additionally, there was the possibility that the occupants would not find the light and turn it off, and the thought of having to replace the burnt-out bulb in the complete darkness made my skin crawl. I took a deep breath and tugged the chain down, plunging myself into complete darkness. As I did so, the sound of the pebble echoed back, winding tortuously and intoxicatingly from the back throat of the well. I still have the scar from running up the stairs. I told myself I wouldn't sprint, but as soon as I yanked the cord of the bulb, a fear I haven't felt since childhood swept over me. My mind conjured forms in the darkness behind me, fangs and nails scraping the air furiously inches away from my calves as I launched myself up the stairs, their shape changing from every step. I yelped as my foot caught on one of the steps, and as my knee connected with the stairs, radiating a sharp pain out from my kneecap, I scrambled to get myself up, wincing at the sharp pain, and clambered up the remaining steps. I half expected the door to be locked when I made it to the small landing at the crest of the stairs, and let out a relieved sigh as I collapsed through the doors into the kitchen. The shapes in my mind evaporated at the presence of the dying summer light pouring in through the kitchen windows. I let my face blush with the shame of the last 10 seconds, but another part of me insisted that my fear was justified. Attempting to shake this feeling off, I did my final walkthrough of the house. By now the adrenaline had worn off, and my leg throbbed with the memory of my tumble. After I was sure everything was up to my standards, I bolted the front door, limped out to my car, and drove off. I have been cleaning this rental for just over a month now. Every time is the same. The house is immaculate when I arrive. There is a new note on the door to the basement, written in the same handwriting, but written on a different sticky note or with slight variations in the print. The water softener is always empty, and I always dump salt to the fill line. For each bag of salt I go through, a new bag replaces the one I have used up the next time I show up. I have now ceased cleaning the rest of the rental. I exclusively replace the salt and ponder over the well. The well has become a source of morbid fascination for me. Sometimes I stare into the fissure for what seems like hours, only to return from the trance and realize barely a minute has passed. I continue to drop pebbles, waiting in almost erotic anticipation for the distant echo. A single thing varies, though. I am more terrified of the basement each time I go. The shapes are closer. Sometimes I think I feel them brush my shirt or pant leg when I run up the stairs in the dark. Maybe I do. I've started to bring a flashlight on my daily trip into the basement, but this does little to reduce the thoughts in the back of my mind. I bring it regardless, as it's better than nothing. This notion of something else being in the room with me has started to follow me throughout the house. At first I felt it only when I was in the basement. Then I felt it in the kitchen. Now I feel it when I enter the house. I have cleaned it every day since the first day. Every night, the owner will contact me with the address of the rental, the amount I can expect to be paid, tomorrow's date, and the time they expect me to clean it. I have never seen anyone staying there, nor any evidence of inhabitants within the house. But the house is always clean. I have never dusted, but no dust accumulates on the untouched furniture or shelves. No indentations on the couch where someone might have recently sat. The dishes are always in the same spot, none left out in the sink for me to clean. I have never even seen a car sitting in the driveway, or a light on while simply passing by. There is something off about the reviews of this rental online. It is almost as if they are AI generated. They follow a very formulaic structure, with many of them sharing many phrases like, feels like home, or we look forward to staying again. All of them are 5 stars, and not a single one says anything critical about the property. The incessant mystery has festered in me like a wound, bringing me to yesterday's events. I stood under the light bulb, its dangling chain in my right hand, my flashlight heavy in my left. I inhaled deeply, pulled my right hand down, and plunged the room into utter darkness. My clammy hands fumbled to find the button, illuminating the well upon its location. I cautiously approached the pit, angling my flashlight down its gullet. Though apparently graded for military use, the beam from the flashlight was swallowed eagerly by the pit's ebony gloom. I waited. In the lack of visual or auditory input, the brain tends to make its own stimulus, so when I saw a faint reflection at the edge of the flashlight's reach, I thought it was simply this phenomena in action. The reflection continued to expand, shimmering as it grew in intensity, so much so that I was almost convinced that the flashlight's reach had somehow been extended to whatever depths the water table lay at. The reflections grew in their intensity, and with a terrifying beauty I can't begin to describe, I realized that the light cast back wasn't of that of water, it was that of innumerable eyes. My blood ran cold, and I watched in detached horror as my flashlight tumbled into the inky darkness. Consciousness returned, after how long I am still not sure. I ran panicked through the darkness towards where I assumed the staircase was. I fumbled around and located the cool banister, using it to propel myself up the stairs. On the 5th step, the decaying wood gave way, robbing me of my momentum. I caught myself with the assistance of the railing, but upon attempting to pull myself up, the 2 ends of the broken board snared my right leg, tearing at the skin on my ankle. I tried to pull myself out of the stairs, which only served to push the splintered step further into my leg. Gritting my teeth and rotating my body, I felt for the cracked wood. My finger brushed a jagged edge, pain shooting up my arm as a splinter slid under my fingernail. A carrion, rotting smell suffocated me. I gagged. With my left leg and my remaining strength, I kicked a side of the board with panicked fervor. The first kick only served to drive the splintered wood further into my tender flesh. I was certain that this is how it would end. The second did the same, but I could feel the rotted wood giving way. Adrenaline surged, dulling the pain into something distant and unreal. On the third, the board snapped. I was free. I clumsily pulled myself along on my stomach. Reaching the crest, I fumbled for the doorknob and threw the door open. If God is merciful, then it will someday relieve me of the horrid sight that dying light illuminated. Scores of them line the staircase, their limp-like bodies twisting and convulsing in an attempt to escape the soft glow of the sun. Their skin spread thin and pale over their bony bodies, revealing twisted and purple varicose veins over their ape-like bodies. The horde clawed over each other, tearing flesh from their leprous bodies and spilling their ichor in a deafening silence. They oozed and slithered down the stairwell, indeterminable in their numbers, but an amalgamation of claws, fangs, and atrophied wings. In places, skin bubbled and burst, emitting a foul and indescribable stench. As the last of the monstrosities vanished into their antediluvian crypt, they left behind only the shattered stair and the trail of blood marking my escape. Although I struggle to recall what followed, they say a good Samaritan found me, babbling, incoherent. I was taken to a nearby hospital, where I've remained ever since. Despite my insistence, the doctors claim there's no rental listing for 237 Stillwater Road, just a long abandoned house. But I know the truth. I know what I saw. Periodically I still hear it, the sweet, distant echo rising from the well, calling me back. I know I will return, and when I do, I will know just how deep the well goes. The Challenger Deep is the deepest point of our planet, 6.8 miles below the ground we walk on, and nearly completely desolate. A true marvel on the Earth, and a miraculous piece of geography. Up until recently, most scientists believed that the Challenger Deep was the deepest point of our Earth. Keyword, recently. I work for the NOAA, or National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, as a submersible pilot. I've been on countless dives and seen countless things. It's an amazing job, one that I can't imagine ever not taking. If there is one place to appreciate nature and life as we know it, it's the ocean. Yet, the vastness of the ocean is a horrifying concept. We are slow in the water, and in the parts of the ocean where you can't see anything below you, it is hard to shake the thought of some massive marine predator snatching you up in its jaws. Despite this, our research knows no bounds, and around a month ago, my team made a massive discovery. A shift in the tectonic plates showed us that, in the cracks of the Challenger Deep, there was something below it, an entirely unexplored and unknown region of our world. The team was ecstatic, and negotiations for a press release were immediately brought to our supervisor. Unfortunately, he decided not to go ahead with the news just yet. According to him, after talks with the heads of the NOAA, they wanted us to go on an expedition to see what was there, and then showcase our findings to the world. I wasn't pleased with this, but I knew that it would make a better headline in the news if we actually found stuff down there. As one of the most experienced submersible pilots, I was chosen to head the mission. It would be a solo mission, one that, in my supervisor's words, would change the way we saw the ocean forever. So, after a ton of preparations and warnings and papers, my submersible was hovering over the water, my legs pointed directly at the opening to this new, deeper subsection of Earth's crust. My submersible, named Apollo by me, was reinforced heavily, with intense fortifications and the best titanium money could buy. She was a beautiful thing, one that I could never see myself as worthy of piloting. Yet, with one swift motion, I was dropped into sea. I won't bore you with the details of the descent, as nothing out of the ordinary occurred. I saw numerous creatures, critters, and otherwise, but nothing there was something I hadn't seen before. Aside from a sperm whale swimming above me that made me nearly crap myself. After roughly 3 hours, I had finally hit the Challenger deep. Admittedly, I was a little scared. Despite my numerous adventures into the bowels of deep blue, I had never actually been here at the bottom. It was empty. Not a speck of life besides maybe some bacteria. If loneliness could have a textbook definition, it would be this: dark, cold, and desolate. The fact anything could live down here whatsoever was unbelievable. Move forward. My intercom sprung to life, jolting me out of my complete awe. I had completely forgotten why I was here, trapped in the sheer complexity of the nothingness of this place. I complied, moving Apollo upwards a bit, and that's when I saw it, a massive gash in the seafloor, stretching for what could have been miles. It was wide, too, almost the entire width of a school bus. This wasn't what was shown in our scannings, with the gap being smaller and less wide. Whatever we had seen before, it had expanded. I reported this to my supervisor, who shared the same mild perturbance that I did. Maybe another shift occurred here recently. Maybe. His lackluster answer to my report did not inspire confidence. But I had to keep going. I am about to enter the opening, I said with a very obvious amount of uncertainty in my voice. Go ahead. Good luck, man, my supervisor responded. And with that, I entered the new deepest point of our Earth. The opening was normal in nature, with nothing but rock and earth surrounding my descent for the first 20 meters or so. However, after this, it all became dark again. There was no more wall, no more gash. I checked my sonar, and my mouth dropped to the floor in sheer amazement. I was inside a gigantic cave, nearly 1 mile on diameter. I was at a loss of words, my thoughts taking over where my mouth couldn't. My mind began to race, with intense ideas and fears and terrors unveiling themselves. What could be down here? Is it dangerous? Will I die? Etc. I reported my findings to my supervisor, who was, just like me, completely starstruck. Are you sure that's what you see? My supervisor sputtered out. Yes. The submarine had been equipped with the latest technology, and one of those was a radar, just in case anything like a whale or other large creature happened to be approaching me. This radar never failed, but it hadn't sprung to life in hours due to the lack of anything big at this depth. Yet it was suddenly firing off. I moved to look at it, and to my both amazement and terror, 5 large blips were moving towards me. I tried to keep myself together, desperately breathing in and out in a pathetic attempt to keep myself from hyperventilating, but it wasn't working. Nothing of this size should be down at this depth. My mind began to picture beasts, monsters, and ravenous creatures coming to rip me apart. In my nervous state, I hadn't realized my supervisor had been trying to talk to me. After nearly tripping over myself, I clumsily reopened the line. Why have you stopped? What is it? My supervisor sternly, yet curiously asked. There's 5 something moving towards me, sir. I have no idea what they are. I stammered out, my voice shaky and completely broken by the fear that gripped my throat. Wait, are you serious? How big are they? My supervisor asked. I checked the blips. They were 5 seconds from my position. They weren't massive, but they were still too big for this environment. A solid 7 to 9 feet in length. Roughly 8 feet. Just then, I felt a strong, hard, and intense hit come from the outside. Not like something was trying to break in, but rather like something had bumped into Apollo. I checked the 3D cameras, checking the side at which I felt the collision. I caught a glimpse of a tail floating off into the darkness. It looked rigid and crustacean-like, shaped almost like an ace of spades. As I tried to make sense of it, another bump came from above. Whatever these things were, they were strong. Not strong enough to break through titanium, but strong enough to move the vessel a solid foot. I checked the cameras again, this time seeing a pair of legs. They looked like they came from some sort of insect, akin to the legs of a spider, but thicker and with barbs. Once again it floated into the darkness. Once again a hit came, this time targeting the pilot's chamber, scaring the piss out of me. I didn't need to check the cameras. The thing hit my window, and it didn't move from my view. I was completely stuck, entranced by what could only be described as a miracle of nature. A living fossil, floating in front of me, locking its round, pure black eyes with me, practically hypnotizing me to admire its sheer beauty, was a massive, yellowish tan, prehistoric creature. A Eurypterid, commonly known by paleontologists and biologists as a sea scorpion. I was dumbfounded. Sea scorpions had gone extinct over 250 million years ago, when the Great Dying happened, otherwise known as the Permian extinction event. Eurypterids were completely wiped out by this, so I was at a loss of words. No words could ever describe what I was feeling. I think it was admiring me back. It surely hadn't seen humans before. It tilted its insecty head at me, wondering what I was. Suddenly more of them came to the window, dumbfounded at what they were seeing. Baby sea scorpions sat atop what I assumed was their mothers, analyzing and internalizing what I was. I began taking photographs of the sea scorpions and sent them to my supervisor. He beamed back to me on the intercom as the cheers of my colleagues rang out in the background. "This is an amazing find. Do you see anything else?" "Not right now, but I'll update you if I do." As I resigned from the intercom once again, the sea scorpions continued to look at me. They almost seemed to gawk at me, as I did the same to them. Suddenly they all cleared, and a much larger, older-looking one got up to the glass. My submersible had arms, grabbers used to move away debris and rocks/minerals. It moved its shelled body to the arms, rubbing up against it, before lowering its head to show me a large parasite that had binded to it. I was confused as to what it was incentivizing, until finally I understood that it wanted me to remove the thing. The arms were not surgical, but fortunately, the parasite was big, meaning the arms could hopefully remove it. I knew it was risky, and if I accidentally killed it, I could be in massive trouble. However, somewhere deep within me, I knew it was desperate, so as carefully as I could, I maneuvered the arms to reach the critter. It was very much like piloting a claw machine, with every movement a stressor on my psyche. Finally, I had a good grip on the parasite, with the other arm holding the elder sea scorpion's head steady, and with one good tug, the little thing came right off. The sea scorpion jolted, shaking its head in what I could only assume was pain. Yet once the pain subsided, it looked happy, spinning in place with an upbeat pattern. It got back up to the window, and with a happy, almost animal-like bunt against Apollo, It descended back into the depths, with the rest of its family unit following it. With that experience over, I descended further, my mind straight and my heart beating with just a little more pride. I reported the encounter with my staff who, when shown photos, absolutely thrilled. Fortunately, my supervisor was happy with me and green-lighted the further descent. The sonar continued to prove my suspicion, with the cave proving to be a worthwhile endeavor for the entire NOAA. Eventually I reached the middle of the cave when the radar came back to life. Something was approaching the ship again, something absolutely gigantic. It must have been at least 60 feet in length. Now, I was someone who generally despised people who promoted the idea of Megalodon living in the trench. However, seeing the radar blip with a massive white dot, you can't blame me for being scared of whatever was approaching. I had already seen a literal living fossil, and I wasn't against the idea of a massive monster being down here anymore. However, my fears were calmed as I realized how slow it was moving. Hell, it might as well have been sitting still. I entered the intercom again to my supervisor, who told me to move towards it. Despite my fears, curiosity got the best of me, and I moved towards the blip. In the darkness, I couldn't see a damn thing, so I began to brace myself for a collision just in case. But I never reached it, not before it let out a deep, loud, and inundating shockwave of noise. It sounded like a whale's call, but significantly louder and with more bass. My head rung from the sound, my heart nearly exploding out of sheer terror and anxiety. Suddenly the lights came face to face with the source of the noise. Thinking back on it now, humans really are tiny in comparison to some things. We are the apex predator, but we definitely aren't the top dogs in some areas. Size is definitely one of them. In front of Apollo was a gigantic fish, bony and large. Its head looked like it was made exclusively from bone, armored and rigid. The rest of its figure slowly came into view, its large body unveiling itself to the light. Another living fossil, a large, healthy, and majestic fish. The behemoth paid me no mind, its gargantuan body regarding me with no more than what felt like a simple look. Of course, I began taking photos, and sent them to my supervisor. The intercom shot to life again, and the ovation of my peers could be heard once more. Eventually its large, scaly torso moved into the darkness, never to be seen again. I was given the green light to go further down, but I realized after 3 seconds of descent that I finally reached the bottom. It was different than the Challenger Deep. It was gray in color, with little to no sand on its surface. Jagged scars permeated from its surface, scattered across a variety of areas. What was interesting was that the bottom felt soft, almost like it was a cushion rather than rock. I began talking to my supervisor, discussing what the next move was. He wanted to explore the place further, to see if any other living fossils existed down here. I couldn't blame him. Everything we knew about the ocean and its inhabitants had been flipped on its head. It was amazing. As I began to move forward, something odd happened. The ground beneath me began to vibrate a bit. At first I attributed it to shifting plates, but then out of nowhere, the ground moved completely, nearly knocking over Apollo. Suddenly the radar blipped a dot out, but it wasn't a dot at all. The white blip I would have usually seen encompassed almost the entire radar circle, as if the entire area around me was a living organism. I then did a sonar scan, and saw what my mind had been trying to suppress ever since the radar did what it did. What could only be described as a leviathan was moving, and this movement was occurring right beneath me. what I had landed on wasn't ground. It was a living thing, and I had just woke it up. In my panic, I tried to turn on the intercom, but it wouldn't even go. The station I had been using to communicate with my team had been taken completely off the system, so I did the only thing left: get the hell out. I began piloting the submersible out of Dodge, moving it as fast as it could go. Suddenly Apollo stopped completely. Her engine was on, but she wouldn't budge. I checked the sonar, and I wasn't stuck on anything. It simply wouldn't budge. The intercom then came on, and my supervisor's voice was replaced by a loud, yellowing and deep voice. "No, stay." I was completely frozen, my mind a jumble of fear, shock, and confusion. Was it talking to me? I slowly shot the intercom back on. "Who are you?" I stammered out, my voice a complete mess of sounds and obvious nervousness. The creature bellowed back, its voice calm yet commanding. "I am not a who. Even if I were, it does not matter." My mind began jumbling thoughts, many associated with how on earth this thing was speaking English, or, for that matter, speaking at all. "Why are you here? How did you find this place?" I responded truthfully. I am a marine explorer. A shift in Earth's sea crust opened up a hole beyond what we thought was the deepest point of Earth. I was tasked with going in." I couldn't see it, and thank God I couldn't. It probably would have given me a heart attack, but I could tell it was thinking of what to say. "Are you here to harm or to heal?" I was scared to answer, but I had helped that sea scorpion earlier. I thought that, if what I believed was my life being on the line, telling this deep sea monster I had helped it would be useful. "Earlier I encountered some Eurypterids. I helped this elder one with a parasite." It intook my words and responded back, "Thank you." In the calming nature of its voice, I eased slightly, my mind gaining some clarity to ask it further questions. What is this place?" I asked. The creature didn't respond for a while, but after what felt like eons, it finally spoke up. "Many, many years ago, long before your species ever walked this planet, species of different eras managed to survive their respective calamities. The Eurypterids, as you call them, were not suited for their new world, so I called upon them to descend to this cavern, instilling them with an increased strength and tolerance for the conditions here. As time passed, more water-dwelling creatures came, and now they reside here. I am the guardian of this place, my purpose solely to defend and protect the nature here." I was at a loss of words. This thing, whatever it was inherently some sort of underwater deity. I couldn't even begin to wrap my head around the concept before it spoke through the intercom again. "You shouldn't be here." I snapped out of my thoughts, and upon hearing this, I became more confused than ever. I guess it could understand what I was thinking, because it fired up the intercom again. "You and your congregation are benevolent, but the rest of your kind is not. They pillage, loot, and destroy the ecosystem above. Many recent underwater creatures have come here, and they speak of you and your species' mayhem. I will seal this hole again, and you are not to ever return here. Do not tell any of your kind of my existence, and leave with the knowledge you have now, but no more." I understood. It was right, unfortunately. "I see," I muttered. The beast did not speak through the intercom this time, only making an incomprehensibly loud bellow that, if anywhere else, Could have most likely took down a whole city through decibels alone. Before I began to comply and go ahead and ascend, one more question entered my mind. How did you end up here? The intercom stayed silent for the longest time, before it echoed to life for the last time of my journey. Some secrets are best left secrets. A part of me was slightly annoyed at this, but I understood, and so I began my ascent. After resurfacing, my colleagues bombarded me with questions, demanding to know why I had basically gone off the grid. My supervisor was majorly pissed, but at the end of the day, none of it mattered. The next day, in the dead of night, I went back to my post on the station to see if the hole had closed, and sure enough, it did. I don't think I'll ever forget my experiences in the deep, and to be frank, who could? It was a jarring experience, and one that I think I'll never be able to truly comprehend. The media couldn't get it either, as the images of modern-day prehistoric monsters have swept through the internet like wildfire, with every site on the web talking about how interesting this truly is. If another crack forms, or Earth cuts open again and we find another one of these, however, I will not go back, for I still don't know what it was, and I don't want to find out. I'm a defense attorney, but this story isn't about my job. It's about the day my client Christina completely butchered her carefully drafted defense by stabbing me in the stomach. As I desperately tried to keep my intestines inside, I wished good luck onto my predecessor. Getting Chris out of this one would be pretty hard, even though, I thought, it wasn't technically sufficient evidence. Just 'cause Christina had stabbed me didn't necessarily mean she had stabbed all those others as well. Then my world got dark. The next thing I remember is my feet feeling soft. Very soft. I was standing on a cloud. Weird. I stared at my hands. They were clean. No guts. The world was bright, and there were people in front of me, and behind me. I was in some kind of line. As it moved forward, I figured out 3 things. 1, I was probably dead. 2, I was in line to get into heaven. 3, while everyone else was wearing some type of nightgown, I was still in my pantsuit. As I got closer and closer to the pearly gates, more and more wrinkles appeared on the face of the angel guarding them. When the girl in front of me stepped up to him, he only took one single look at her, his expression full of disdain. Hell. Wait. The girl shook her head. Wait, I didn't mean to kill them. I frowned. Something about that voice seemed familiar. I'm sorry, she said. I'm sorry, I just get so angry sometimes, but I wanted to be better. I swear, and I took a step forward. Christina? The angel looked up. The disdain on his face turned into annoyance. Oh Lord, why are you here? Your time hasn't come yet. I clicked my tongue. Well, that's unfortunate. But if you'll excuse me, I'd like to talk with my client for a moment. He grumbled something incomprehensible. Christina and I stepped aside. What's going on here? I asked. This doesn't add up. I died before you. Did you push past me in line or something? I tilted my head. Also, why did you stab me? Christina didn't look at me. Sorry, she whispered. I couldn't face you. Sometimes I just see red. She took a deep breath. But now that's okay. Now the police shot me, and I get what I deserve. She raised her voice, preparing herself to step forward. I'm ready. Wait. I pushed her behind me. Wait, stop. She doesn't deserve eternal damnation. Listen, one of the main ideas behind our justice system is rehabilitation. My client clearly regrets what she did, and she wants to do better. Don't you have like a heaven equivalent to prison? Community service? Purgatory? The angel blinked. This is none of your business. It is, literally. I crossed my arms. This woman is my client. The angel closed his eyes. Defense attorney, right. I really hate you guys. Doesn't everyone deserve justice? I asked, just as the Lord gives it to us. You try to be like the Lord? I suddenly remembered that the angel was gonna judge me next. I forced myself to lower my gaze. I just try to be kind, to be fair, to be a good person. He smiled at me. I suppressed a shudder. I hadn't thought that it was possible for an angel to smile so sinisterly. It took all my strength not to jerk back. Do you wish to take on a second job here? The angel asked. Your time hasn't come. You will return back to Earth soon, but if you want, you can visit us at night. You can do what you do best. Defend. What do you think? I trailed off. Honestly, I didn't really have the capacity to take on a night job. Also, I was a lawyer. I had a talent for smelling BS. And by the way the angel spoke, if I said yes, I wasn't gonna get a salary. On the contrary, agreeing was gonna cost me. I didn't know what, but it was gonna cost me. The angel tilted his head. Everyone deserves an attorney, right? I swallowed. Right. Good. He made a little note in his book. Then go ahead. Defend her. But be aware she isn't going to hell for the murders. She has confessed and regretted those. For what then? I asked. Adultery. Christina waved. We were only married on paper by then. Divorce. Would I regret that? Christina said. How could I? I was a danger for him. I loved him enough to let him go. You could have worked on it. I tried. Hell. Excuse me, I said. My client acted in the best interest of her ex-husband. Her noble motives should be taken into consideration when... I stopped mid-sentence. A terrible feeling crept up inside of me. Suddenly I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything except writhe in agony as I saw the demons appeared. So I just watched them drag Christina to hell. Next, the angel said. Wait, you can't... I stuttered. Stop, bring her back. I didn't have time to... I couldn't even defend her. You have to let me defend her. I said next. The next woman walked up, a lovely lady with a huge sunburn. Did I die from gardening? She asked. I'm sorry, that can't be right. I know I sometimes forget to wear a hat, and my son has said it will be the end of me, but... Hell, the angel interrupted. Lesbian. Objection, I yelled. I felt my breath hitch and forced myself to swallow. Well, Your Honor, first of all, this woman didn't hurt a soul. The angel shrugged. She is a woman who lay with another woman. Hell. So why the fuck did you make her that way? I took a deep breath. Swearing probably wasn't the best strategy. How could her love be something sinful when it resulted in a beautiful, God-fearing, loving family? When it resulted in charity, in children, in a garden she grew? She sinned, and she never regretted it. Hell. What? I stared at him. You can't. I froze. There was that feeling again. That terrible, helpless feeling. I cried softly as they dragged the woman down to eternal damnation. Thank you for trying, she whispered. I stared at the place where she disappeared. I had failed her. I had failed my clients. I clenched my fists. Focus. Be what the angel hired you for. A defense attorney. Professional. Argumentative. Good under pressure. I felt myself calm down. I had trained for this. A tug at my sleeve, a young girl, almost a child. "Can you help me?" she asked. "I'm scared to talk to the angel because I made my baby go away. Do you think he will be mad at me?" Tears were flooding down my cheek. I wondered if that meant rain on earth. I couldn't stop the crying, but I could still use my voice. So I cleared my throat, rearranged my blazer, made sure my hair was in order, and smiled. "Let's find out, sweetie." "You're awake!" A happy voice. The first happy voice in a long, long time. I was still crying, but now someone was stroking my face, wiping the tears away. I recognized the smell of my partner. I opened my eyes and then she was crying too. "How long was I out?" I asked. "About 3 days." She forced herself to smile. "Was it a relaxing coma? The first time in a while you got that much sleep, huh?" "It was terrible," I said. "I had the weirdest nightmare." 3 days. 3 days and hundreds of cases. I had lost all of them. Except... wait, I still had one real client. "What about Christina?" I asked. "How is she doing?" My wife bit her lip. "Honey, I don't know how... well, screw it. She tried to stab you, so I'm just gonna say it. Christina is dead. The police shot her." I closed my eyes. It didn't stop the images. Hundreds of faces, hundreds of women I hadn't saved. Christina had been real. They had all been real. You know, her ex-husband picked up her remains. My wife cleared her throat. He said he was sure Christina was sorry for stabbing you. She just got angry like that sometimes. The beeping of monitors grew louder around me. Doctors and nurses rushed in. Everyone was freaking out, thinking I was gonna die, again. Like Christina. Christina was dead. Shot by police. Pretty damning evidence for once. I forced myself to open my eyes again, to look at the one face that wasn't dead, though it was just as damned as the others. My wife. There were lines in that face, lines from age and laughter. I touched her cheek and my heartbeat calmed down. "It's okay, love," she said. "It's okay. Christina is in a better place now." I forced myself to smile. "Let's go home soon, yeah?" It actually took a few weeks until they released me. The experience gave me a huge scar on my stomach and a new job. Now I'm a defense attorney at night as well. I have lines on my face now too. Lines of anger and pain. I wake up crying every morning. I try my best to prepare myself in the evenings. To be a professional. To guarantee a fair trial. But how can you win a fight when the laws weren't written for you? So far, I have lost 231,118 cases. Divorces, escaping abusive relationships, adultery, abortions. All well men who have done unspeakable things sneaked right past the gates, simply by claiming they regret it. I know that when my time comes, the demons will drag me down as well. I will suffer alongside all the people I have failed. But every morning, right before I head out to work, I kiss my wife goodbye and I cannot help it. I cannot regret loving her. Ding. My phone startled me out of my half-asleep, half-awake state as I lay on the couch with the TV droning on in the background. I read the text from an unknown number through blurry, weary eyes. This or that. Tea or coffee. The look of confusion I shot my phone for a split second before I put it down to some form of spam must have been hilarious. I flicked the ringer off, and nodded back off only to be awoken a second time with that god-awful sound. Again, it was from the unknown number, and again, it was that same question. This was getting, well, odd. I, annoyed and increasingly tired, turned my phone off entirely, but before I could even close my eyes again, the ping rang through the speakers, and inexplicably those same words lit up the otherwise dark screen. How was I getting a text when my phone was off? I had enough. With my phone now switched back on, and my mind swirling, I typed out a paragraph of expletives before the urge to do something else took over. I decided to humor whoever this was. "You want me to choose? Well, I'll choose," I mumbled to myself. I chose coffee, and promptly fell back asleep without a care as to whether my phone remained on or not. I struggle to put this any other way than bluntly, but the next morning, coffee no longer seemed to exist. I rolled out of bed and stumbled into the kitchen to start brewing so I could finish up whilst I brushed my teeth and showered, like I've done every morning for some time, and couldn't seem to find my treasured bag of grounds no matter where I looked. I get cranky when I'm without coffee, so I put it down to misplacing it and my still tired brain struggling to remember where, so decided to swing by my favorite coffee shop, Lucky's, on the way to work. I had the usual small talk with the server, who knew my order by heart at this point and proceeded to make the same old joke. "The usual, please." He looked at me like I had two heads. I went to fill the awkward silence that followed when another text came through. Part of me knew what it would be before I even looked, but I hadn't yet put the pieces together, not until the stakes were raised. This or that, Luna or Soul. Knowing it was somehow able to keep pestering me regardless of my non-response, I chose this. I got home that day to find my puppy Luna had disappeared. There was no way out. No window to jump out of. No attic to hide in. Nothing. Her brother Soul moped all evening. I never found her. By the time the next text came through, I was ruffling through cardboard boxes and head-height cabinets in my desperately futile attempts to find my dear baby. I refused to play along. I couldn't possibly convince anybody else. But those texts were emitting something badly wrong into the world, into my life, and as if in tune with my deepest thoughts, it knew I wouldn't play, because this text came with a warning. Mom or Dad, failure to choose immediately will result in a choice being made for you. I rationalized it. Told myself I'd rather have a bad thing happen without my direct influence, even if said bad thing was something that made my stomach churn. So I never chose. Knowing what was coming, I called both of my parents minutes later in cold sweat brought on by fear and panic. The search party for Mom began a few days after she vanished. We never found her either. As I lay depressed, horrified and halfway through a bottle of whiskey on the same old couch earlier tonight, that familiar ping came through once again. This or that, spine or skull. Something has been whispering through the underside of my bedroom door ever since. I never chose. I was born in 2000, grew up in a small town in northeast Ohio. We had one of those little ranch-style houses, all on one floor, 3 bedrooms. It was just me and my mom for most of my life. My dad left when I was a baby. She was a good mom from what I remember. We didn't have much money, but she made sure I always had what I needed. She worked as a waitress at a restaurant in the center of town. Always tired, but always kind. We'd watch movies together at night. She'd tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and tell me she loved me. I felt safe. Except at bedtime. I must have been about 6 or 7 the first time I noticed it. One night after she tucked me in, I heard the floor creak after she turned off the light. Not out in the hall, right by my bed. I remember freezing, listening. Then I heard the sound of her breathing, slow, heavy, right underneath me. I leaned over the edge and whispered, "Mom?" She didn't answer. Just this soft little giggle. Not mean, not playful, just weird. I called for her louder. After a few seconds, she crawled out from under the bed like it was the most normal thing in the world, smiled at me and said, "Go to sleep, sweetheart. Mommy's here." Then she left the room. The next night, same thing. I heard her crawl under right after lights out. The soft thud of her knees and hands against the floorboards. The shift of the mattress as she settled in. Then the breathing. I was too little to really question it. I thought maybe it was just a game she liked to play, but the older I got, the more I realized it wasn't a game. It became a routine. She'd tuck me in like normal, turn off the lights, and then she'd get under the bed. Every single night. And then she started doing little things. She would tap on the wood under my mattress in these odd rhythms. 3 taps, then 2, then 4. Sometimes it sounded almost like a song, other times like random patterns. If I moved or sat up, she'd stop until I lay back down. A couple times I caught her peeking out from the foot of the bed. I'd feel eyes on me and look down, and there she was. Her face just visible in the dark, one eye glinting in the faint light from the hall. No expression, just watching. I stopped sleeping well. I'd lie stiff under the covers, too afraid to move or call for her. If I tried to leave the bed, she'd grab my ankle. Not hard, just enough to stop me. Then she'd giggle again, that same soft, weird giggle. I never told anyone. How do you explain something like that when you're a kid? I figured no one would believe me. It wasn't every night that something scary happened. Some nights she'd just lie there quietly. I'd hear her whispering to herself sometimes. Words I couldn't make out, soft and steady like she was talking to someone I couldn't hear. This went on for years. During the day she was totally normal. Made my lunch, helped with homework, joked with me, hugged me. I remember trying to work up the courage to ask her about it once when I was around 10. I said something dumb like, "Mom, do you sleep under my bed?" She just blinked at me and smiled. "Oh, buddy, I don't do that. You must be having silly dreams." But that night she was there again, and the tapping was louder. By the time I was 9 or 10, I stopped looking under the bed. I started sleeping on the couch when I could get away with it. Eventually, when I turned 11, she told me I was old enough to have a lock on my door. She never came back into my room. I don't know why she did it. I don't know what changed. She passed away when I was 23. Cancer. In her last weeks, she was confused a lot of the time, drifting in and out, but one night, when I was sitting by her bed, she grabbed my wrist and said very clearly, "I kept you safe, you know. You were never alone at night." I still don't understand what she meant. I always double-check the lock on our apartment door, not because I'm paranoid, well, maybe a little, but because it's a strange mechanism. You can't just turn a key and walk away. You have to twist the handle to the right, then lock it. If it's twisted left, it stays locked. If it's straight, the door opens. Simple in theory, but easy to mess up. I live with my younger sister, Al, in a 2-bedroom apartment. The hallway from my front door is long. Her room comes first, then mine. Neither of us can see the entry or living room from our beds. The building's relatively secure, but I've read enough late-night Reddit rabbit holes to know that safety is sometimes just an illusion. And if we're being honest, I'd be an easy target. I'm clumsy, always carrying something, too trusting. Not exactly trained for fight or flight, but we'll unpack my weaknesses another day. It was a normal night, around 9:30 p.m. I crawled into bed, got cozy, and asked Al to check the door. She mumbled something like, "Yup," from her room. Good enough for me. I fell asleep. At about 12:30 a.m. I woke up. The wind outside was howling. The blinds were smacking the window like they were trying to escape. I groaned, got up, shut the window, and slid back under the blanket. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not from outside, from inside the apartment. They were near my door. Quiet, cautious. Then they moved off toward the living room. My heart began to pound. I straightened to listen. Maybe it was Al. But then I heard it. Chewing. Not soft, regular chewing. This was wet, rapid, almost animal-like. The kind of sound a squirrel makes when it finds something tough to crack. Smack, smack, click, gnaw. Pauses in between, followed by sudden bursts of messy, frantic bites. I couldn't move, couldn't even swallow. Then came the familiar creak of the sofa. Something, or someone, had sat down. I listened harder, barely breathing. A faint tap, tap, tap followed, like someone swinging their legs, kicking playfully against the couch frame. Rhythmic, casual, like they were waiting for something. My skin crawled. If someone had broken in, they would have passed my sister's room first. Was she okay? I needed to get to her, but the thought of stepping into that hallway, with whatever that was just meters away, made my body lock up in panic. Then the chewing stopped and the footsteps came back. This time they were heading to my door. Each step was deliberate, heavy but slow. The kind of walk that says, "I know exactly where you are." I had to think fast. There was a smart lamp in the living room I could control from my phone. Shaking, I reached over and opened the app. I turned the lamp on. Bright white, then blue, then red. Flicker, flicker. Distraction. Please work. The footsteps paused. Then they turned around back to the living room. I didn't wait. I slipped out of my room and crept into Al's. Her door was closed, but I eased it open with shaking hands. She was there, sleeping soundly. I rushed to her side and shook her gently but urgently. "Get up. We need to go. Quietly." She blinked, still groggy, but something in my face made her nod. Together we crawled to the hallway. I could still hear faint movement in the living room. Shuffling, shifting. We held our breath. Then, it noticed. The footsteps stopped, and then came the sprint. It charged. The footsteps thundered toward us with a speed that didn't feel human. We screamed. I yanked open the front door and we tore down the hallway toward the elevators. One was already waiting. We jumped in, slammed the ground button, and the doors began to close. And then, just as they were about to shut, I made the mistake of looking back. Standing in the hallway was someone who looked just like me, except half her face was wrapped in gauze, stained dark with fresh blood. Her head tilted, slightly too far, her arm lifted, elbow bent at the wrong angle, like a puppet trying to mimic something it didn't understand. And then she smiled. Not wide, not dramatic, just enough to show she knew I was watching. The doors closed. We got outside and called the police. What followed was a blur. Questions, searches, officers walking through our apartment with flashlights. They found nothing. No forced entry, no signs of tampering, nothing out of place. They said maybe we were dreaming, maybe we imagined it, maybe stress had gotten to us. But I know what I saw, and one thing has kept me up ever since. Even in the chaos of getting out, I remember looking at the lock. It was still turned to the left, which means the door had been locked the entire time. So how did she get in? And worse, what if she never left? I know how this is going to sound. I'm not stupid. I know Reddit isn't exactly the best place for a blind person to talk about seeing things. That's the point. I've been blind since birth. Total blindness. Zero light perception. Nothing. My world is touch, sound, smell, memory, and routine. I've never seen anything. Not even in dreams. Not even once. Until last week. And now I think I'm going to die. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor of a pretty standard building in the city. I have a system, keys always clipped to my belt, guide stick by the door, phone with voiceover, everything labeled with tactile stickers. I don't need help. I walk my block with muscle memory. I know the elevator by the sound of its grind, and I can feel when a neighbor's perfume lingers in the hallway. That's how dialed in I am to my environment. So when something changes, I notice. It started 5 nights ago. I woke up around 3 a.m. with this weird sense. Not a noise, not a smell, just a presence. Like something was there in the room with me. I thought maybe my neighbor's cat had gotten in again. It's happened before. Little guy slips through cracked doors. I sat up in bed and called out, "Hey, anyone there?" I felt for the edges of my blanket. My hand trembled. Nothing, just still air. Then I felt it, like a shape in the room, like how you can feel when someone's standing too close behind you, even without hearing them breathe. But worse, it felt wrong. Like its shape didn't match anything that should be able to stand upright. Too tall but narrow, and still too still. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood up. I reached out into the empty air and felt nothing, but in my chest I could feel it watching me. Not seeing, watching. The next morning I laughed it off. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A dream I didn't know I was dreaming. I have a therapist and I told her. She asked if I was stressed. I said yeah, a little. My job's been weird lately, and sometimes the city noise gets under my skin. But the next night, it came back. Same time, 3 a.m., same presence. I kept my eyes open, which sounds weird, I know, but when you're blind, eyes open just means facing the dark. I laid there breathing slow, trying not to move. And this time it moved. It shifted closer. The air in the room changed, like it dragged something with it. The pressure, the silence, the texture of the nothing around me. Then I heard it. Not a word, a sound, a click. Soft, deliberate. It had joints, and it was cracking them like fingers. I haven't slept since Tuesday. I pretend I'm not at home at night. Headphones on, lights on. Though that's for the neighbors, not me. But I know it still comes. I feel it standing just outside the room. Sometimes I hear it dragging its hand across the walls. Sometimes I hear it whispering in a voice that sounds like mine. Yesterday I knocked over my coffee mug in the kitchen. When I bent to pick it up, I swear I felt something cold brush the back of my neck. A finger. Long, smooth, curious. Tonight it did something new. It knocked 3 times, slow, on the inside of my bedroom closet. I haven't opened that door in a week. I don't know what it wants, but it's learning. It's figuring out how I move, how I live, how I try to ignore it. And now I think it knows I can sense it. That I'm not just a blind person to it anymore. I'm something else. A mirror, a target. If you're reading this, you probably think I'm crazy. I would too. But something in my apartment, it wasn't there before. And every time it comes back, it gets closer. I don't think I have much time left. If it touches me again, if it climbs into bed like I think it did last night, I won't survive it. Please, if anyone's heard of something like this, tell me what it is. Because I swear I never used to see anything, and now I can't stop sensing it. Quick note up top. Yes, I'm still alive. No, I didn't sleep. Yes, it came back, and now I know for sure. It knows I can sense it. It's not pretending anymore. At 2:58 a.m., Willow, my dog, started growling at the closet. Not barking, growling, real low. She never does that. She pressed into my legs like she wanted me to pick her up, and I could feel her trembling. And then I felt it again. Not outside, not in the hall, inside the closet. It stood up. The pressure changed, like the shape of the air shifted. Something tall, taller than a person, narrow, jointed. I could feel its form, not by touching it, but by how it bent the room around it. And then came the voice. It didn't speak like a human. It didn't even make a sound. The voice was inside my thoughts, echoed with my own tone. You're not supposed to know I'm here. It sounded disappointed, like I ruined a surprise party. Then it moved, up, onto the ceiling. It didn't climb, it just changed location, and it began matching my breathing. I called my therapist in the morning. I told her I was noticing things. She asked, calm as anything, has it started interacting with you directly? I said yes. I asked if she'd ever heard of this before. Her answer chilled me more than the voice did. Some people, especially blind from birth, may perceive things the rest of us can't. If something doesn't want to be perceived, noticing it gives it shape. She told me not to sleep in silence. It listens better when it's quiet, and then she hung up. I tried staying out. Took Willow and found a diner, ordered coffee I didn't need, sat with my back to the wall. Around 4 a.m. the waitress came by, refilled my cup, and as she placed it down, its voice came out of her mouth. You shouldn't be able to notice me. Then she walked away like nothing happened. This morning while brushing my teeth I felt it, not behind me, not beside me, in front of me. Too close, and in that space, not with eyes but with something else, I saw it. A face, my face, grinning wide. It hovered there, inches away. No breath, no warmth, just watching. I dropped the toothbrush and ran. I slammed the door. I couldn't scream. I don't know what this thing is, but I know this. I was blind my whole life, and now I can see one thing. Just one, and it's getting closer. If you're reading this, it means I lived long enough to hit post. I don't know if I'll be alive when you read it. I don't know if I should be. At 2:51 a.m., I felt it coming. Not like before. Not from the closet. From the building itself. Floor by floor. Closer. I stood in the living room, heart pounding, Willow shaking at my feet. And then, silence. Real silence. Like reality stopped vibrating. Then its voice came, behind my thoughts. You called me into shape. Now you have to see. And suddenly I saw everything. Not the world, not the room. It. All of it. A body made of space, skin stretched over nothing. Long arms, twisting joints. No mouth, but still it smiled. And then it touched my forehead. I blacked out. When I woke up, I couldn't move. My ribs are broken. My mouth tastes like blood. The closet door is open, and I heard my voice, my exact voice, say from outside, "I'm going to work." It wasn't me. It said it perfectly. It's out there now, wearing me. I was blind my whole life, and now I can see it. That's all it ever wanted. To be seen, to be real. And now, it is. Edit. Hey guys. Wow. Just found this old post. Honestly, no idea what I was thinking. I've stopped drinking, feeling way better now. Clear-headed for the first time in a while. I think I was having a rough patch or something. All that weird, spooky stuff. Definitely just stress or sleep dep or something. Kinda embarrassing, honestly. If anyone knows how to delete a post, please DM me. Don't want anyone getting the wrong idea or thinking I've lost it. Anyway, thanks for reading, I guess. Hope you're all doing well. I'm writing to see if I'm crazy or not. No one at my job seems to believe me, but I know what I saw. I work at a movie theater as an usher. I spend all of my shifts checking theaters for people being assholes, sweep floors, take out garbage, the usual stuff. Depending on the movie release, my days can be boring with very little to do. Cast, yeah, staff is referred to as cast, and managers often spend the boring days just messing around and trying to stay sane. Sometimes we like to tell spooky stories to the new kids to creep them out. One story we have is about how, when the theater opened in 1991, a dude got shot in the lobby. It's a simple one, but telling teenagers that someone got shot can spook them. Another is Theater 12. Two managers had to fix a ceiling light in Theater 12 and experienced something spooky. No physical entities, hat men, or bed sheets. The air in the theater was just uneasy. One of them swore they heard talking but didn't see anyone else. Being how I like to be, I told one of the new kids a hodgepodge of the stories. I told them that a guy got shot on opening day in Theater 12, and his spirit haunts the theater to this day. Little fun to keep us sane. That's what I thought. The other night I was doing my normal closing routine. I was bum rushing to clean the theaters. I made my way down to Theater 12. The theater hadn't sold all day. It's common. Some movies do absolutely nothing and don't sell. So I went to clean. Or pretend to clean because there's nothing to clean. The second I entered the theater, the vibes felt off. The air just felt wrong. Is that the correct word? It felt wrong. I turned the corner to the rows of seats to see one person sitting and staring at the screen. It was a woman, maybe mid-30s. She was Asian, possibly Chinese. She just stared at the screen. Nothing was playing, but she was engrossed like there was something there. I cleared my throat. "Ma'am, it's closing time." The woman blinked, like I broke a trance or something. "Oh," she said. "Sorry, I just couldn't get over this movie. It's so good." Clown in a cornfield was in the theater. I highly doubt that. It was the end of the night. I'm tired, and I want to clock out and go home. Being nasty to a woman in the wrong theater isn't going to do anything. "Well, sorry, ma'am. Gotta go." She politely got up, collected her things. Purse, popcorn bucket, and cup. At least she had the common sense to do that at least. Her items were weird. The bucket and cup looked like one of the older cups and buckets the GM has up in the projector booth. Hadn't used those designs in years. Okay, so maybe she just likes vintage theater memorabilia. As said, it was the end of the night. I don't care, and she's hot. As long as she got the hell out. She handed me her ticket. "Here, I'll give you a sweep. I didn't eat much of my popcorn. After that, she left. I tossed the ticket in my dustpan without thinking and went through and swept. She was right. Not much of a popcorn enjoyer. Didn't eat much at all. Easy clean. The can was empty too. Must have taken her stuff home with her. I cleaned the rest of the theaters in that hallway and listened to random YouTube videos. Afterwards, I went back into the lobby. My closing manager was cleaning the rest of the concession stand. "Everyone out?" he asked. "Yep," I say. "Hey, are you sure Theater 12 didn't sell today?" I asked. Manager grabbed the closing sheet, looked it over, and handed it to me. "Yeah, empty all day." I scratched my head in confusion. "Why, was someone in there?" "Yeah, some lady. Didn't see anyone leave that hallway?" "Just you, baby girl." I held up my dustpan, rifled through it, and pulled out her ticket. I examined it closely. The Silence of the Lambs. I showed it to my manager. She gave me this to save me a clean. We both examined it again. One thing stuck out. The date on the ticket. March 14th, 1991. We both stared at the ticket, then to each other, then down the hall to Theater 12. After that, I wouldn't go in that theater without anyone else present. Manager, co-workers, even customers. That theater really freaks me out now. No one believes me that I saw a ghost. My closing manager says I must have just found an old ticket under a seat. But I know one thing for sure. I refuse to be alone in Theater 12. I don't think I've had a proper night of sleep ever since this happened. And truthfully, I don't think I ever will. 6 years ago, I died in the stupidest way possible. There's a lake of sorts located in the outskirts of my town. The day that I died was a particularly chilly day, so the lake was frozen solid. My two best friends, who I now refuse to talk to, dared me to walk across the frozen lake. Doing so would result in them paying me a hefty amount of $40. I was 12 at the time, so you know damn well that I didn't think twice about this. So there I was right after school, walking across the frozen lake. Truth be told, it didn't seem like a bad idea at the time. Walking on the ice felt like walking on concrete. Then again, my friends were cheering me on the whole time, so I really couldn't hear the cracks that came from the ice. You can imagine how mortified I was when the ice collapsed. My heart stopped due to the sudden drop in temperature, and in that moment, the world faded away into the brightest shade of white, just pure white. I tried holding my hands up to my face, but I couldn't do so at all. In fact, I wasn't even inside my body at all, as the spiritual people say. All that was left of me was a big ball of light, known as my soul. "You're here early," a voice muttered. Who the voice belonged to, I'll never know. Was it God? I doubt it. Was it an angel? Maybe. But irregardless, this voice was deep and commanding, echoing throughout the entire void. It came from everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. "Who are you?" I gasped. "Oh, I really shouldn't say." The voice spoke. "So you're here about a few decades early, but that's okay. That's fine. Because 14 minutes and 21 seconds from now, a cocky ER doctor will bring you back to life. Your mother will hold you in her arms, and your father will cry for the first time in over 15 years. Your friends will visit you in the hospital, but you won't really want them there. No, you'll just curse them out for 3 minutes straight. You won't go back to school until next Wednesday, and when you do go back, your biology teacher will give you a very nice box of chocolates. Very nice indeed." The voice spoke as if these events had already occurred. "How do you know about all this?" I asked. "Because I planned all of it." the voice answered. I planned for you to wear Nike sneakers today, and I planned for you to grow an interest in the Olympics. You are a very good athlete right now, so I can already see that that decision has paid off very well. So you planned out every part of my life? I stuttered. Even the parts that you don't think about, the voice answered. So you planned out every argument that I've had with my mom? I asked, horrified. And I planned out every insult that you called her, the voice answered. And you also planned out who I would be friends with? I asked angrily. Yep. Shocked is a very subtle way of describing how I felt, but as the voice continued to speak, I couldn't help but think of just one more question. Well, I said, if I'm not going to die today, then what's going to happen when I actually die? Oh, when you actually die? The voice asked. Well, the answer is actually quite simple. You'll be reincarnated as yourself, born in the same year and everything, and I'll just change another decision of yours. Maybe instead of planning for you to grow an interest in the Olympics, I'll have you grow an interest in Charles Dickens. Or maybe I'll have you grow an interest in the Titanic. Or maybe I won't even change that. Maybe I'll change where you sat on your first day of kindergarten. Or maybe I'll change what bus route you used to go to work. Bus routes? Charles Dickens? Kindergarten? Seriously? Why does that even matter? I asked. Because it all impacts your life, the voice bellowed. In your previous life, you chose to oversleep on a Sunday morning, which caused you to miss a flight that ended up crashing into the ocean. In the life before that, you woke up right on time. And in the life before that, you never even had to go on any flight, because I chose for you to have aerophobia. Every decision counts, the voice concluded, and the shade of bright white faded away, allowing me to watch my father as he uncontrollably cried. "3 months ago, I got a job offer from a company I'd never heard of. No interview, no background check, just an email. Dream research assistant needed. Quiet night work. High pay. Must be discreet. I thought it was a scam, but I clicked anyway. I was 2 months behind on rent and tired of grinding delivery apps and night shifts at a gas station. 2 days later, I was standing in a windowless room at the back of a warehouse on the edge of town, reading a non-disclosure agreement that might as well have been written in blood. You will not share any details about the work, equipment, or subjects. Any breach will be met with legal and appropriate consequences. I signed it. I shouldn't have. The room I worked in had 2 chairs, 2 monitors, and 1 machine. A dome-shaped thing about the size of a watermelon, covered in metallic wires and nodes. The label read, Mimir Neural Sync Unit. They said it could interface with REM wave activity to let us observe and catalog dream visuals in real time. I didn't ask how it worked. I just did what they told me. Every night from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., I came in, put on the headset, and watched people's dreams play out like grainy, half-finished films. My job was to log what I saw. Tags, colors, symbols, emotions, distortions. Most of them were forgettable. Bizarre, disconnected messes. Like the mind dumping its trash into the subconscious. I watched a woman relive her wedding as a loop where her groom's face kept changing into her dead dog. A man had a reoccurring dream about drowning in cereal. One guy just sat in a red chair in an endless desert for 6 hours. I didn't care. I just tagged and logged. The pay was good. The work was quiet. Until shift number 27. That night, the dream opened with a man walking through a long white hallway. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. He wore a dark hoodie. I couldn't see his face. His steps echoed. The hallway had doors, each with numbers. Room 11, room 12, room 13. He stopped at room 16. He opened the door and stepped inside, and I felt cold. I wasn't just watching anymore. It felt like I was in it. Like my thoughts had shifted into his. The room inside was familiar. Too familiar. Cracked white walls, a humming mini-fridge, a ceiling fan with a broken blade, a desk with an old laptop and a blue chair. My room. Down to the scratch on the window frame and the photo of me and my sister at the carnival. This was my apartment. The one I lived in right now. On the desk was my journal, the one I kept locked. In the dream, the man opened it. One line was written over and over in shaky block letters. They are watching you, too. I ripped off the headset, hit the emergency alert button. First time I ever used it. No one came. The next day, I demanded answers. I found out Dr. Calder, the lead researcher. What the hell was that last dream? I asked. That was my apartment. That journal? I've never shown anyone that. She didn't blink. ID number 616-T. I said. Who is that? She stared at me for a long time, then said calmly, You were told to not ask questions. But that's me, isn't it? I'm the subject. You've been watching me. A pause, a smile. No, she said. You're just the receiver. Then she walked away. After that, things got worse. The dreams weren't random anymore. They all started in that hallway. The same man, the same doors. Room 17, room 18, room 19. Every night he'd open the next door, and each time it was another place from my past. The classroom where I wet my pants in first grade. The church basement where I found my uncle passed out drunk. My sister's old bedroom. The night after the accident. Sometimes he just stood there and stared. Other times, he'd whisper things. Once he looked directly into the dream feed and said, Why did you lie? I stopped sleeping. I'd go home, lie in bed, and feel like I was still being watched. The black van across the street, the flicker of the hallway camera, even though no one passed. I started having dreams outside of the lab, dreams that felt like the ones I saw at work. Same angle, same man, except now, I wasn't sure who was dreaming whom. Then came shift number 42. The hallway ended. No more doors. The man stood at the last one, room 23. Inside it was pitch black. For a long time he just stood there. Then he stepped in and the feed went dead. A message appeared on the screen. Mimir sync terminated. Accessing deep core files. Another screen popped up. A split feed. On the left, a live camera view. The break room where I sat on lunch 20 minutes ago. On the right, an old video. Grainy black and white footage. I watched myself sleeping. Years younger. Electrodes on my head. Someone whispering to me off camera. You're going to forget this. It's better if you forget. I threw off the headset, ran down the hallway. The door I thought led outside was gone. In its place, a white hallway with numbered doors. Room 1, room 2, room 3. I don't know how long I've been here now. Some nights I think I've escaped. I wake up in my bed. The world looks normal. Until I spot the man in the hoodie across the street. Until I turn on my phone and see a recording of my dream from the night before. I think the job was never real. I think I never left the lab. Or maybe I never applied in the first place. I just wanted a paycheck. What I got was a front row seat to my own breakdown. And if anyone's reading this, if this shows up on your feed, ask yourself, when was the last time you really woke up? Because I'm starting to think some of us are still dreaming. I'm writing this at 4:47 a.m. because I can't go back to sleep. Hell, I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Not after what I just saw. Or what I think I saw. I'm honestly not sure anymore. Let me start from the beginning because maybe if I write this all down, it'll make sense. Yesterday was one of those days that just beats the hell out of you. Double shifts at the warehouse, my supervisor breathing down my neck about quotas, and my back screaming from lifting boxes for 12 hours straight. All I wanted when I got home was a hot shower in my bed. I turned the water on and sat on the edge of my mattress while it heated up. Just for a second, I told myself. Just until the steam starts fogging the mirror. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of running water. My apartment was thick with humidity, and I could hear the shower still going full blast. Great. I'd fallen asleep and wasted God knows how much hot water. My landlord was going to love the utility bill. That's when I tried to get up and realized I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I'd had it a few times before, usually when I was stressed or exhausted. Your mind wakes up, but your body stays locked in sleep. It's terrifying, but I knew it would pass. I just had to wait it out. But then I heard something that made my blood freeze. Footsteps in my bathroom. Heavy, wet footsteps slapping against the tile. A voice echoed from behind the shower curtain, distorted by the water and steam. I can't get clean. The footsteps stopped. Then suddenly the shower curtain was ripped aside and someone stumbled out of my bathroom. I wanted to scream, but my paralysis held me prisoner. All I could do was watch as this thing stood dripping in my doorway. It looked like a man, but wrong. His skin was gray and slimy, covered in what looked like pond scum. Dark patches of mold spread across his arms and chest like bruises. Water poured off him in sheets, pooling at his feet. I can't get clean, he screamed, his voice raw and desperate. He stumbled back into the kitchen and I heard him climb back into the shower. The water changed pitch as his body moved under the stream. This happened again and again. Each time he emerged, he looked worse. The scum grew thicker. Barnacles began sprouting from his shoulders and neck like grotesque jewelry. His skin took on a greenish tint, and something that looked suspiciously like seaweed hung from his hair. I can't get clean, he'd mutter, quieter now, defeated. Then louder, I can't get clean. I lost count of how many times he repeated this ritual. My paralysis held me captive as this nightmare played out in my bathroom. The humidity in my apartment became suffocating, the sound of running water mixed with his desperate sobs, until I thought I might go insane. Then everything went black. When I came to, he was standing over my bed. His face was inches from mine, if you could still call it a face. Barnacles had claimed his left cheek. Something green and slimy dripped from his mouth onto my pillow. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, stared directly into mine. I can't get clean, he shrieked. The shock broke my paralysis. I jolted awake, gasping and shaking. My room was dark and quiet. No moldy jam, just me, soaked in sweat. Heart pounding against my ribs. Sleep paralysis. It had to be. The most vivid, terrifying episode I'd ever experienced, but just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. I laughed shakily, running my hands through my damp hair. That's when I noticed my apartment was still humid. I looked toward my bathroom and my veins ran cold. There, leading from my bedroom to the bathroom, was a trail of wet footprints, and from behind my closed bathroom door I could hear the unmistakable sound of running water. I'm sitting in my car now, parked outside a 24-hour diner, writing this on my phone. I grabbed my keys and ran. I couldn't bring myself to open that bathroom door. I don't know what to do. I can't go back there, but I also can't afford to find a new place. And who would believe this story anyway? Has anyone else experienced something like this? I keep telling myself it was just a nightmare, but those footprints, they were real. I don't think I'm ever going home, but my rearview mirror is starting to fog up. I haven't spoken to my brother in over 6 years. No fights, no drama, just silence. One day he stopped replying, stopped calling, stopped existing in my life. Our parents passed within months of each other, and even then, he never showed up. So when I got a voicemail from his landlord saying they hadn't seen him in weeks, I should have just deleted it. But I didn't. I found a spare key taped behind the rusting electric meter, just like he always joked about when we were kids. If I ever disappear, check behind the meter. I wish I hadn't remembered that. The house smelled like mold and metal. Stale, dead air. Every light I flicked on buzzed before going dim again. Nothing looked disturbed. No signs of a break-in. No shattered glass. No chaos. Just stillness. That was somehow worse. The fridge was empty. So was the sink. The only thing running was a box fan in the living room, pointed toward an armchair that faced nothing. Just the wall. A damp towel was thrown over the seat. I didn't touch it. I walked into his bedroom. It was too clean. Dust lined everything but the bed was made. The clothes were folded, and the closet was empty. Except for the freezer. It wasn't in the kitchen. It was in the back room. A standalone, chest-style deep freezer. Padlocked shut. That alone should have been enough to turn around and leave, but I didn't. I found the bolt cutters in the garage. The lock snapped like it had been rusting for years. I had to grip the lid hard. There was frost sealing it shut. And when I opened it, the first thing I saw was a Ziploc bag full of human teeth. Loose. Some bloody. Some cracked at the root like they'd been yanked hard and fast. Underneath that, jars. Mason jars filled with meat. They weren't labeled, but one had a fingernail floating at the top. The color of the flesh was wrong. Gray-pink. Mottled. The smell. Jesus. The smell hit me like boiling bleach and rotting copper. There were bones. Small ones. Finger bones. A wrist, maybe. My vision started tunneling. I don't remember standing up, but I was suddenly in the hallway holding a jar. The lid slick with something oily. I threw it through the bathroom mirror. That's when I saw the photos. Taped to the underside of the mirror were Polaroids. My brother, shirtless, smeared with something dark, kneeling beside bodies. Bodies missing chunks, pieces. Some were missing faces. One of them was posed like it was praying. In all of them he was smiling. He looked so proud. I tried calling the cops. No service. I bolted, left everything behind. I made it home 2 hours later, shaking so bad I couldn't hold my keys. I called the police the next morning, but when they went to the house it was empty. No teeth, no jars, no Polaroids. Not even the freezer. Like it never existed. They tracked the landlord who swore he never called me. Said no one had rented that house in years. He thought it had been condemned. But I have the voicemail and a tooth. I don't know what to do with it. I keep it in a plastic bag under my bed. It's not the same as the others. It's cracked and discolored, with a silver filling in the back. I know it's my brother's, because when we were kids, he knocked that exact tooth out on a bike ramp, and Mom spent $2,000 getting it fixed. I remember watching the blood pour from his mouth like he liked it. I hadn't told anyone about the tooth. I wanted to believe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't his. Maybe the photos were fake. Maybe the jars were props. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. Until the meat showed up on my porch, wrapped in butcher paper. No return address, no name, just a greasy, hand-scrawled note. You forgot dinner. I didn't even open it. I threw the whole thing into a public dumpster 6 blocks away. But that night I heard something chewing outside my bedroom window. It wasn't a raccoon. It was slow, wet, like something gnawing bone. I waited until sunrise to look. Just a smear of blood on the windowsill. Human teeth marks in the wood. Then the smell came back. That same metal sweet stink from the freezer. It clung to my skin, my sheets, even the inside of my mouth. I started gagging in the shower. Blood clots came up in my spit. I couldn't eat for 2 days without puking. And then I started dreaming. Dreams of the freezer lid slamming shut on me, of being trapped in the dark, frozen with things that still whispered, things that moved. Dreams of my brother standing over me with bolt cutters, smiling like he did in the Polaroids. I've been saving the good parts, he says. You always were my favorite. One night I woke up with my mouth full of something soft and gritty. It was a tongue, not mine. I screamed so loud the neighbors called 911. Cops showed up, took one look at my blood-soaked mouth and bathroom sink full of vomit and decided I was having a breakdown. No tongue was ever found, but they put me on a list, sent a social worker. She came by 2 days later, cheerful and chirpy, offering help. So I let her in. I don't know how to explain what I saw next. Her clipboard had teeth embedded in it. Real ones, still bloody, pressed into the leather like someone had bitten it over and over. She didn't mention it. She just smiled, too wide, too long, like her skin was stretching to keep up. Your brother says hi, she whispered as she walked out the door. I haven't slept since. The freezer's outside my building now. Same dent in the lid, same rust pattern. But this time, the lock's on the inside, and I can hear knocking from within. I started boarding up my door yesterday. I don't leave my apartment. My phone buzzes with unknown numbers every night at 3:17 a.m. I don't answer anymore. The voicemails are just chewing sounds, slurping, gulping. Last night I looked in the mirror and saw something lodged in the back of my throat. I reached in with tweezers and pulled out a piece of paper, soaked in bile. It read, "You'll taste just like Mom." Tonight I finally opened the bag under my bed, the one with his tooth. I don't remember taking it out, but when I came to, it was in my mouth, wedged in perfectly. No blood, no pain, like it had always belonged there. I ran to the bathroom mirror, heart jackhammering in my chest. My hands were shaking so hard I nearly dropped the flashlight when the power cut out. The face staring back wasn't mine. It was his. Not a hallucination, not a reflection. His eyes, his mouth, his smile. I screamed and tore the tooth out with pliers. Blood poured from my gums, dripped into the sink, pooled around the base. I heard the knocking again, from inside the mirror this time. Then his voice, soft and close, like he was breathing down my neck. Took you long enough. That's when I understood. The teeth, the jars, the tongue, the smell. He wasn't preserving bodies. He was preserving himself, piece by piece, in others. In me. The freezer wasn't to hide the dead. It was a delivery system. I was never meant to find him. I was meant to become him. The cold metal ground hurt my back to lay on. God, I hate back pain. Wait, why was I sleeping on the ground? In fact, I don't actually know where I am or how I got here. Have I always been here? I have no memories before this exact moment, yet I felt my developed brain's instincts. I felt my consciousness. I felt my fear. I felt my loneliness, even though the sounds of functioning machinery suggested I was surrounded by people. Do they know how we got here? I stood up to see a small, unimpressive room filled with all kinds of equipment. None of the equipment appeared to have a point, yet several people worked mindlessly with no clear goal. The sound was unbearably loud and unendingly obnoxious. It's a wonder how I slept at all with the deafening industrial racket. I took in my surroundings the best I could, but the lighting was dull and there were no windows. It was neither hot nor cold. There were no clocks or ways to track time at all. I found myself at the back of the factory. Dude. A woman with grime coating her pale skin head to toe was shifting levers back and forth while dripping sweat. Start working. He's watching. She kept her voice lowered, but she raised a bony finger towards the cameras in the corner of the room. An unconvincing and cartoonish camera swiveled back and forth. I simply looked at the dirty worker, and I continued looking around without acknowledging the warning. I felt her scowl intensify as I walked away from her, but I couldn't find myself to care. As I wandered through the narrow paths, each person looked at me with different expressions, all of which were in different levels of anguish and frustration. It also seemed to be confusing to everyone I passed to see me not working alongside them. Without breaking the monotony of useless work, they watched me walk past them towards what I deemed to be the front of the factory. As I approached the wall opposite of the one I woke up near, I noticed a roped-off section that divided the room. Beyond the rope, a small group of men sat on the only chairs I've seen in the entire building. They looked content and very relaxed. That was until they saw my confused face. Upon seeing me, expressions twisted into anger. A fat little man squinted his eyes and turned a deep crimson as he spit. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know you're supposed to be working? No, not really, I answered honestly. The worker closest to me shot her head up to see who dared to speak back to the clique behind the rope. This guy. Another ghostly white man groaned. He's lucky we're not ripping hearts out anymore. Ripping our hearts? As the question escaped my lips, they chuckled at my ignorance. Yeah, kid, get back to work, another man hissed. So you aren't ripping out hearts now? Why should I work? I asked. Oh my god, you're still here? The fat man wailed in rage. If you don't do as we say, the boss will send you to the basement. Gasps from behind me suggested this isn't the first time they've threatened people with the supposed horrors of the basement. It, however, did not impress me. Who's the boss and what happens in the basement? Simply asking the questions seemed to make everyone in the room uncomfortable in different ways. The man behind the rope only got angry. My lack of blind allegiance baffled my peers as much as it did the men. The boss created all of this. Just like what you see here, there is also an upstairs and a downstairs. A voice explained just out of sight. The man speaking was so far behind the rope, he was covered in shadows. Everyone shut up to listen to him, so I concluded he was likely the highest authority in the room. If you don't work, the boss will send you to the basement to have your legs broken. Oh wow, that's messed up, I responded. No, he's the most loving guy in the entire factory. He made everything you see around you. The shadowy man corrected me. But you guys were ripping out hearts for him, I asked. Well, yeah, but his son used to work here. He let us rip his heart out after a few years so that we never have to do it again," he said, completely serious. "We used this knife, and that's why we all hang a tiny golden knife around all our necks," he said, pulling the symbol out of his shirt. "Wait, so the boss required you to rip out hearts. Then you worked with his son, and he allowed you to rip his out, and now you don't do it. Why the hell do you have to rip out hearts to begin with? And you think he's a cool guy?" "He is love." A demonic growl shook in his throat. "And have any of you met this boss?" I asked. "He works upstairs, and you can only meet him once you're promoted." "So you work for someone who you've never met. Then how do you know the factory worker was his son when you ripped out his heart?" "He was really nice, and he told me how awesome his dad was," the fat man chimed in. "But none of you have been promoted, so how do you even know if he's even up there to begin with?" I kept grilling because nothing made sense to me. The entire factory chose to follow a man they've never seen, and this group of men are acting as an authority for nothing more than a hypothesis. I saw the stairs that led up to a closed door, and I saw a set of stairs leading down to a destination unknown. All I saw was it descending into a dark nothingness. The Shadow Man pointed to the stairs. "All people denying his authority go to the basement. No one has ever gone down there to find out how serious the boss can be." "Okay, fine. Let's see the basement." Even louder gasps had the entire factory in shock. The men behind the rope froze. Never before has a person challenged the authenticity of their claims to this extent, for not even they have challenged them. Amongst the shock, smirks slowly replaced their faces. A cocky, cheek-to-cheek grin adorned the shadowy man's face as he approached the rope, yet his eyes remained in darkness. "Right this way." Down to the basement I descended out of sight as laughter harmonized with the sound of my feet on each step. There was a complete absence of light, and it was very cold. After what seemed like ages, I made it to the landing. Without light, I had to feel the walls to make my way down the corridor. It was just a few feet in when I reached a dead end. There was nothing. No people, no equipment. Nothing. My lungs were burning by the time I made it back up the stairs. As the factory came back in sight, no one seemed to notice I had re-entered until I was midway up the stairs leading to the boss's office. "Wait, no one's allowed to see the boss." Shadows no longer hid his face. He was nothing but a petrified child. "Then break my legs," I said, and I twisted the knob and pushed. The door swung open easily, revealing the serene and peaceful nature of the world outside. Such awe-inspiring beauty and freedom was laying behind the doors the entire time. A world away from a factory that produced nothing, led by people exploiting baseless beliefs. And it was so much more impressive than any boss. It was especially more majestic than a system where the guy who required hearts to be ripped out was threatening to break your legs if you didn't adopt his law. Even with the knowledge they had, and the obvious moral corruption of their boss, they still choose to waste their time working for him without investigating his validity. I stepped out of the pit of useless despair and looked down at the men who should know better, and the poor people they led to believe they should never question the boss. "Hey, see? You're all wrong and wasting your time," I yelled down to them. Silently they watched me stand above them, and the useless factory continued to roar. I don't remember my mother ever being sane. From the very moment I was born, the house I lived in was filled with her madness. The tattered curtains that were never washed, The constantly running TV with all sorts of religious broadcasts, the silence that followed her nightly sobbing, but most of all, I was terrified of the icon of the Virgin Mary cracked in places, and I swear, I felt her watching me. My mother always smelled of alcohol, from early morning till late at night. I never saw my father, and whenever I asked about him, she answered with absolute certainty that my father was an angel. Not in the sense of being a good man, but literally a real angel. She said it with wide open, yet utterly empty and lifeless eyes. A cigarette dangled from her cracked lips as she repeated, "Your father is an angel, Michael. A real angel." I believed her. Maybe when I was 5. I was happy and rushed to tell my friends who my father was. The reaction was predictable. They mocked me and teased me for years. No matter how many times my mother repeated her story about my father, no matter how many religious channels she made me watch, I stopped believing her. In my teenage years, it got worse. I was hot-tempered, stubborn, and had a terrible relationship with my mother. I openly called her crazy and begged her to tell me the truth about my father. But instead, in one of her drunken episodes, she screamed that my father was an angel, holding a cracked rosary in her hand, as if she could summon him from the heavens. He burned with light when he came to me, and you, she would grab my face roughly, scratching my cheeks and chin with her nails. You carry his sacred blood. Eventually, I stopped listening to her at all, let alone speaking to her. At 18, I moved to another city and fulfilled my dream to escape the rotting house with its perpetually yellow lighting and peeling walls, and my deranged mother. Because of her, people called me crazy, mocked me about my father, and openly insulted her, which often got me into fights. My only fond memory with her is of a day we went to the beach. She held my hand, and we simply watched the sea. Everything was fine until she looked up at the sky and said, "When will you come, my love?" After moving out, I worked hard, made new friends, real, good friends. Whenever they asked about my family, I said I was an orphan. I even started drinking a little, just to understand her, but not become her. I should note that I was a firm atheist, unlike my mother's fanatical religiosity. But I'm not writing to tell you how I ran away from home and my insane mother. I'm writing to tell you how I came back. After I moved out, I felt something watching me. I chalked it up to stress, even went to a psychologist, but that strange feeling never left. Like something was protecting me. Once a car nearly hit me, but I managed to jump away just in time. Another time, I stopped walking without knowing why, and a second later, a massive branch fell from a tree that could have easily crushed my skull. One night, she left me 11 voice messages. Some were just sobs that turned into screams. Others were drunken mumblings. But the last message, sent half an hour after the others, made my skin crawl. My mother's voice was low and barely audible, as if she were hiding somewhere. "He's coming for you. Your father. He came specifically for you." I couldn't take my eyes off the phone. I couldn't even move. I had cut off all contact with her for a year. Maybe 2. I lost count. The next morning, I got a call from the hospital. They said my mother had been admitted to the psychiatric ward, and I barely held back laughter. Not because it was funny, it wasn't, but because it was inevitable. The nurse who called said, "We need you to come and collect her things. At the house, we found something strange." Very reluctantly, I returned to that same house, still reeking of damp wood and despair, just like before. Her belongings were packed into a clear plastic container. There were old photographs where she was still young and beautiful, smiling sincerely, a smile I never saw on her again. There were other items, but two stood out to me: a worn, large journal and a massive black feather, thick and strange. She had kept both on a little shelf above her bed. Besides that, the walls of her room were covered with bizarre symbols, written in chalk and ash, but most striking of all was a figure with wings and outstretched arms, apparently drawn in blood. I never saw any of this as a child. My knees trembled when the nurse told me that all of the symbols and the figure had been hidden behind furniture and posters. I barely managed to sleep and woke up from the cold. The window was open, though I clearly remembered closing all the windows. There were claw marks on the windowsill. Everything inside me clenched. My breath caught. And for the first time, I began to consider my mother's words. When I lay on the bed, I couldn't sleep because of scratching noises in the guest room. They weren't rats. The sound was rhythmic and deliberate, like someone was carving something. I didn't sleep a wink until morning. The sounds and the smell of her clothes in the air transported me back to childhood, when I curled up, terrified by a thunderstorm. Back then, she told me nothing would happen to me because my father would always be with me. I knew all the answers were in the journal. When I picked it up, it felt like it burned my hands. And yet I started reading. It began innocently enough. Notes about my birth, how she cried the first time she saw me, that my eyes reminded her of his. She never mentioned his name. Then things got much stranger. Somewhere between love letters to my father, praises of his divine beauty, and descriptions of strange and horrifying rituals on how to summon angels. He came to me again, said he would take our son, despite saying before he wouldn't. He said he loves only me, and I should ascend with him. The neighbors saw him, heard him in the attic. No one talks to me anymore. They know who fathered my child. He said he'll come for our son soon, that the time has come. How could he do this? He promised I would go instead of our son. The last entry read, I won't let him take our son. I'll do everything to stop him. I slammed the journal shut, fighting back nausea. My hands trembled with fear. I dropped everything and left the house. That night I dreamed of wings, not like the angel wings from Sunday school books, but huge and broken, with coal-like tips and golden roots. A distorted, wrong voice repeated my name. Michael. I woke to the sound of feathers sliding across the floor, but there were no feathers, only rising dust, and a smell like freshly cut grass and burning meat. The dreams continued, each time with more detail, not just wings now, but a tall, gaunt figure with outstretched arms. It was always still. Its eyes glowed in the dark, and its voice said my name like it belonged to him. Electrical malfunctions began. Objects moved by themselves. Deep claw marks appeared on the walls. The TV turned on to static at night, and blood would drip from my nose. I didn't know where to go or what to do, so I went to a priest. The old priest sat on a bench by the altar, bent over a prayer book. The moment I entered, he tensed, sensing I hadn't come to confess. What brings you here, my son? I need an answer. I need to know what to do, if my father is an angel. The priest flinched like I struck him. He closed the prayer book and stood, his knees cracking. He stared at me like he was trying to see into my soul. Who told you that? My mother. He's been coming to me in dreams. I feel him watching me through mirrors. Wherever I go, I feel his gaze. I feel something changing inside me. I'm so scared, Father. He placed his hands on my shoulders. His hands were cold as gravestones. The angel you describe is not a messenger of love. He is ancient, more terrifying. Some of them were rejected even by God, and if one of them is your father... He didn't finish, just stepped back and crossed himself. You must reject him, renounce him, and never, ever summon or accept him. Don't look into his face if he appears. Such angels want to continue their lineage, but you will never be human again. In that moment, deep beneath my ribs, a thought stirred. Maybe I was never a human. The dreams became reality. When I blinked, feathers floated in the air. I turned suddenly and saw his face behind the curtain. Wide, frozen eyes staring. When I got the call that my mother died of cardiac arrest, a sharp mix of smells hit me. Burned feathers, meat, cinnamon, sulfur, and cut grass. He had been here. I heard my mother's voice. She sounded like she was laughing and crying at the same time. Michael, my beloved son, he's so proud of you. Your father finally took me with him. Don't be afraid, son. He'll take you too, and we'll finally live as a family. You'll have a more important role. Don't fear. Accept it. I love you. We love you. I vomited on my pants, paralyzed by terror. The smell didn't fade. It grew stronger. My first thought was that my father killed my mother and was trying to kill me too, using hallucinations. I tried to flee the house, but the TV turned on. The screens flickered, then static appeared. White noise, a chaotic swarm of dots. The static became rhythmic, like breathing, sometimes quiet, sometimes loud. Then the image changed. A silhouette emerged from the blur. At first, just an outline, then wings appeared just like in my dreams. Its head was tilted, face obscured by distorted light. It moved from inside the TV, coming closer with each frame. The screen lines warped as if he were pushing out, tearing through space. I stepped back, my heart pounding. Then, through the crackle of static, a distorted, inhuman voice said, "You are ready." The screen convulsed, and from its center a hand emerged, long clawed fingers, shimmering with both blinding light and shadow. The hand reached for me. I couldn't scream or move. I was frozen as he fully emerged, like a nightmare being born. He only vaguely resembled a man. His face was mine, but twisted, terrifying, as the priest warned. He was corrupted by time and something unearthly, tall and thin, wrapped in wings that shimmered like metal. His voice sounded like wind across a grave. "We are one family again, Michael." I passed out. I don't know how much time passed. Hours, days maybe, but I woke up on the bathroom floor in a pool of my own blood. I coughed, spitting blood, and felt something pulsing under my skin. My blood was changing. When I looked in the mirror, my eyes no longer looked like mine. They were his. A few hours later, I felt excruciating pain in my back, like something trying to tear its way out. All food began to taste like ash. Later, I started hearing whispers of prayers in different languages from mirrors, pipes, and inside my own head, and always I heard my father's voice. "Michael, you were born for ascension. I existed before the great flood. My ancient blood flows in you. You will have many tasks, but you will succeed, because I am with you, always." I no longer needed sleep. My back slowly tore open as black stubs of wings bursted through the flesh. He came to me yesterday, showing burning skies and oceans of wings. A throne made of eyes. His voice sounded like a choir of thousands. He said he would teach me to walk between dimensions once the wings were fully grown. According to him, they will break free within 2 days. My skin peels and flakes like ash, and my teeth fall out immediately replaced by sharper ones. I no longer feel pain. I stopped praying for it to stop whenever I prayed. My tongue burned to ash and regrew. I stopped being afraid. The fear vanished on its own when I felt the air bend around me. I accepted it. I see other angels now like my father. They welcome me into their ranks. My mother stands among them, crying with joy. Now as I type this, I saw the future, where I shine with light like my father. I now stand in fire, and soon I will continue the bloodline. Amen. I worked for a while as a technical analyst at a company not open to the public. Our goal? To develop a neural simulation technology capable of condensing an entire lifetime into just a few minutes. We called it total immersion. The individual was connected to an augmented reality system so advanced they couldn't distinguish what was real from what was programmed. The promise was simple: to acquire knowledge, maturity, and emotional balance through simulated decades, love loss, growth, purpose, and then return to reality with all of it recorded in the mind. The process, in theory, was straightforward. They sought willing testers, criminals, death row inmates, volunteers desperate for money. They were placed in capsules and connected to the system via special augmented reality goggles. The experiment rarely lasted more than 30 minutes, except for rare cases. But inside they lived a whole life. Births, adolescence, love, loss, sometimes children, sometimes wars, always an end. And then they woke up. The problem? Most of the test subjects didn't react well. They went insane, out of their minds, and screamed. Screamed a lot. Sometimes they didn't even recognize their own voice. They would tremble uncontrollably, crying desperately. They blamed us for destroying everything they had lived through. We were called monsters, more times than I can remember. They lost everything they had gained in the experiment, and the worst part was returning to reality. There was no escape, only an empty world where nothing made sense. Many were disturbed and tried to attack the scientists. Unfortunately, we had several losses, but the experiments had to continue. I remember the case of a woman. She cried for hours, calling out her son's name. The problem was that son never existed. The most disturbing part is that she had a real son, outside the simulation, but she never mentioned him once. She preferred the one from the artificial reality. Due to some code flaw, or perhaps some unintended cruelty within the algorithm itself, some test subjects didn't live just one simulated existence. They lived dozens. Each memory a fresh wound, each existence an unbearable weight. This explains why so many didn't survive the end of the experiment. The shock was too much. They returned as if they had lived for centuries, and in a way they had. After we discovered the flaw, they tried to cover it up. They called it an unforeseen side effect. They said they would update the system, that new tests were on the way, that future subjects would be monitored more closely. The experiment would only be a success when the test subjects came out sane and absorbed the knowledge. As long as they kept breaking down or dying, the experiment was still flawed, and it would continue until success. After working there for so long, it started to affect me. So for several reasons, I resigned. Before leaving, I saw a new file on the coordinator's desk. It was an 11-year-old boy. Child test. First full life simulation. They are going to do to him what they did to the others. He will live, love, lose, and then wake up alone, with his brain screaming for a life that never existed. I always heard that asking about Grandpa was forbidden. The moment I uttered the word grandfather, Dad would snap. His eyes darkened. His jaw clenched, and every time I heard the same thing. He's no longer part of this family, period. I only saw Grandpa twice as a child. I was too young to remember much, just fragments. The smell of charred meat, smoke curling from his pipe bowl, and a silence that clung to the air like wet wool. The only thing I recall clearly is how enormous he seemed whenever he visited. Or maybe I was just too small. Mom would pull me away, quick and firm. When I turned 18 and moved to the city for college, I found myself digging through Dad's old things during a rare, quiet moment. Among bills and expired driver's licenses, I discovered a yellowed envelope. Inside was a crumpled letter sent from a town called Lodell, a speck on the map, 2 hours north. The return address read, George and Marilyn Arter. At first, the names meant nothing, but George brought back the smell of smoke. Looking back now, I don't know why I went there, but I've always been curious, and something pulled me toward that place. Forbidden fruit is sweet, right? So, during break, I decided to meet my grandfather. I rehearsed questions, why he and Dad were estranged, what happened, but none of it would matter. Lodell was smaller than any town I'd seen. 1 gas station, 1 diner, 1 grocery store, and houses scattered along winding roads like fallen teeth. The last stretch from the bus stop, I walked. At the end of a gravel path framed by bare trees and silence stood a red wooden house. He opened the door before I could knock. "Good Lord Almighty," he boomed, grinning wide with crooked teeth. "Look who it is, my favorite grandson. God, it's good to see ya." Grandpa was massive. His frame barely fit the doorway. He wore a brown flannel shirt stretched over his gut, the collar stained, a thick pipe seemingly fused to his lips. His hug knocked the air out of me. Behind him stood Grandma. Her hair was neatly pinned, her sweater hanging loose, as if years of worry had whittled her down to bone. Her eyes met mine, and didn't match her smile. They said, "What have you done?" Grandpa ushered me inside, clapping my back so hard I stumbled. The house smelled of smoke, meat, and something coppery brown. The furniture was old but sturdy, the kind that outlives generations. He gave me a tour, laughing and gesturing wildly, and I sat with them in the living room, dark from heavy curtains. Grandma brought me tea with trembling hands. The first few days were tolerable. Grandpa joked, smoked non-stop, and taught me wood carving. He told stories to neighborhood kids who trickled in after school, 2 or 3 at a time. He was what people call the life of the party, and he really was. I don't know how to explain it, but Grandpa had this magnetism. People just gravitated toward him. He was kind, genuine, funny. His life stories were fascinating, and he clearly loved the attention, his pipe never leaving his mouth. Everything seemed normal. Except for one thing, his appetite. He ate constantly, bacon by the pound, bread by the loaf, pies in single sittings. Once I watched him devour an entire rotisserie chicken, and a pan of cornbread before dinner. He chewed loudly, wheezing, sweating, never stopping. Plates piled around him like building blocks, yet he always wanted more. Licking plates, sucking grease from his fingers, gulping tea by the liter, nearly choking on it. Grandma brought out plates piled with pork chops, sausages, whole chickens, gravy boats the size of bowls, and he inhaled it all, groaning with pleasure. His face gleamed with grease. He didn't chew so much as engulf, as if tasting was optional. "You always eat like this?" I asked, half joking. He grunted around his pipe and patted his belly. Big man needs big meals. I figured he just needed a lot of food, but not this much. All day he only ate and smoked, barely able to move from his chair, just sitting in the kitchen waiting for the next massive meal. Hell, I don't think I've eaten as much in my life as he did in one dinner. Still, evenings with him were fun, until the hunger returned. One night, Grandma caught me alone in the hall while Grandpa snored like a bear in the next room. "You need to leave," she whispered. Her face pale, lips cracked. "Well, he's asleep. Tomorrow, first thing." "But why?" She flinched at the sound of heavy footsteps. Grandpa emerged from the shadows, pipe smoldering, eyes unreadable. "Everything all right?" "Just telling him about my childhood," Grandma answered too quickly. Grandpa stared at us in silence, and for the first time I felt afraid. The only light was his burning pipe. The only sound, his labored breathing. He filled the hallway, his bulk swallowing the space. "This house has many stories," he finally rumbled before retreating to bed. I barely slept that night. Between Grandpa's snoring and the dread gnawing at me, leave in a hurry, but why? By morning, the fridge was empty. Grandpa sat at the table, licking his lips, breathing hard. "Where's that woman gotten to? Starving over here." Grandma returned with 3 bulging grocery bags and frantically unpacked them, cooking while Grandpa fidgeted, growling incoherently. I claimed I wasn't hungry. A lie. Watching him eat, devouring even the gristle, made me nauseous. Instead, I went to the store, chewing on Grandma's warning. Something about this was starting to scare me, especially one thought. How does he eat so much? At his age, that obese, chain smoking, how was his heart still beating? At the store, the clerk and a woman were whispering, tense, glancing at the windows. "Ben's lost another pig," the woman muttered. "6th one." "Coyote? Bear?" the clerk asked vaguely. "When's the last time you saw a coyote, let alone a bear, around here?" Sorry," I cut in awkwardly. "Animals are disappearing." "You new here, kid?" The woman sighed, recalling something grim. "First pigs, then goats, chickens, even dogs. What's left is just bones. Gnawed, split open, like something sucked out the brains. But no one's seen an animal do it. No tracks, no blood." Suddenly I couldn't breathe. I was drenched in sweat. They didn't know what could do this, but I might. And Grandpa? He still laughed, smoked, told stories. Evenings he'd call me to the porch, where kids gathered like moths to his booming voice. One older girl, maybe 10, sat at his feet and asked, "Mr. Arter, are you ever scared?" He looked at her and smiled slowly. "Only when the meat runs out," he said, laughing like it was a joke. The kids laughed too. I didn't. When I asked about the missing animals, Grandpa just chuckled through a mouthful of stew. "Wild times, huh? Makes me feel young again." He played cards with me and the kids. Everyone adored him. But I grew uneasy around his bloated body. his yellow teeth grinning through smoke as he launched into another story. Too good, too vivid, too scary. The kids leaned in, wide-eyed, while Grandpa basked in their attention, until Grandma, shaking, announced, "We're out of food. Nothing left. No meat, no eggs, not even flour. We can't." "Find more," Grandpa growled, pupils shrinking to pins. "I'm starving." He didn't move from his chair. Even when we went to bed, he stayed in the kitchen. Around 3 a.m. I woke up thirsty and flicked on the kitchen light, then nearly had a heart attack. Grandpa was still in his chair, trembling, staring at the same spot. His skin was pale, almost translucent, veins purple beneath. His pipe was gone. For the first time I saw him without it, and that alone made me want to crawl into a corner. At first I thought he was dead, but then he shook harder, sweat beading on his forehead. "Grandpa, you okay?" I whispered. "Get me food, boy." His voice held no trace of the man I'd known. No warmth, just threat. Something not human. "I'll go to the store in the morning. Just sleep, Grandpa." "Get me food." He didn't look up. I edged past him, turning off the light. All night strange sounds came from below. Growls, wet slithering, the front door creaking. At dawn, Grandpa was gone, the door ajar. Grandma stood behind me, eyes red with fury and regret. "Go, grandson, now. He won't be satisfied with store food. Pack your things and leave." "But what's wrong with Grandpa? How can he eat so much?" "You don't want to know what happens when he stops eating." She turned to leave but froze at my next question. "Why do you stay with him?" "If no one controls him, it gets much worse." That morning, the town buzzed with news. A boy had vanished overnight. Only bones were found. Cleaned, not a scrap of meat left. No animal could have done that, and I knew exactly what could. I returned to the house. Grandpa sat on the porch, pipe in teeth, smoke wreathing his head. His shirt was stained, worse than usual. He stared into nothing. "Boy," he rasped, voice thick with smoke, "fetch me something from the store." Something was off that morning. His posture too rigid, eyes glassy, lips cracked, skin pale and swollen, like raw meat. I mumbled an excuse and went to pack. Then I heard them arguing. "The kids are coming tonight," he snarled. "They want stories." "No," Grandma said. "Not this time. I'll call the police. You won't do anything." Then she screamed, not in fear but rage. "I won't let you feed on them again." I backed away. I didn't want to know what that meant. Didn't want to see more. Dusk fell too fast. The kids arrived on foot, alone, drawn like moths. George waited on the porch, bloated, sweating, unable to rise. Blisters covered his hands. His jaw elongated. He still smiled, but not like before. Something inside him was pushing out. Grandma begged them to leave. "You don't understand," she wept. "This isn't a game. Go home." "Please, Mrs. Arter, just one story." The kids pleaded. "Get out, now," she hissed. "Let 'em be." Grandpa's voice growled from behind, making everyone jump. "Kids want stories." He shut the door after them. Grandpa swelled grotesquely. Glassy-eyed, he stared at them, his pipe forgotten. He didn't speak, couldn't stand. The kids giggled nervously in a semicircle. I watched helpless, knowing something terrible was coming. "Mr. Arter," one child said, "don't tell our parents we came, okay? They've banned us from going out, but we need your stories." I Won't tell, Grandpa gasped, clutching his chest. Won't tell. Then I saw it, his shirt ripping, hands swelling, mouth unhinging wider than possible. He collapsed from his chair onto all fours. The kid screamed, so did I. His arms melted, fat dripping like candle wax. His distended belly dragged on the floor. Blisters erupted across his skin. God help me. His face slid into a wet, jagged grin of meat and fangs. Grandma stepped between him and the kids, gripping a fireplace poker, her eyes darting to me. Run. No more, George, she said. If you want meat, take me. He didn't hesitate. One swift motion, her head vanished into his maw. The kids rushed the door, but it was locked. They pounded, shrieking. I stood frozen, praying this wasn't real. But it was. Grandpa, now a slithering mountain of hunger, gurgled, hissed, and dragged his bulk toward the children. I wish I could say I helped, but I couldn't. I vomited at the sounds, couldn't even look. Finally, I moved, bolting to the attic, heart hammering. I stayed there, shaking, gasping, as the house filled with the sounds of slaughter, chewing, crunching bones. One voice, then another, then silence. Sniffing, scratching, something huge lumbered down the hall. Sniffling, muttering. I pressed into the rafters, too afraid to cry. Hours stretched into centuries. Then a wet, slurping voice. Boy, come back. Feed your grandpa. I smell you. I buried myself in dust and shadows, praying to disappear. I stayed until the silence returned and dawn crept in. I crept downstairs, stepping over bones and blood. Grandpa was gone. Only a greasy stain remained where he'd fallen. The house reeked of death. I vomited down my pants. Then I ran until the road turned to asphalt. Didn't stop even at headlights. I told no one, not the police, not the townsfolk. I don't know what happened after, where Grandpa went. I returned home, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I vomited, cried, had nightmares of that night. Months later at breakfast, I met Dad's eyes and asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" He stared into his coffee. "I hoped you'd never go there," he said softly. "You weren't supposed to know that address. Guess blood calls to blood." "What does that mean?" He looked up, eyes bitter. "You're not my son." Silence fell like snow. "I mean, you are my son. I raised you. I love you. But you're not mine. George brought you as a baby. Said he found you by the river. I didn't ask. Didn't want to know. But you're real parents." "What happened to them?" He swallowed. "George got hungry. That's all you need to know." "And you... how did you live with him?" "We moved town to town, keeping him fed, but it was never enough. When I was 16, we settled in Lodell. A month later, he brought you. I escaped with you. He stayed for 18 years. Now I live with that truth, try to forget, but some nights I wake tasting ash and smoke. I hear news reports, missing animals, missing people. I lock the windows. The guilt eats me alive. Those kids, I knew. I could have stopped it, could have spoken up, but I was scared. And that, like the nightmares, will haunt me forever. It was late September when I had returned home. I had just come back from a summer camp that lasted 2 months. I couldn't tell you much about the camp or its counselors. I know I had a good time, except when I got lost during a group nature hike. When I was finally able to find my way back to camp, it was late and no one was in camp. When I returned home, my parents were surprised to see me. "Max, you're home?" my mother asked. She slowly approached me and looked me up and down. She then dropped to her knees and hugged me. I could see my father standing in the doorway looking at both of us. He swiftly turned and locked himself in the den. He must have still been angry with me. Before summer camp, I had broken into his gun cabinet with some friends from school. My friend Benny accidentally pulled the trigger of one of the guns and shot a hole in the wall. No one was hurt, but my friends scattered, leaving me with the smoking gun. When my dad found out what had happened, I got the lecture of a lifetime. "Do you have any idea how stupid that was? You're extremely lucky no one was hurt," he scolded. "I'd ground you, but I'm glad you'll be out of my sight for the next 2 months. He then kicked me out of the den and sent me to my room without dinner. A knock at my door startled me as I was looking at some magazines Benny had snuck me during class. I opened the door to see my sister, Riley, standing there with a plate of food. "Mom said to sneak you a plate," she said, pushing the plate into my chest. She was taller than me, but I would assume her big, colorful hair that reeked of hairspray helped to contribute to her height. I looked her up and down, seeing her wearing her jean jacket vest with her black Sabbath shirt underneath. Her neck was weighed down by the several necklaces she frequently wore. "Are you going out?" I had asked. "No, twerp. I just dressed this way and put on war paint before I go to La La Land," she sneered. "Do Mom and Dad know?" I asked, chewing through some broccoli. "They don't, and you better not tell them either," she whispered, "or I'll tell Mom about your nudie mags, you little perv." She had me dead to rights. I nodded, agreeing to keep my mouth shut. Later that night, after my parents went to bed, I heard the window open from Riley's room. I went back to bed. The next morning I came down for breakfast. Pancakes, eggs, and bacon, a weekend staple for my family. My dad already sat at the table, coffee in front of him, his nose in the paper. He never said a word to anyone until his second cup of coffee, but today he was extra silent. Must still be angry with me. Riley didn't come down for breakfast. Normal for nights she sneaks out. "Are you excited about going to summer camp, sweetie?" my mom had asked. I nodded as I stuffed my face with bacon. "Will your friend Benny be there with us?" she asked, putting down a plate of food for my dad. "No, he ended up getting summer school," I said, looking back at my mom. I could hear my father scoff from behind his paper. He never liked Benny, said he was a bad influence. It wasn't until the early afternoon when Riley finally came downstairs, still wearing her black Sabbath shirt from last night. Her hair was a mess, and her makeup mostly cleaned off with the slightest hint of eyeliner. She shot me a look as she grabbed a plate covered in plastic wrap from inside the microwave. She then sat down next to me on the couch and watched cartoons with me. "What time are you supposed to be leaving?" she asked. I think 2 p.m., I answered, not entirely sure. "What's the name of the camp?" she asked. Camp Monetary, I think it's called," I answered. "Oh, that's in Sleepy Falls. I remember we went there once as a family vacation. You were like 2 years old when we went. It was a weird place," she said. "Weird how?" I questioned. "I don't know. I just remember something not right about the place. Maybe it was just because I was 7 at the time. The world seems a lot bigger and stranger when you're a kid." She laughed. "You're still a kid?" I quipped. Yeah, I graduate next year, and I'll likely be moving away for college." Mom will be devastated. Look out for her, okay? She said, ruffling up my brown curls with her fingers. I could smell the faint scent of cigarettes stained on her fingers. I tried cigarettes once with Benny. I felt like the inside of my throat was being punched by a fist that was on fire. It was about 2:14 p.m. when a bus pulled up to the house with Camp Monetary written on the side of it. I hugged my sister, and my mom kissed the top of my head. My dad was there to see me off, but he didn't say anything. Didn't even shake my hand like he normally would do whenever I went somewhere for a long time. It was about a 4-hour drive until we reached the small town of Sleepy Falls. The bus weaved through the winding streets of the market district of the town. The townspeople all would come out of the shops to see the bus drive by. None of them waved or smiled. They just looked at us. When we reached the tree line for the forest, it was another 20 minutes until we reached the camp. The counselors greeted us at the bunkhouses and commanded us to gather our belongings and head to our designated bunks. The first few days at camp were mostly just a tour of the camp. It had a lake with boats and fishing, various tables for eating and crafts, an archery area, a go-kart track, and a garden. There was a hiking trail that would lead deeper into the forest. By the fourth night, the counselors sat us by a fire to share ghost stories. Miss Keene, could you tell us about how the camp got its name? One kid asked. The young counselor, known as Miss Keene, was only a few years older than my own sister, with straight red hair that was pulled back into a ponytail. Of course, so the town of Sleepy Falls was founded by European settlers in the 15th century. There was a local legend about a forest guardian, known as the Monetary, that would stalk the forest and abduct those who wandered into the woods. No one knows if this legend was brought over by the European settlers, or if it was a story created by the local tribes. Some say it's some sort of fae. Others say it's a spirit, she explained. I raised my hand to gain an answer to the question that began to swell my brain. Yes, Max, was it? She said, pointing at me. Why would they name the camp after a monster that abducts people? I asked. I believe it was in honor of the creature's benevolent behavior as a protector of the forest, she answered. Now, how would you all like to hear the story of the horseman from hell? She asked. The kids cheered, ready for the next scary story. I didn't pay much attention for the rest of the night. When we all turned in for bed, I just thought about how much I already missed home. My mom, Riley, even my dad. The next couple of months were just regularly scheduled events. A couple of weeks before the end of camp, Miss Keene became sick. She stayed in her bunkhouse most days, only occasionally being seen from her window, watching us play. Eventually, we stopped seeing her. I asked another counselor what had happened to her. Oh, Miss Keene? We had to send her to the hospital. She was really sick and not getting any better, he answered. Will she be back before the end of camp? I asked. No, maybe next year, he answered. Hey, no more questions. Let's get ready for one of our last nature hikes, he said. The hike was like all the others. Same trail, same trees, same plants. During the hike, I started to lag behind a bit, daydreaming about what happened to Miss Keene, and thinking about how by the end of the week, I'll be back home. I hope my dad isn't still mad at me. Max! A voice reached out from behind a tree. I stopped in my tracks looking around, but I didn't see anyone. Max, the voice said again. I recognized that voice, even though I hadn't heard it in 3 weeks. It was Miss Keene. Miss Keene, is that you? I asked. Please help me. You don't have to do this, Miss Keene said. Please follow me, children, she called to me. Guys, hey, I found Miss Keen. I think she's hurt. I yelled to the group ahead of me, but they didn't hear me. I decided to follow the voice to find Miss Keen. If she was hurt, I could help her using the first aid skills I learned from one of the camp events. I followed the voice further into the forest, further away from the trail. Before I knew it, I got turned around. I was lost. I never found Miss Keen. I decided to backtrack the best I could back to the camp. Somehow, some way, I made it back. I was still being embraced by my mother. She was crying on my shoulder. I could feel her hot breath from her wails against me, her tears slowly dripping into my shirt. From the den, I heard a loud pop sound. It was a similar sound to when Benny accidentally shot the gun in there months ago, just more muffled. I could hear rumbling coming from the stairs as Riley came running down there. "What happened?" she cried. She came and stopped in the doorway as soon as she saw me. "Riley?" I said as I pulled myself away from my mother's grasp. She collapsed to her hands and knees as she cried even harder into the tile. "What the?" she screamed as she turned around and ran back upstairs and slammed her bedroom door. I walked over to the phone on the wall and picked it up and listened. I could hear Riley's ragged breath, her trying to hold back tears. 911, what is your emergency?" a voice asked. "Hello? Please send help. I'm at 3232 West Holly Lane," she said desperately. "What is happening there?" the operator asked. "It's my brother. He's downstairs with my mother. I think my father shot himself," she cried. "Your father shot himself? Okay, we'll send a cruiser and an ambulance your way," the operator said. "No, that's not it. My brother disappeared a month ago at summer camp. They found his body in the woods. We buried him last week. That thing downstairs is not my brother," she screamed, her voice finally breaking down in cries of both sadness and fear. I saw him when I had woken up in the middle of the night. My dogs were barking at something, but it wasn't normal barking. It was more like the sounds dogs make when they're scared, whimpering and yelping. When I got up, I could hear the dogs backing away from something. I could hear their paws rustling through the dirt, growing more and more desperate. At that moment, I was worried that some kind of animal had gotten inside the fence. I should have known it wasn't an animal. The only dangerous animals out here in the countryside are foxes. But I didn't care. I went outside with a machete. The first thing I see is a man wearing a cloak, a wide-brimmed hat, a short cape, and carrying a staff. He was dirty, with mud stains all over the lower half of his body. I froze not from fear, but from surprise. I live in the middle of nowhere, out in the countryside where the road to my house is just a dirt path that goes on for kilometers and leads nowhere. It looked like he wanted to pet my dogs. He had his hand stretched out and was walking strangely, using one hand to grab and drag his leg forward while holding on to his staff. All the while, my dogs barked louder and louder. I approached him, gripping the machete tighter with every step. I raised my hand to touch his shoulder. I felt every movement. My finger getting closer, my muscles tensing, my body leaning in. I touched his shoulder. He began to stand up with the help of his staff, digging it into the ground, using his strength to straighten up, and he began to turn around. The second he turned, the dogs bolted back into my house. He was still looking down, and suddenly he laughed. It was a deep laugh, like Santa Claus if he smoked a pack a day since birth. He stopped laughing slowly, then said, "Forgive me. I saw the dogs from afar and had to see them," he said in a kind tone. I got a little angry. He was speaking to me like he was strolling through the suburbs and just saw a dog in front of a house. He was in the middle of nowhere, and besides, there is only one way to get here, and you have to go off the road completely. So I asked him directly, "Okay, but why are you in this area?" I sounded a bit annoyed. The man sighed and spoke seriously. "I'm on a journey to a place, and I stopped here to see one of God's creatures. Again, I apologize. It wasn't my intention to wake you or scare your dogs." I stared at him confused, and he said, "I'll go now. I can't stop for long. I have a long road ahead." He chuckled softly. He was an old man, and morally I couldn't just let him walk alone in the night, especially out in the countryside where he clearly must have gotten lost, if he ended up near my house. "I'm not going to let you go alone. Let me grab my things and I'll take you where you want to go in my car." The man, still not revealing his face, looking down and completely still, said, "Excepia." I didn't understand, but he stayed still. So I went inside to grab my things. When I came in, I saw the paw prints had stained the wooden floor, and I could hear the dogs whimpering, howling from my room. I turned on the lights to find and grab my car keys and jacket. I went to my room and saw the dogs hiding under my bed. It felt exaggerated, like when Scooby-Doo sees a monster. The point is, I had never seen them like that. I kept ignoring the signs and grabbed my jacket from the wardrobe, picked up the keys from my nightstand and went back outside, closing the door behind me. It was starting to get light, like a breath of relief from the tension and unease of the night. The man was still there, waiting for me where I had left him. In the daylight, I could see him more clearly. His hands gripping the staff were gray, wrinkled, looking like the skin could fall off any moment. He was still looking down, but I could make out more of his face. From afar, I saw his mouth hanging open, drooling. I figured, because of his age, it might be normal. Maybe he didn't have the strength to keep his mouth closed. I started walking toward him. With every step, he seemed to lose the strength to hold himself up. His body looked like it was falling apart. I began to hurry, feeling the sunlight blinding me. When I finally got close, I was standing in front of him and he had collapsed. When I tried to lift him, he wouldn't let me, until I grabbed him by the arms and his hood fell back. It was a rotting corpse, like he had died years ago. I dropped him. Thump. His clothes shifted, revealing more of his body. I could see his chest. There was a huge hole exposing his ribs, and on each rib was written, "Qui per terras ignotus iter facit." He who travels through unknown lands. The phrase comes from the old pilgrims, who journeyed through foreign lands out of devotion to God. The only thing I can imagine is that his pilgrimage wasn't finished, and if something above is watching, it decided not to let him die until his journey was complete. But why did his journey end at the door of my house? What does this land, what do I, have to do with God? The internet is filled with stories about people who clip out of reality and into somewhere else. Terms like backrooms, states, woods are common on Reddit, and I'm not here to argue semantics with you. I call them fairy pockets, but even that is just a term I made up, so use what you like. There are no word police, not that I have found yet. There are no set rules by which one enters a fairy pocket. Sometimes you just slip in by accident, though there's usually an easy way out, if you know what to look for. Something that will just not look right, and help you pull yourself back to reality. It's hard to explain. My job is that I find them, go into them, and figure out what, if anything, is valuable there, and then sell all information to governments or private businesses. You would be shocked at the amount of natural resources some of these places hold. I can assure you that the Iraq War was not about oil without a shadow of a doubt, but they're always dangerous, so it's a tough call on whether or not they're worth it, and thank God, not mine to make. Usually you can find some idiots willing to buy your dangerous claim for at least enough to break even, unless it's Rockport. Nobody even tries to claim that godforsaken place anymore. Today, I'm just going to tell you about a few places I found, and then, if there are any questions, I'll try and answer them. So without further ado, let's start with Pittsburgh's Infinite City. There is this one place in downtown Pittsburgh, about 2 blocks from the old US Steel building, where if you follow a complicated set of turns and steps, which I can't disclose due to an NDA, you will find yourself in a near-endless, entirely abandoned cityscape of almost identical brick tenements. It, as far as I could tell, served no real practical use to the people I sold it to, but mine is not to reason why. They paid well, and I don't question money on general principle. That said, the thing that struck me as most strange about this place wasn't how empty it was or who built it, being a total mystery. I always have assumed something built these places. No, the strangest part of this was that every single turn, or any other piece of writing I could find in this city, was written in what I eventually identified as a 14th century dialect of Polish. That's a nice and simple one, not really scary, though I confess, all those empty buildings did get eerie, but most of the things I find are like that. A little off-putting perhaps, but not anything special. And this memoir is dedicated more to my horrific experiences after all. They're the ones that make for good stories. Now, some places like that feel creepy, but are fine. Others, like what we'll talk about next, feel fine but are potentially dangerous. If you've ever taken a road trip through Kansas, you'll know how flat it is, but perhaps one or two of you, while driving, have thought you saw a mountain way off in the distance. You probably stopped and shook your head, maybe rubbed your eyes, and it was gone. Good, it doesn't exist, and it can't hurt you. Unless you drive exactly 4 miles over the speed limit for 20 minutes while staring at the mountain, then take a sharp left onto a dirt road between 2 cornfields, with a wooden sign on an archway over it. The sign may or may not say anything. That tends to change for some reason. The dirt farm road will soon turn into a paved highway, and you will be in Hanscom County. It's a nice place if you don't mind the smell of sulfur. It's a geothermal hotspot, and the entire place stinks of eggs. The locals are nice, hard-working folks who will give you the shirt off their back, and really are fine people. But take my advice and don't go to any of the churches in the county. They all have the same preacher who tells the same sermon every week, like a recording, and the people can get violent if you ever looked bored during it. Other than that, it's a great place to live, with property values that can't be beat, on account of the fact that I am fairly certain it's still 1973 there. A few hundred miles away, there's one place in the Midwest. Again, for legal reasons, I can't tell exactly how to find. What I can tell is that it's a small regional airport in a big-ish city. That's all I can say. The vending machines all sell products that aren't in business anymore, but I am not entirely sure if that's supernatural or just some strange gimmick on the part of the airport management. What is weird is that if you walk into one specific women's bathroom on a Tuesday, there will be an elevator at the far end of the room past the last sink. It takes you up through 99 floors, 98 of which are identical open-plan office space. You cannot see the skyscraper from outside the airport, and actually, some planes fly right through where it should be. Every floor is the same, laid out in long rows of desks with big box computers, and off-white landline phones with wood-grain siding, each station manned by workers dressed in business casual. talking on phones and generally doing what you'd expect from a call center. The only issue is that they are speaking exclusively in dead languages: Latin, Proto-Finnic, Occitan. I even heard some Akkadian when I was there. Honestly, it's the most well-managed office I've ever seen. Everyone works hard, and nothing ever goes majorly missing, which I suspect has something to do with the fact, as far as I could tell, there were no managers to screw things up. I went up to floor 99, but decided against floor 100. You see, 99 was a waiting room like you'd find at a doctor's office, and to access floor 100, you had to take the stairs. The sounds coming from up there cannot be described, and I do mean cannot. I have tried repeatedly, and it only leads to my having a seizure. Not wanting to repeat that, I will leave them to your imagination. A buddy of mine who is a priest suggested that I have found purgatory, and perhaps he was right. I'm no theologian, so I'll leave that one to the church. There is an area in San Francisco where you can see what I think is Atlantis, where Alcatraz should be, but I haven't figured out how to get there yet. And there is a way to get to the moon from Houston without NASA being involved. But by far the weirdest fairy pocket I ever found was Mount Prince Nelson National Park in West Virginia. It's a beautiful place, by the way. Wonderful hiking, and some absolutely stunning views of the mountains. But I don't recommend you take your kids. It's by far the most dangerous place I have ever been, and I lived in Chicago for 3 months. Long story, I was trying to figure out where all the damned clowns kept coming from, but I digress. Mount Prince Nelson is about 700 square miles, located within an area of West Virginia, no larger than a Walmart parking lot, which coincidentally is how you get there. Follow the steps correctly, and where the main doors are, a stone arch will appear with an NPS ranger who charges you 42 cents as an entry fee, and hands you a waiver to sign in the reasonably likely event that you die in the park. There are miles and miles of roads, both paved and unpaved, and a core area around a lake that contains the majority of the tourist stuff. It's more or less safe on account of the National Park Service maintaining a round-the-clock watch on the perimeter. That would make the Marines look sloppy, and the flight of F-14 Eagle fighter jets flying 24/7. Hot laps around the area is a great comfort, but we weren't paid to be comfortable, and our bosses wanted us deeper in the park and off-trail. Once you get outside of the patrolled area, like we were, things take a turn. Everything, and I do mean everything, wants to kill you. There are beetles, the size of cars, for starters. The cool parts, however, is the dinosaurs that roam free in the park. Side note, that whole "they can't see you if you don't move" thing is bull. Ask me how I know. It's a rainforest, so the backwoods camping isn't easy, because hacking your way off trail is a nightmare even without the venomous trees and psychic frogs. But I have to say, it really is beautiful. Puts Yellowstone to shame on a bad day, and that's saying it mildly. When I first went to Mount Prince Nelson, I was part of a team of specialists called in by the National Park Service to figure out why they kept getting paperwork from their employees there despite no knowledge of it existing. We spent about 6 months figuring out how to get in, and that's when things started to go badly wrong. Our team lead, an older guy named Donald, was the first to die. He had taken watch around our camp on the first nights after we left the safe zone, and some kind of big ape-looking thing came out of the woods and attacked. Beat poor Danny half to death before we were able to kill it, and he was dead by the time we got him back to a ranger station for a medevac. We had a job to do, and the pay was good, so we pushed on, deeper into the woods, where the 9 surviving men of our team got knocked down to 5 on the 3rd day by some kind of screaming fog. Though all things considered, it wasn't so bad, as it also killed the T-Rex that was chasing us. Jacoby, one of the newbies, went nuts that night and started talking about how he had communed with a goddess at the center of the mountain in his sleep, and that he needed to go out and join her amidst the rocks lest all reality be consumed. I had to put him down with my 45 before the crazy spread to the rest of the team, which might be my least favorite part of this job. The remaining 4 of us found an old cabin nearby and decided to hold up for the night. By the next morning, we were down to 3. I hadn't gotten to Jacoby in time, I guess. We reached the decision that we were going to try and make our way back to the safe zone after a short debate. I always try to be democratic where possible, so we started back. When we had been walking for around 7 hours, Rodriguez, who was on point, signaled a halt. He said he thought he had heard a twig break about 100 yards to our right. He was right, to worse luck. If he hadn't stopped, maybe he wouldn't have been able to line up his shot. The arrow took Rodriguez in the chest, sending him to the ground. Me and O'Leary opened up with our weapons in the direction of the archer, but I don't think we hit him. Rodriguez would have survived had the arrow not been poisoned, but he was already turning green and bleeding from his eyes by the time I got the bandage over the wound. I gave him last rites by sticking a stake through his heart and zip-tying a cross to his right hand so he wouldn't come back as anything unnatural. Then the 2 of us left and set off again in the direction of home. O'Leary and I made it a long way that day without stopping, and ended up coming close enough to the safe zone that we were fairly confident in making it there the next day. I took first watch and chewed coffee grounds to stay awake, as I had no doubts that we were still being hunted. The attack came sometime around 0:30, when I got a feeling on the back of my neck that I was being watched. I have learned to listen to these feelings, and it's why I'm still alive. Diving for the ground, the arrow just narrowly missed me, slamming into a tree a few yards behind. O'Leary was awake now and scrambling for his rifle, while I fired blindly into the trees from cover. We were unlikely to make it back without getting rid of this hunter, so I signaled for him to cover me as I crawled away from our camp. It took about 10 minutes or so before I found his tracks. 2 muddy boot prints and a Snickers wrapper gave away where he had been standing, and a trail of greenish-blue blood leading away from the spot told me one of us had hit him. O'Leary and I stalked him for about half a mile before we found him collapsed by a creek bed, panting heavily, a handsome young man dressed in bright orange hunting gear. The only sign he wasn't human was the metallic red hair and his almost neon green eyes. He cussed me out in what must have been an early ancestor of Welsh, before O'Leary blew his brains all over the forest floor. I wasn't sure that would stop him for long, so just to be safe, I hog-tied him before we left. O'Leary quit this job after we made it back to civilization. I can't blame him. The last I heard, he had become a Buddhist monk and lived up some mountain in Colorado. I just hoped it wasn't anywhere near Rockport. That is one pocket that even I won't go to. But the pay from the National Park Service was more than enough for me to retire on, had I wanted to. So there are certainly perks to this job. Why do I still do it? I would love to get philosophical, but frankly, I just like it. It tickles the part of the human spirit that first pushed man to sail across oceans or fly to the moon. And like those great explorers of the past, I'm not sure I could stop even if I wanted to. It has its hooks in me and won't let go. I have other stories, of course, might even post them later, but these were a few that stood out to me. I will try to answer any questions, but given the number of NDAs and ancient blood oaths I've had to sign over the years, I make no promises about how much I can deliver. That said, if this job sounds fun to you, or the money sounds like a great way to get rich quick, I really do not recommend you take it up. People like that don't tend to last long. And for the love of all that is holy, if you are in Colorado and see a sign for a town called Rockport, turn around. My friend Carla had a knack for giving you exactly what you needed, even if you didn't know it yourself. For my 26th birthday, we went to a nightclub. It had been an especially sunny day, not a single cloud in the sky. Still, she gave me a yellow umbrella that looked like it came from an antique shop. I thought it was ugly and absurd, especially since she knew I hated bright colors. But as we stepped outside, an unexpected downpour started, even though the forecast had promised clear skies. At Christmas, she gave me a gift card for a store. The very next day, a website glitched, offered all merchandise at 90% off. With the $50 on her card, I bought thousands of dollars worth of clothes. And that was nothing compared to her gift at her nephew Lucas's christening. She gave the baby a black cat, fully aware that the mother, her sister, was allergic. It all made sense 2 days later when the cat caught a huge rat crawling in through the baby's room ventilation. Apparently, the child had been having health issues related to infections, and thanks to the cat, they discovered the source and fixed it once and for all. Everyone in our group noticed those strange coincidences. We used to joke she was a witch. She'd just laugh and say it was luck, that her method was simple. She flipped a coin 3 times. She did it to decide which store to enter, what to buy, even what time to leave the house. If she got 3 heads, she went ahead. If not, she changed the plan. We always laughed at that, grateful for her gifts. But something changed this year. Yesterday was my birthday. The conversation was lively, the music loud. My cousin Valeria nailed it with her mimosas. My coworkers praised the snacks. My friend Juan told stories from his trip to the Amazon. Even though the party was a success, Carla looked uneasy. She sat in the corner of the couch with a glass full of wine, not speaking to anyone. That was unusual for her. She was normally outgoing and full of light. She kept glancing at the hallway, the window, the stairs, as if expecting something, or someone, to appear out of nowhere. I walked over and asked if everything was okay. She looked nervously at her gift, stacked with the others. She said she'd felt off all day, a tight anxiety in her chest. She couldn't explain it. Then she admitted it had something to do with her gift, that she was embarrassed about it. She leaned in, lips tight, and murmured, "Open it when everyone's gone, please." I was about to agree when my boyfriend shouted, "Open the presents! Open the presents!" The pressure from the group did the rest. Carla lowered her gaze. Her discomfort made me nervous. That afternoon, while we were setting up for the party, I'd felt something strange. Nothing specific, just a vague discomfort, like the air was heavier. At one point I could have sworn I saw a shadow move in the hallway as I passed the kitchen, but when I looked, nothing was there. I figured maybe it was the lights, or just my imagination. I shook my head and went back to prepping drinks and music. There was too much to focus on. I started opening presents. My friends had outdone themselves this year. One even gave me a ticket to see my favorite band. I saved Carla's box for last. It was rectangular and soft, with rounded edges, wrapped in yellow paper and a red ribbon. Attached was a note that read, "To Julian, may you have many more birthdays." Everyone waited eagerly, holding their breath, convinced it would be another example of her mysterious gift-giving. Slowly I tore open the yellow paper and opened the box. A carton of eggs. The silence was suffocating. 12 white eggs. No one knew what to say, until my boyfriend let out a nervous laugh. Soon everyone burst into laughter. I laughed with them and joked, "Looks like your gift-giving powers are running low." Carla held my gaze and smiled, but her eyes remained uneasy. "It's what you need," she said quietly. "The coin said so." That phrase unsettled me more than it should have. I drank too much that night. We went to bed without cleaning up. We didn't realize we'd left Carla's gift on the kitchen floor. A seemingly insignificant detail. Until now. I'm standing outside my house watching the police carry out a body. Solomon Garcia. The serial killer who had terrorized the city for a year. He would hide in his victim's home for 30 days before murdering them in their sleep. It was going to be our turn. But this time, he didn't get the chance. He slipped in the kitchen. His head slammed into the countertop, dead on impact. Beside him, the crushed carton of eggs. I imagine him entering my kitchen, the crunch of eggs underfoot, and then a dull thud. Flesh against concrete, his limp body on the white tile floor, life slipping away. The thought makes me sick. The police keep asking if I'd noticed anything strange. Unusual noises, missing food, how long since I'd checked the guest room closet. That's where they found a calendar, 30 days marked off. My stomach churns as they question me. I can't stop thinking about Carla, about her nervous look, about the coin falling once, twice, 3 times into her palm. How did she know? Did she suspect something? Am I really still alive thanks only to chance? To something as arbitrary and fragile as luck? What if I hadn't opened her gift that night? What if she had felt too ashamed to give it to me, or even to come to the party? A cold breeze runs down my spine, but one thing's for sure. I'll always gladly accept any gift from Carla. Whatever it is. I didn't believe in any of it. Not really. Demons, rituals, salt circles, all that stuff just felt like folklore. Old cautionary tales wrapped in mystery. That's probably why we laughed when Dev pulled out that weird old book. It was Friday night. Me, Dev, Jay, and Alina were hanging out at Jay's house. His parents were away for the weekend, and we were deep into one of those nothing nights. Lazy, tired, half buzzed, half bored. Dev had been digging through a box of his dad's things in the basement when he found it. This heavy, leather-bound book with cracking edges, and pages that looked like they'd been stained by time, or something else. The title said, "The Lesser Key of Solomon." Most of it looked like junk, faded Latin, weird symbols, dramatic warnings, but Dev turned to one of the marked pages, finger-tapping an underlined name. "Orobus," he said. "Says here he tells the truth, protects people, one of the good ones." Jay laughed. "A chill demon? You gotta be kidding me." Alina rolled her eyes, already over it. I don't know what made me say it. Was it boredom, too much beer, or sheer curiosity, but I said, "Let's summon him." We weren't being serious. It was just something dumb to kill the time, get some laughs, maybe get a few clips to post later. We lit a few tea candles from the junk drawer, sat in a circle on the cold concrete floor, and Dev read the words out loud. We skipped most of the steps. We couldn't be asked to go through all that and waste time. No protective circle, no fancy herbs or incense, just candlelight and bad decisions. And nothing happened. That just made us laugh harder. It was fun. We bashed each other, tried to scare each other a bit, and ultimately shrugged it off and went to play Mario Kart. But after about 20 minutes, the basement door creaked open. Jay swore he'd shut it tight, but those doors were iffy. He went and locked it. We still got some laughs, saying that maybe the chant succeeded. Then we heard a soft knock upstairs. Just once. Soft enough to not be intrusive, but sharp enough to stop our talking. Then came the sound of a pan hitting the floor in the kitchen. Jay went up to check, came back frowning. The pan wasn't even near the edge. It was pushed off. Probably the cat. I remember Alina saying something like, "Must have been the draft," but I wasn't convinced. The air felt heavier, not cold exactly, just wrong. I didn't feel at ease anymore. Something felt off. Then something slammed into the wall behind us, loud, deliberate, hard. We all jumped, even Dev looked rattled, and he was the one that didn't get pushed off the rails easily. I saw that he looked freaked out, terrified at this point. He grabbed the book again and started reading more clearly. His brow furrowed, and the rest now realized this wasn't a prank anymore. Oribus, if summoned without circle or seal, may wander freely, though not of harm by hand. He grows stronger through fear and time. He may torment, mislead, and draw harm from the world to you, to reveal the truth. At the final hour, when shadow becomes flesh, he may touch. He may take. Protection lies in circles of salt and in the light. He cannot cross either unless broken. If he does not possess a soul until daybreak, he shall return to his realm. Jay's laugh came out sharp and short. Nice, real funny. Then we all heard it, breathing, right next to my ear. Cold, uneasy, and damp, and very much there. I freaked out, turned, expecting something, someone, anything. Dev's voice cracked when he shouted, "We didn't bind it. It says right here, no binding, no control." More noises upstairs. Then a bulb popped in the stairwell. Alina screamed. Jay cursed. I didn't say anything. I was trying not to lose it. We scrambled. Dev tried Googling binding rituals. Yes, funny, but not so funny when we faced something we didn't understand. This was supposed to be fun, a joke. We realized all too late that it wasn't. I ran upstairs and grabbed a bag of salt, and we poured it around us in a shaky ring. All of us standing close now, barely speaking, undecided if we should watch around us or each other. Then the light started dying. One bulb, then another, then another. Pop, pop, pop. Always just outside the circle. The darkness was creeping closer with each pop. We knew we were in real danger now. I held up my phone's flashlight. It flickered, but the battery was full. It shouldn't have. Dev read again, barely above a whisper. He may not touch the soul unless it slips from light into dark, or into dream. Don't fall asleep, Alina said, and her voice broke halfway through. I don't think that'll be a problem, Dev said. Doubt anyone could sleep. It was now 4:25 a.m., and we just had to make it until sunrise. Time went slow, but it moved. The next hour, I don't even know how to describe it right. There were scratching sounds. Not constant, just enough to keep you from forgetting. A chair skidded across the floor by itself. Something moved in the corner just outside the light, but when I looked, it wasn't there. Not gone, just wasn't. Then something happened that made us aware we were indeed not safe. The gas. It hit all at once, sharp, sour. Alina started coughing. The burner upstairs, someone had turned it on, but we'd all been downstairs. We didn't want to leave the salt circle, but we couldn't just sit there and let the house fill with gas. We decided to go up together slowly. One person always shining the light on the others, like kids playing flashlight tag in a haunted house. The burner was on full blast. The knob was gone, yanked off. Jay found the valve under the counter, turned it off with pliers. I took the handle, shoved it into my hoodie pocket. Then the phone lights flickered again. We ran like hell. We held a grip on each other, and we just ran. Back into the basement, into the salt. We didn't talk anymore. We just breathed, shaky and quiet. I remember looking out the small basement window and seeing the sky start to get that weird bluish gray. Just barely. Just enough to believe it might end. It might be over. Everything was silent. No more noise, no more draft. Nothing moved. Everything was peaceful. Just that nice warm feeling of first sun rays on the skin. That sunrise came slow. It always does when you're watching it. When it finally did, I felt like I'd been holding my breath for hours. Alina stood up, stiff. It's over, right? Dev was still sitting there. He hadn't said much in a while. Then suddenly he stood up. I'm going home, he said. What? No, wait, Dev. I'm tired, he said. I just want to sleep. He said something else under his breath. I didn't hear it, but Jay froze. What did you say? Dev looked confused. Nothing. Good night. We didn't follow. We started cleaning. We had a lot to clean. The mess, candles, broken lights, the salt circle. Just trying to return the room to something normal. Then Jay said quietly, The circle. We turned. He was just staring at the floor. There was a break, a line in the salt where someone had stepped in too fast, a single heel mark that had smeared the edge, a gap. And Dev had been sitting right near that spot. We just stared at it, didn't speak, didn't clean it, didn't want to admit it was there, and Dev hasn't answered any of our calls since. We keep telling ourselves he just needed space, that he walked out that morning and went home, but none of us actually saw him leave. We just remember the sound of the door, and when I think back to that moment, I can't shake this feeling. What if Dev never made it out of that basement? What if we let something else walk away? I haven't talked about this in years, not even to my therapist, but I'm writing it down now because last night, at 2:12 a.m., I heard the knock again. Same rhythm, same pause, the same sick feeling crawling up the back of my throat. I used to think it was a demon. I know how that sounds, but when you're a kid, there are things you just know without proof. You don't question why your closet makes you nauseous, or why the attic door feels like it's breathing. You just know something's wrong. And something was very wrong in that house. We moved in when I was 9, old Victorian at the edge of a dead-end street. Sloped floors, wallpaper like dried blood. My mom called it a fresh start. She'd just gotten serious with a new boyfriend, Rick. He helped pay for the place, but stayed in the city at first. So for a while, it was just me and her. The first night, I couldn't sleep. Normal new house stuff, I thought, until I heard it. Knock. Just one, soft. Like someone gently tapped their knuckle against my door. I sat up in bed listening hard. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more, spaced out, deliberate, then silence. I got up and opened the door. The hallway was empty. I asked my mom in the morning if she'd checked on me. She said no. She looked tired. Her hands were shaking when she poured her coffee. I noticed a red mark on her neck. She said it was a bug bite. That night, I stacked books against the door just in case. The knocking came again, same time, around 2 a.m., but this time it didn't stop. It turned into scraping, like nails dragging against the door, then breathing, wet and slow, right up against the wood. I heard it say something I didn't understand. Too low, too garbled. And then I smelled it. Rot, like something dead had been stuffed under the floorboards. I didn't sleep, just stared at the door, flashlight clutched tight. In the morning, my mom had a bruise on her arm, purple and angry, like someone had grabbed her too hard. She said she tripped on the stairs. She wouldn't meet my eyes when she said it. It kept happening. Some nights it tried the doorknob. Other nights I'd hear it crawl across the hall. And once I heard crying, soft broken sobs, like someone trying not to be heard. Sometimes it came for me. Sometimes it didn't. But someone always got hurt. The worst was when I forgot to block the door. I was half asleep when I heard the slow creak of it opening. I froze, pulled the covers over my head. Something stepped into the room. It didn't walk right. Too heavy, too slow. The mattress dipped beside me. And it breathed right in my face. Hot, sour, and wrong. Then finally it left. In the morning I had scratches across my back, through my shirt. I didn't tell my mom. She already looked like she was unraveling. Eventually Rick moved in, just showed up one day with his bags, and that looked like he belonged there all along. The weird part, the knocking stopped, but the house didn't feel safer. It felt worse, colder, heavier, and my mom seemed even more withdrawn. I started having dreams of something watching me from the hallway, tall and thin with no face, just a mouthful of too many teeth. Sometimes I woke up with bruises, sometimes with dirt under my nails. Once I woke up outside, lying on the porch, barefoot. My hands were bleeding. I told my mom we had to leave. She cried, said she'd find a way. That night, she locked her bedroom door, and I waited. 2:09 a.m. Footsteps. They didn't stop outside my door this time. They kept going, toward hers. I heard her murmur something, confused, half asleep. Rick? Then a crash, and a scream, then silence. I ran to her room. The door was open just enough. Inside, in the dark, something was crouched over her. Tall, wrong. It held her down, hands wrapped around her wrists. She was fighting, kicking, sobbing. And then it turned to me and grinned. I didn't think. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find. When I came back, it was still on top of her. I screamed, ran forward, and drove the blade into its back. Again and again and again, until it slumped to the floor. My mom was screaming, screaming at me. I looked down. It wasn't a monster. No claws, no fangs. Just a man. Just Rick. His face was caved in, one eye open, one shut. Lips split like someone had tried to tear the truth out of them. The police came, said it was self-defense, said I saved her, but she never looked at me again. We moved out of the house. She never spoke to me after that. Years later, I still don't sleep with the door open. I live alone now. 1-bedroom apartment, 3rd floor. No creaks, no attic, no shadows in the hallway. Still, last night I woke up at 2:12 a.m. Knock, 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 tap, and a voice behind the door. Not growling, not whispering, just tired. Why? Edit. This morning I found something under my bed. My old flashlight, cracked. The one I used to keep under my pillow, still faintly glowing. And it smells like cigarette smoke. Hello, my friends. I'm not really sure how to get started, but I had something exceptionally bizarre happen to me. I've told a few people in my life, and usually the response I get is something along the lines of, "That's pretty frickin' wild," or, "Oh, okay." Anyway, I'm not really sure what to do with this experience. You see movies or read stories and expect a payoff or crescendo or something of that nature whenever something big happens. But real life has a way of not caring for your resolution. Anyway, I apologize for rambling, and I will just get started. My story begins when I was 19 years old. Just a kid, really, doing dumb stuff that kids do. I had this neighbor, Mr. lxscairns. He had a really cool name. I remember thinking it was the coolest name I'd ever heard. Unfortunately, Mr. lxscairns was just a regular old man. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary, didn't look or act strange. He didn't seem to be hiding any secrets, no matter how much I wanted him to contain some mystery. So when he passed away, it was just as uninteresting as he was. It was sad and unfortunate. He had gone to the hospital and had pneumonia and simply died. I learned about it from my dad, who knew him a bit better than I did. No cool death or anything else that I am shallow enough to imagine. I remember feeling really bad when I caught myself thinking, imagine having such a cool last name and utterly wasting it on being boring. It was a weird fixation, I know, and for what it's worth, I felt like a piece of crap for even thinking it. Months went by after his death, and I assumed that he would have just had someone come by to clean it out. Family or the government or whoever. But no one ever did. The house just sat there. The lawn remained maintained. Everything looked in order. I had no idea who was taking care of the house, but someone was. The strange thing, though, is that I never saw anybody there. Believe me, I kept an eye out for it, too. One day I decided enough was enough. For no particular reason, I decided to break into his house. I don't really know why I did. I suppose it just bothered me the way it sat there seemingly frozen in time. The truth is, he bothered me, despite the irrationality of it. I could not stop thinking about him. How is your name Stormhawk Umber lxscairns, and you don't have any sort of interesting qualities to you? I feel like my parents had given me such a name. I would either feel compelled to do something crazy like becoming a Navy SEAL or something awesome. I feel crazy to even acknowledge how much it bothers me. I know it's silly. Anyway, breaking in was easy enough. I didn't even have to break anything really. I simply went around the back of his house, found a window that was unlocked. I managed to open it and crawl inside. I broke in during the day when everyone was at work, and I didn't want to use any unnecessary electricity or anything. I didn't know if the electric company would notice and investigate or not. Upon entering his house, I landed in what looked like a regular living room. I got up and began looking around. Much to my great disappointment, his house was as boring as he was. In fact, even so much to the point that his house was unsettling in a weird way. Everything was too nice, like it was a life-size dollhouse. Everything looked like it was just a large toy version of whatever it was supposed to be. I approached the couch that I would have sworn was made of plastic by looking at it, but when I approached it and touched it, the strangest dissonance came over me. It was the most comfortable couch I'd ever felt in my life. Somehow the disconnect was enough to jar me, but not deter me. I began searching his drawers and whatnot, but strangely enough, everything was empty. No drawer or cabinet had a single thing. No dishware, no random odds and ends that seemed to pile up in drawers. All of the books were solid objects. They didn't even open. They were just decorations. I was so confused at what this was that I didn't even know how to feel. Creeped out? Interested? Even now, I'm still not sure which. I thought maybe I should leave, but I also figured that I was just being paranoid. What in the world could plastic do to me? As I picked up one of the plastic books to return it to its spot, the strangest thing happened. It was so subtle I didn't even really register it at the time. I felt a sense of accomplishment, similar to when you finish reading a book. I caught myself thinking about the premise of The Old Man and the Sea, the struggle that ends in futility. But then I remembered, I'd never read that book. I shivered and shrugged it off, probably just some lecture I had heard at school or something. After wandering around a bit more in this strange dollhouse, I made my way to the basement. Not sure what I was expecting to find, but I had a morbid curiosity. So I descended the stairs. When I reached the bottom, to my surprise, I found an elaborate mirror maze. A million me's reflected in every direction. As I was walking through the maze, I could not shake this overwhelming feeling of being watched, but every time I tried to look to where I felt the eyes, I'd see only an infinitude of myself peering back into me. To this day, I still get the chills thinking about that. However, after navigating for a while by tracking the floor, I managed to make it to the other side of the maze. What I found was odd, but at this point, I wasn't surprised. It was one of those big doors on a submarine, the one with the spinny wheel. I opened it to see what was on the other side. I really wish I hadn't. Inside there was a massive, an impossibly large ballroom. It looked like it was from the 1950s, with posh design, velvet, and mahogany, I think. I'm not really familiar with the minutiae of fancy decor, but this was that, and then some. In the background, a phonograph playing music. It was scratchy and skipping every so often. It was the perfect blend of post-war hope and the decaying dread of a dream gone by. This isn't what unsettled me the most, though. On the floor through the ballroom, there were all of these metal tracks. They were all over the place. Upon the tracks, moving and zipping around, were all dressed mannequins, moving from here to there, an emulation of dancing and mingling, a frozen, mobile mimic of movement. There were easily 50 of them, all of them following the tracks in different ways to different points, like a bastardized recreation of a party by someone who had never met a human. In the middle of the hall there was a large table. I thought to leave, but upon turning around I saw the mirror maze, a legion of myself bidding me to stay where I am. I couldn't resist. When I looked back into the ballroom, I had found that just for a brief moment all of the mannequins had stopped, and all of their heads were turned to look at me, regardless of the position of their body, but just for a moment, soon after they began zipping back and forth. I made my way to the banquet table and saw a card that had a name on it. It was my name. I sat down at the head of the table. There was a platter in front of me. When I lifted it off, I was greeted by the ripe aroma of rotten meat and turned dairy. A large buffet of rot waiting to be eaten. I tried to get up, to recoil in disgust, but I couldn't. I don't know how I knew, but I knew the mannequins would never forgive me if I didn't partake. So I did. With one rotten bite I began, then another and another still. Each bite seemingly restoring the food, undoing the rot. As I kept eating, I noticed more and more that the mannequins were no longer just mannequins. They were coming to life. I continued to eat my delicious meal. By the time I was nearly completed, I looked around to the men and women surrounding me, enjoying themselves at my party. Just as my plate ran out of food, a kind waiter approached me and asked politely, "Would you care for some more food, or perhaps a glass of wine?" I replied that I would like both, and the waiter replied with a smile, "Indeed, Right away, Mr. Onyx Dragons. And I decided to dance. I moved into this house a week ago. Nothing special, just a one-bedroom with scuffed floors, peeling paint, and a draft that whispered through the cracks when the wind picked up. Rent was cheap and I didn't ask questions. I couldn't afford to. The first few days were fine, dusty, quiet, maybe too quiet. I slept like crap, but that wasn't new. I figured it was just the usual insomnia, or the leftover anxiety still chewing at my gut after months of couch hopping. But then something shifted. At first it was just a feeling, that subtle itch between your shoulder blades, like someone's watching you, but you're alone. I'd walk into the kitchen and feel eyes on my back, turn off the bathroom light and feel like I had to run to the bedroom. Silly stuff. Childhood fears. I told myself I was adjusting. But a few nights ago, something happened I can't explain. I was lying on the couch late at night, TV on mute. The only light in the room came from the screen and the bulb behind me in the hallway. I'd left it on without thinking. Something about the dark in this place felt too heavy. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw something peeking around the edge of the hallway door. 2 eyes, low to the ground, pale, wide, unblinking. They vanished the second I turned to look. Just gone. Like they'd never been there at all. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe a reflection. Maybe I was just tired. But I couldn't shake the image. Those eyes, there was something off about them. Not wrong in an obvious way, just enough to make my stomach knot. They didn't blink, didn't shift, just stared like they were trying to memorize me. 3 nights ago, I tried to take a shower. I'd just stepped under the water, curtain only half drawn, because even then, something about closing it all the way made me uneasy. I wasn't thinking about that though. I was rinsing shampoo from my hair, eyes stinging. When I opened them, I saw a part of a face peeking through the edge of the curtain. Just a sliver, pale skin, a sharp cheekbone, half an eye, too wide and too still. It was just standing there watching me. No sound, no movement, just there. I froze, heartbeat in my throat. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just stared. And then slowly it slid back out of view. Gone. Like it had just wanted me to know it could get that close. I haven't been in that bathroom since. I taped the door shut the next morning and started using the kitchen sink for everything else. I sleep with the hallway light on now. Not because it helps, but because dark corners make it worse. That same night, I set up my phone in the hallway facing the corner. The one just outside the bathroom. The one where I kept feeling it. I turned on the motion detection, opened the live feed on my laptop, and stayed up watching. Hours passed. Nothing. Then around 3:17 a.m., the feed cut to black for 7 full seconds. When it came back, the camera was tilted slightly to the left. I didn't touch it. I started moving differently through the house, walking sideways so I could keep corners in view. Mirrors went up in every room, on tables, door frames, even taped to the ceiling above my bed so I could keep an eye on the hallway without leaving my room. It helped a little, but I had to sleep sometime, and that's when it got closer. I blinked. That's all it took. One blink. My eyes were burning from hours of staring at the hallway. I just needed a moment. I let them close and heard the couch scrape softly across the floor behind me. When I turned, it had shifted. Not much, just an inch. But it was no longer flush with the bedroom door. Something had nudged it from the other side. That's when I realized it doesn't move if I'm watching. That's the rule. It waits just out of sight. It only moves when you're not looking. The next morning, the bathroom door was open. The duct tape I'd used to seal it had been peeled off slowly, deliberately, like someone didn't want to make a sound. I didn't go near it. I didn't touch the tape. I just backed away and left it alone. Later that day, I called the landlord. I tried to stay calm, asked if anything weird had happened in the house, if other tenants ever complained. He got quiet, then he said, "You're not the first one to ask about that." When I pushed for more, he said, "If you're smart, you'll find somewhere else." Then he hung up. He won't answer my calls now. Things aren't staying in the same place anymore. Not just furniture, walls. I know how that sounds, but I swear it's true. The hallway feels shorter now. I keep bumping into things I never used to. Shadows fall differently. Corners are tighter. I measured everything. The numbers say nothing's changed. But when I walk through the house now, it feels like it's watching me back. Or worse, like it's folding in around me. I've stopped looking at mirrors. A few nights ago, I glanced at one on the dresser and saw myself smiling. I wasn't smiling. Sometimes I'll see something slipping out of frame when I turn my head. Always left, always behind. I don't turn my head anymore. I just keep walking, keep watching. Because if I don't, it'll move. And if it moves, I think it can finally reach me. About an hour ago, I found the front door wide open. Not unlocked, not damaged, just open. And nothing in the house had moved. Nothing knocked over. Nothing taken. It felt like an invitation, like it was giving me a chance. I didn't take it. Because here's the thing, I think that's the choice. Leave and it follows. Run and it stays close. But stay? Stay and it finally comes in. I'm writing this from bed. The camcorder screen is black. Not paused, not frozen, just off. I didn't turn it off. The hallway is quiet now. The light's still on, but it feels like it doesn't matter anymore. I haven't turned my head in over an hour. I can feel something breathing just behind me. I think it's already in the room. I know the rule now. It only moves when I'm not watching. So I'm going to sit here, eyes open, wide, burning, and if I blink... Final edit. If you're reading this, don't look away. Not even for a second, because it might be in your house now too. I never thought I'd write this down, but I need to get it out before it drives me insane. What happened wasn't some ghost story or urban legend. It was real, brutal, and too close for comfort. I live alone in a pretty quiet building. Nothing fancy, no big crowds or parties. Just me and the usual humdrum of life. There's this one neighbor, an older guy. We barely talked, just polite nods in the hallway. He was the kind of person who kept to himself, always locked inside his apartment. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of him staring out the window late at night, but he never said a word. One night I was up late working. Around 2 a.m. I heard a weird scraping noise from his unit, like metal dragged across the floor. At first I thought it was some furniture moving or repairs, but it kept going, getting louder, more frantic. I tried ignoring it, but curiosity got the better of me. I peeked through the peephole. His door was slightly cracked open. The scraping stopped. I was about to knock when a sharp, wet thud hit the floor inside. My heart froze. I could swear I heard a low, guttural groan, like someone struggling to breathe. I called the building's maintenance, told them what I heard, but they brushed it off. Probably just him. He's harmless, they said. The next morning, I noticed something off. The hallway near his door smelled awful, like rotting meat mixed with chemicals. It was faint, but enough to make me gag. I went to check the mailboxes downstairs. His key was stuck in the lock, like he'd left in a hurry or forgot. I reported it again, but no one did anything. Days later, I finally had enough. I called the police anonymously and told them about the noises and the smell. When they forced the door open, what they found still haunts me. His apartment was a nightmare. The walls were smeared with dried blood and strange symbols scratched into the plaster. In the corner, there was a makeshift table with tools that looked like they belonged in a horror movie. Scalpels, saws, clamps, all stained dark red. On the floor, I won't lie, were body parts. Human. I still can't erase that image. Turns out he was kidnapping people, strangers, drifters. He kept them captive to study them. The victims' remains were hidden in false compartments behind the walls. The scraping noise I heard? Him trying to move the bodies around in the dead of night. The police said they found evidence he'd been doing this for years, covering it up perfectly. Nobody suspected a thing because he was so quiet, so invisible. I can't sleep in my apartment anymore. Every creak, every shadow, feels like he's still here watching. The worst part, they never found his last victim. They think they're still hidden somewhere inside those walls. I don't know how to explain it, but if you ever hear strange noises late at night, and it smells like death lingering in the air, don't ignore it. Some monsters won't scream or fight. They just sit quietly, waiting for their next move. After the police stormed the place, the building emptied out fast. Most of the tenants left within a week. I stayed. I don't know why. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe I wanted answers. But the nightmares didn't stop. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, hearing that same metallic scraping echoing through the walls. Even after the unit was sealed off, I swore I heard movement, faint shuffling, like someone dragging their feet just behind the drywall. One night, maybe 3 weeks later, I got drunk enough to knock on the sealed door. I laughed to myself. It was stupid. I turned around to head back, but then I heard it. A voice, hoarse, barely audible. "Help, please." My blood ran cold. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Then again. A weak knock from inside. I ran back to my apartment and just sat there shaking. I didn't call the cops. I didn't want them to think I was cracking up. But that night I couldn't sleep. Around 4 a.m. I made a decision I regret every second now. I broke in. I had a spare key from when I used to help him with his mail. I don't know why I still had it, but I did. The cops had duct taped the lock and bolted the door shut. But nothing a claw hammer couldn't rip through. The stench hit me like a punch. Rot, iron, chemicals, something wrong. I covered my face and stepped inside. The crime scene tape still hung like streamers, but what caught my eye was the floor. Fresh drag marks in the dust. Something, or someone, had been moved recently. I followed them. They led to the bedroom closet. That closet had a false back. The cops missed it. Behind the plaster wall was a narrow crawl space, pitch black. The drag marks went inside. I crawled in, phone flashlight in hand. It smelled worse in there. Wet, warm, alive. The space opened into a small concrete room, unfinished and hidden deep between the walls. That's where I found her. Or what was left of her. A woman half naked, wrists bound in wire, flesh shredded like she'd been carved piece by piece. Her left eye was missing. Her lips were sewn shut with thread that cut into her skin. She was still breathing, barely. She saw me and made a sound I can't describe. Pain, rage, relief. I screamed for help and scrambled out, called emergency services with shaking hands. She survived. They say barely. She'd been there for at least a month. But here's the twist. She wasn't the last victim. I was. 2 nights later, I woke up on the floor of my own apartment. The power was out. My door was locked from the inside. There were pictures taped to my walls. Photos of me sleeping, brushing my teeth, showering. Hundreds. All taken from inside my apartment. In one of them I was wide-eyed, staring at the camera. I have no memory of that moment. There was a note tucked under my bed, written in neat block letters. You should have left it alone. I was done. Now I'm not. The police swept the place again. Nothing. No cameras, no fingerprints, no forced entry. They think it was some sick prank, maybe a copycat, but I know it was him. He never left. He was watching the whole time. Maybe hiding in the walls, maybe under the floorboards, maybe right behind me. I moved out the next day. Sometimes I still wake up with fresh scratches on my back, deep like nails or a scalpel. Sometimes I smell that metallic rot, even in a new city. Sometimes I hear the dragging, and every time I wonder if he's still playing. Maybe next time, he won't let me wake up. I don't know who else he's watching. I don't know if I'll survive next time. But if you hear dragging sounds at night, don't open the door. I never thought I'd come online for advice, especially about something like this. I'm used to having all the answers, or at least I'm good at pretending I do. You see, I write an advice column for a small town paper. If anyone could sort this out, it should be me. That's what makes the situation feel even more hopeless. This is the part where I'm supposed to say I know how crazy it sounds. I don't. I know how it reads. I know how you're probably tilting your head right now. Skeptical, but curious. The way I do when I get letters from my column about cheating husbands or truant kids. Despite never fully knowing what I was doing, I always had the language to make others think I did. But I don't have language for this. I just have him. Let me back up. My son is 8. Was 8. I don't know anymore. We were at the park for a playgroup thing. Other moms, other kids. Same place we'd gone every month since he was 3. Wood chips, a few slides. A patch of woods we always said was too thin to get lost in. He was playing hide and seek. He was always good at that. Almost too good. Clever in a way that made you worry what he'd grow into. I remember someone joking. He's either gonna be a world leader or a criminal mastermind. They started calling his name. You won, come on out. But he didn't. They kept calling and something inside me shifted. Like a lost, ancient instinct we outgrew centuries ago. Like a sixth sense I didn't know I had. I don't remember most of the day. Not in order. Just pieces. My phone slipping out of my shaking hands when I tried to call 911. My knees hitting the dirt. A ranger saying the words, no sign of a struggle. Like that was supposed to help. They found nothing. No footprints, no fibers, no blood. Just nothing. The search lasted 2 weeks. 14 days of reporters, canine units, and whispers behind hands. 14 nights of dreaming about body bags and waking up to check his room. I kept the door open, like I expected him to just appear again, curled up in his sheets, annoyed I was making a fuss. And during that time I became a shell of a person, voice raw from screaming his name, feet numb from chasing shadows, and eyes dry with no tears left. If you never lost a child, I don't think it's a feeling you can put into words. The regret, the devastation, the anger, the emptiness, the fear, the agonizing, burning self-hatred. You can try to sympathize, you can try to understand, but you never will. 2 weeks later, I got a call at 3:12 a.m. They'd found him walking along a logging road 6 miles from the park. He was cold, disoriented, but alive. When I saw him at the station, I melted, just dropped. My body shut down with relief. I hugged him and he let me, but he didn't hug back. He was in shock. I knew that. The officer said as much. This would take some time. The first night back, he slept in my bed. I watched him breathe like it was the most fragile thing in the world, holding his little body in my arms. I remember whispering, "I'll never let you go, ever again." I meant it then. Now I'm not sure who I brought home. It's little things. That's how it always starts, right? Little things you tell yourself not to notice. He doesn't remember where he was. That's what they told me to expect. Trauma, amnesia, some protective thing the brain does. But it's not just that he forgot. It's that he doesn't seem to think there's anything to remember. He stares at me blankly when I ask. Not confused, not scared. Just blank. Like the questions in a language he never learned. He struggles with showering, getting dressed, anything that involves changing clothes. I had to compromise by letting him shower in his underwear, or else he won't even touch the water. He walks like he's copying someone, every step a second behind. He hums to himself now, but not songs I recognize. Just slow, disjointed notes out of tune. It's been weeks and these new habits still haven't went away. He calls me Mom, but it doesn't sound right. Like the shape of the word is right, but the soul of it is missing. Like hearing your name from a stranger pretending to know you. Last night I caught him standing in the hallway, not moving, just standing, staring at the wall like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "Making sure no one's here." I laughed. I don't know why. It wasn't funny. It just short-circuited my brain. I told his therapist. I was careful. I said I thought the trauma had changed him, that he seemed different. She said that was normal, that kids process fear in strange ways. I nodded and pretended to agree. Then I went home and locked my bedroom door for the first time in my life. He eats less now, sleeps less. I think he even blinks less. I've checked his body for marks, scars, anything. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Some proof that what I feel isn't just panic unraveling me from the inside out. But everything's where it should be. Same cowlick, same chipped front tooth, same tiny freckle behind his left ear. But I know that's not my son. It's not a dream. It's not paranoia. It's not some post-trauma spiral. It's something else, and I don't know what to do. If anyone's been through this, if anyone's ever felt this, please say something. Tell me I'm wrong, or tell me I'm not. I've never been a squeamish person. You need to have a strong stomach in a profession like mine. 10 years as a physician will force you to see all kinds of things to keep you up at night. Third-degree burn victims with skin like rusted metal. Harlequin babies that won't live past 12 hours. And grown men sobbing after pulling the plug on their mother that their health insurance wouldn't cover to keep breathing. I've seen it all. Sometimes I wish I hadn't. And yet it was something so simple that broke me. It was a case you see every day. At least, That's how it started. I still remember it all so clearly. A man was rushed into the emergency room after losing control of his car and landing it squarely in a ditch. He had 3 fractured vertebrae in his spine, as well as a rib going directly into his heart. It was a miracle he was still breathing. It was standard procedure. We carted him in and immediately began blood transfusion and monitoring his heartbeats. He kept murmuring as we hooked him up to our equipment, so faintly, but you could almost make out, "Please, stop." At the time, I assumed it was shock getting to his head. Retrospect has such a cruel way of working the things you see when it's already too late. We were just about to begin an emergency thoracotomy to revolve the rip when he flatlined. We immediately got the defibrillators and began trying to resuscitate him. Clear. Clear. It was no use. His heart hadn't beaten in 10 minutes. He was dead. Was dead. And then something odd happened. His heart began beating again. It didn't make any sense. We hadn't used the defibrillators in the past 5 minutes. I didn't bother speculating on what restarted it. I was just happy to not lose a patient. As I walked beside him to transfer him for surgery, I saw tears had streamed down the man's face. At the time, I thought it was an involuntary reaction or a subconscious relief of surviving. I know better now. I couldn't let a miracle like this slip through my fingers. We carted him to surgery for the emergency thoracotomy. Those 2 hours are seared into my mind. The first incision made it clear something was terribly wrong. The smell, my God, the smell. It was like roadkill mixed with raw sewage that had been left out in the sun. Even through my mask it hit me like a freight train, filling the room like a blossoming spore. One of the other surgeons began dry heaving, and it took every ounce of strength in my body not to vomit. That should have been it. I should have just walked right out then. I don't know why I pushed through. Maybe some misplaced sense of duty. Whatever it was, it forced me to continue with the operation. The blood that came out of him was thick, like rotten molasses. The more we opened him up, the more unexplainable horrors we saw. His ribs, which by all means should have been broken, appeared to be in the process of healing. Actually, healing isn't the right word. It was more like regrowing, thin blood vessels and bone marrow, peeking out like botflies and skin, wiggling as if gasping for air. His lungs were filled with giant, calloid-covered wounds. It was as if someone had stabbed him over and over. Any hole this big should have killed him instantly, let alone 20 in each lung. And yet every single hole had been crushed shut with dried blood, as if they were nothing more than annoying scabs. Then veins around the scar tissue of each hole were black and green, clearly infected. The worst was his heart. Jesus, his heart. It was brown, rotten blood and mucus seeping through it like water through a towel. There were tendrils of tissue growing from the base of it around the broken rib, like the roots of a tree. It was as if the body had healed around it. Each tendril was throbbing, slowly burrowing into the bone, anchoring it in place. A silence fell over the room for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or so. What am I looking at? The other surgeon's voice was shaking. I'd never heard him so scared before. Necrosis. This is not necrosis. I've seen necrosis. It doesn't turn your blood into syrup. The smell in the tissue as well as the discoloration indicates necrosed tissue and sepsis. We'll treat the sepsis and remove the dead tissue after we remove the obstruction. Necrosis from what? The rib has only been in there a few hours. There wasn't enough time for any of that tissue to die, let alone rot. And besides, look at his heart. He shouldn't even be breathing. We can speculate later, but right now our priorities are keeping this man alive. Scalpel. He handed me the scalpel, and I slowly began cutting the tendrils that had latched onto the bone. With every incision, a small hiss would emanate, screaming like a dying animal. It took hours, but we finally got the rib removed, along with some of the necrosed tissue. There was no way to get all of it out at once. There was no way to get it all out at all, actually. How were you supposed to remove 2 lungs and an entire heart and expect someone to live enough to perform a transplant? The best we could do was hook him up on some incredibly strong antibiotics and pray that worked until we came up with further treatment. That treatment never came. 2 nights after I sewed him shut, the man jumped out the window of his room. He was on the 11th floor, or in other words, roughly 110 feet above the ground. I wish I had stayed behind when we all ran to the parking lot that day. His body was writhing reddish-brown mess. Screams of what sounded like at least a dozen men emanated from the air, piercing the ears of everyone near it. His ribs stretched like millipede legs, scratching at the cement of the parking lot, trying desperately to get traction. His spine flailed like an unmanned watering hose. The worst part was the face. His head had been partially crushed from the impact, and his upper face was still mostly intact. His eye, ever so slightly pushed out of socket, looked at me, begging, pleading, praying to be put out of its misery. There was something else in there. Hate. Red-hot, boiling hatred for me. Me. My God, the way it looked at me. That bloodshot abyss poured into my soul, into my very being. I could practically hear it scolding me, screaming at me. You did this to me. You kept me alive. How dare you think you could do this to me? Look at me. Look at what you've done. I didn't even realize I was screaming till the police came. I don't really remember what happened after that. The sound and smell of it all is the only thing that sticks in my mind. Yelling, gunshots, crying, cursing, crunching, smoke, and then finally silence. I never saw the body get carted away. I couldn't bear to look at it again, any of it again. I resigned the next day and never looked back. I'm in therapy now, and from what I'm being told, I'm recovering quite well. The nightmares have stopped. I can sleep peacefully now. Almost. I see it all when I close my eyes. The blood, the bones, the torn skin, and that eye. That eye. No matter where I go, that eye will follow me, and I will always feel its gaze. Its hate. Hey, I'm not familiar with this subreddit, but I know it's vaguely about getting advice for some strange stuff that happens. So I'm posting this because I'm running out of options. I'm not even sure if there's anything anyone can do. I just need to get this out there. A little background. I'm 23, pretty healthy, and I don't usually get headaches or migraines. The only medication I take is 20 milligrams escitalopram for mild depression, and I've been on it for 2 years with 0 side effects. It started a few weeks ago. At first it was nothing bad, just a dull ache. I thought I was dehydrated, so I drank some water and took ibuprofen. It went away, so I forgot about it. But later that night, while eating dinner, the headache came back, this time a bit worse. Once again, I took an ibuprofen and continued with eating and the rest of my nightly routine. Then at about 2 or 3 a.m., I was suddenly awoken by a throbbing pain in my skull. It was of an intensity I have never had before in my life. It was like someone was constantly squeezing and pushing into my brain while it was inside my head. Stupidly, I took some stronger painkillers to see if that would do anything, but the pain didn't go away. It only got worse. I could feel my brain pulsating as it reeked with this hot, searing pain. I ended up throwing up due to the severity of the pain. I decided that I couldn't wait for my GP to be open, so I woke my partner up and got him to drive me down to a nearby 24-hour medical center. Apparently we decided to pick the one night where everyone had a medical emergency, because the place was full of people. So we had to wait for probably hours while I was rolling around in pain. Finally the doctor called me to have a look. I think I leapt out of my chair, I couldn't wait. I described my symptoms while he checked for other abnormalities. The only thing noted was that my blood pressure was slightly lower than normal. He said nothing seemed seriously wrong, prescribed painkillers, and told me to come back if it didn't improve, so he could refer me to a specialist. A massive waste of time, I thought. But I tried the painkillers anyway, figuring it couldn't get any worse. After a few days of dealing with this near-constant headache, I tried to see another doctor. This time, they managed to refer me to a neurologist who ended up giving me a CT scan. Having to wait nearly 2 days to get the results back was one of the most anxiety-inducing experiences in my life. By then, I was throwing up nearly every day and felt exhausted all the time. I hoped it was just from the pain. When I got a call from the doctor, my stomach dropped. She told me to immediately admit myself to a hospital because the CT scans had indicated brain swelling. She said that at this point, they wouldn't need any surgery, but I needed to be kept for monitoring, and they needed to give me an MRI so they could get a better look to see how bad the swelling was. My time at the hospital blurred. I waited a whole week for the MRI results while my symptoms worsened. I couldn't keep food down, could barely see sometimes, and my blood pressure kept dropping. I even thought about ending it all, but a hospital is the worst place for that. When the results came back, I knew they were bad. The doctor, while trying to keep a calm exterior, was failing miserably. A slight look of fear was painted all over her face. "Good afternoon, Marcus. How are you feeling today?" "I just want to know about the results. I can't wait any longer." "I've reviewed your MRI results with our radiology team, and the findings were a bit unusual." "What does that mean?" She swallowed dryly. "Marcus, we were wrong about the initial assumption about your brain swelling. It's not. It's growing." "Growing? What do you mean growing?" "I mean that the overall volume of your brain has slowly but measurably been expanding, specifically in the frontal and parietal lobes. There's no fluid buildup, no tumor, no signs of infection of any kind. The tissue itself seems healthy. It's just growing." "How is that even possible?" "We don't know. The human brain doesn't grow in adulthood, certainly not like this. Neurons don't generate that way. We've checked the images and even rescanned to rule out errors, but it's definitely grown by just a few millimeters." "What does this mean? Is it going to stop?" I can tell she's choosing her words carefully. "We don't know. This isn't a known condition. Right now we're focusing on managing the pressure in your skull and tracking the growth rate. If it continues, we may need to surgically relieve the pressure to prevent damage." "You're talking about cutting into my skull?" "Only if it becomes critical. For now, we're monitoring closely, giving you medication to reduce intracranial pressure. But I want to be honest, this isn't something we've seen before. It's not textbook. We've had to consult with other neurologists and research hospitals. No one's seen anything like this. Some suggested rapid onset gliosis, but your markers don't match. One of them floated a prion-like process. But that doesn't explain the organization or the activity." "What is that supposed to mean?" She gives me a hesitant look before divulging further. There are coordinated signals, patterns we don't typically see in those parts of the brain, or in tissue that has recently formed. So it's not just growing, it's working. We don't know what it means yet, but whatever this is, it's not inert, it's functional, and that's what concerns us. That was yesterday. I keep asking questions, but they're not telling me much. I can almost feel it growing and pushing against my skull. I'm scared. I think I'm going to die. If anyone has any idea what this could be, or what I should do, please help. I'm desperate. I left Rungsville when I got married. I was 18 at the time, way too young and dumb to make a decision of that significance. But I have never regretted putting that place behind me. Alas, I could have chosen a better runaway partner, but in fairness, I did mention that I was afflicted with being dumb as a bag of rocks. Brent, my high school sweetheart at the time, was raring to go after what happened to his sister. And I was sick and tired of the air, the incidents, the curfews. Brent and I had a good couple of years, some okay years, and then some not so okay years. I could handle the bills, the crap pay, the dingy apartments, and even the affairs, but I couldn't handle the drinking and the beatings. Whiskey was his favorite mistress. He never truly got over it. We made it out of Rungsville, but what happened to Andrea hung over him like a dark veil of misery stapled to his side at all times. The drinking dulled the pain somewhat, so I still can't bring myself to blame him or hate him completely. She was only 12 years old when it happened. But for the sake of our 2 children, I had to leave yet another dangerous place and got a divorce. It was messy, but I managed full custody. I turned my life around, got a good paying job, a nice roof over our heads, and I could call myself content for the first time in, well, for the first time. All that changed when I got the call from my mother, urging me to come back home. My brother had died. They labeled it a hunting accident, but everyone knows what that really means down at the Ville. So, against my better judgment, I loaded the kids into my old Toyota and got on the road heading home. 6 hours flew by, despite the occasional hissy fits and the fruits of the womb's supernatural ability to get under each other's skins. I was too deep into my own thoughts and memories to really care about the constant bickering. "Mom, Eric won't stop kicking my chair," whined Samantha, my oldest, from the passenger seat. "Shut up. If you don't want to get kicked, move your stupid seat," snapped back Eric from the back seat. "I am stuck here with the bags and you keep reclining and I can't stretch my legs." "Ugh, you're a little worm. It's not like you need that much space," replied Samantha with a little evil smirk, knowing she was pressing a sensitive subject, leaving me no room but to intervene. "Both of you behave," I yelled. "Sam, don't make fun of your brother, and move your seat forward. Eric, stop kicking your sister. We both know that if it wasn't the seat, you'd find something else to kick her over." Both of them grumbled in annoyed agreement. Samantha moved her seat forward about 1/8 of the diameter of a single strand of hair. Small victories. Gotta take those when you can. "Why do we have to go to this thing, Mom?" Eric asked. "It's not like we knew Uncle Kevin." "Well, you didn't know him, kiddo, but I did, and Grandma asked me to come," I replied. "Trust me, I would have dropped you two with someone and spared you the misery of the trip, but no one was available and the kennels were all full for the weekend." I shot a smirk at him and he smiled. Samantha rolled her eyes. It was becoming a growing trend in our house. She might not believe me, but I was her age once. also filled to the brim with the edgy adolescence that makes annoyance the automatic response to everything. Though, even back then, me and my brother Kevin were very close. Mom and Dad usually worked late down at the store, and he was the one that regularly made sure I got home okay and before nightfall. I might have bickered, but I never resented him for it. Besides him being my big brother and me loving him, my room faced the woods. I had heard the incessant crying, the price to pay. We were getting closer to town, already on the descent. Driving down the top of the hill, I could see Rungsville from above. It was a pretty sight. Rungsville was an affluent place, well taken care of, definitely picturesque. Sprawling gardens adorned with fancy-looking fountains and marble statues. Pearly white buildings as far as the eye can see. A picture of the Ville wouldn't look out of place as the backdrop to one of those propaganda pieces from the 50s depicting the American dream. As we made our way down, we were suddenly surrounded by the trees. A growing feeling had begun in my stomach ever since we passed the sign indicating that we were in the outskirts of town. It had crept up, inflating like a balloon as we made our descent. Now it was on my chest, restricting my lungs, making it difficult to get a breath in and out. Images of my brother came to me, his warm smile, his tight embrace every time I safely made it back home. Flashes of those nights I crept into his room, crying more often than not because the sounds outside made it hard to fall asleep. I tried not to let my imagination run loose, but I couldn't help but think of his final moments. My mother refused to tell me any details. I keep picturing him by himself, the trees closing in, all alone, until he wasn't. The morbid picture show I had conjured in my head came to a sudden stop when I realized Samantha had rolled down her window all the way. Her arm was out of the car, making waves in the air. My heart sank to my stomach. Samantha, honey, please roll your window up. You can turn on the AC. I tried, attempting not to let the panic reach my voice. What? Ugh, Mom, no. She started. There's freaking fresh air outside. I couldn't keep it bottled any longer. Baby, please. Please don't do this. Close the window. Keep your arms inside. I shrieked, hearing something shift somewhere deep in the trees. Branches shattering, leaves rustling violently. Mom, what the hell? Look at the road. I'm just cooling myself off. I started breaking while attempting to plead, desperately, but only a series of wheezy noises escaped my progressively tightening ribcage. Mom? A small voice rose from the back. It was Eric. He was staring out his window. I only caught it for a split second, but he seemed confused and scared. That's when I heard my daughter scream. Something had caught her arm. I stepped hard on the brake as I felt something wet hit my face in a jet. It was coming from the passenger window. Wrapped around my daughter's arm, I saw rows of putrid, brown-tinged teeth. I saw how the pale, white flesh contorted under the tension of the vice around it, the lines of tension giving way to highways of torn shreds, pulsating and gurgling in a violent spew of my own flesh and blood. The car came to a violent stop, knocking my head against the windshield. My senses returned just in time to hear shouting. Panic had filled the car. I felt a warm river overflowing on my scalp, the blood making it hard to see out of my left eye. Mom, oh God, Mom, Sam's out of the car. The shouting was coming from Eric. He was shrieking, banging his hands desperately on the glass. I turned my head toward the passenger seat. Empty. Where my daughter had sat, there was only a pool of gore. Looking out of the passenger window, I saw it. A sack of lumpy meat and a vaguely humanoid drape of skin sat on the ground. Its back was facing me, but I could see its bald head bobbling reverently. Its body was too thin, Irregularly placed patches of dirty, wire-thin hair covered its body and gangly limbs, crooked at the joints. The bobbing stopped, its meal interrupted by my son's bloody shrieks. It turned rapidly. Its mouth was a mess of sagging skin hiding an abyss of crooked razor blades. I saw her hair, her pretty blonde hair, caught in between them. I wanted to cry out in horror. I wanted to yell. I wanted to get out of the car and do something. I couldn't, and the reason was that the beast's black, beady eyes weren't aimed at me. They were fixed on Eric. I put the car in drive and I floored it. I did not look at the rearview mirror. I did not listen to Eric's shouts and pleas to turn the car around as they morphed into wails of gut-wrenching grief. I focused on not veering off the road as I stepped on the pedal, only breaking focus slightly to roll the passenger window up. When I was a teenager, I lived in a small desert town. A tourist town, really. Think cowboy historic, with lots of old buildings and dust. I was able to make some extra cash babysitting on the weekends because there wasn't much else to do in the town anyways. One night I was babysitting for a couple that had an infant. I met them at Target. They seemed like a nice couple and knew of another family I sat for. They lived way out of town, so far out that street names are gone, and you use mile markers as your signs to know where you are. It was an easy gig. Baby was staying asleep. Just had to feed him when he woke up. Parents would be back around midnight. I cozied up on the couch with Netflix and settled in for a chill night, when the doorbell rang. Thinking it was one of the parents who forgot something, I jumped up and opened the door immediately. To nothing, it seemed. I shrugged and started to close the door when I heard a soft voice. "Miss?" I stopped the door and looked around the corner to see a girl standing on the steps to the porch. She was about my age, had long hair, and a hoodie pulled up, but her eyes, they were so light blue they were almost glowing in the dark. "Do you live at this house?" she had asked me. "Oh," I started. "No, I'm just visiting." I was careful not to say too much, because although the girl seemed harmless, she was still a stranger. "Is Mrs. Rosino home? I need to talk to her," she asked. She seemed nervous, twiddling her thumbs, looking behind me into the house. "You know what? She just stepped out to go to the store. I can tell her you stopped by, if you tell me your name," I said, slightly backing up, ready to close the door. She stepped towards me, eyes darting around, and she put her hand over the zipper on her hoodie. She leaned forward and whispered, "Please tell me where she is. I don't want to hurt you." My heart dropped. She removed her hand from the zipper and really looked at me, her eyes pleading. "I'm sorry, she really isn't here right now," I said with a tight expression. Her face turned desperate, but at that point I had been thoroughly creeped out, so I closed the door and locked it. I called the Rosinos to let them know. Once I described the girl, they grew frantic. They told me they were calling the police and to stay with the baby. I still remember Mrs. Rosino screaming into the phone, "Don't leave my baby," over and over. I ran down the hall to the nursery, threw open the door and ran to the crib. The baby was sound asleep still. I scooped him up gently and sat in the rocker with him in one arm, my phone in the other. "Help will be here soon," I had whispered, more to comfort myself than anything. Then the banging started. I could hear the front door shake from the force used to knock on the wood. Then the sound moved. Why aren't there any sirens? The police station wasn't far from this area at all. Right before you turned on the mile marker. They should be here by now. I heard the banging travel along the house. One big knock at a time. Bang. They were by the living room. Bang. They were by the kitchen. Bang. They were by the hallway. I got out my phone and texted 911 help to my mom. She knew where I was babysitting tonight. She responded immediately with question marks, then tried calling. I silenced the call. I couldn't risk answering and the intruders hearing me. My mom would make sure the police got her. I knew it. Slowly moving closer and closer to where I hid in the nursery, the window was locked tightly with the blinds closed. But glass is breakable. Bang. They were at the wall next to the window. I backed away from the window to the corner of the room when I heard the front door creak open. The baby boy still asleep in my arms. I started to cry. I whimpered, like a wounded puppy. I couldn't fight someone off while holding him, but I wasn't going to put him down. Footsteps descended the hallway. I heard muffled voices while doors were being opened and closed. "Where is the nursery?" a gruff voice asked. I don't know, Daddy. I couldn't see the floor plan online." The same small voice of the girl from earlier answered, "If that little girl wants to help them, that's fine, but he belongs to us. No one can keep him from us now." "Daddy, please. Maybe she will understand." The voices stopped right outside the door. The baby started to stir. I shushed him quietly and rocked him back and forth. Then I heard the sirens. I shot a thank you up to whoever was watching over me, grateful that this nightmare would be soon over. But the weirdest thing happened. The footsteps didn't retreat. No one ran, no one left. No one moved. I was sure they were going to come in and finish me off, right before the police showed up, and then steal the baby into the night. But that didn't happen either. Loud footsteps came walking through the house. A boisterous voice called out towards the hallway. "Excuse me, sir. Are you a resident here? We got a call that a little girl was in trouble. Is she her?" Muffled voices sounded and trailed off, walking outside. I was waiting to hear anything. Yelling, screaming, more sirens, but it was silent. After what seemed like hours, heavy footsteps walked directly down the hallway toward me, and the door opened. A uniformed officer looked stern, and took a look at me cowered in the corner with the Rosino baby. "Hey, sweetie, are you all right?" he asked, bending down to meet me at eye level. Yes, those people were trying to take the baby. They were going to kill me. Why did it take you so long to get here?" I cried out, finally letting the tears fall, as the adrenaline hit was coming down. The officer looked confused. "We came out the second the call came in. We made it here in about 5 minutes. Did you try to call in sooner?" He pulled his radio to his face, asking his other officer if any other calls were attempted. "Well, no, but the Rosinos called you at least 30 minutes ago. I called them first and they said they were calling you right away and to hide with the baby, so..." I looked down at baby Rosino. He had finally fully woken up and started to quietly cry. The officer just stared at me, a mix of sympathy and fear in his eyes. Where are his parents? They surely should be here by now. He's probably a little scared and needs his mom. Did you arrest those psychos? I patted his back and bounced him in my lap. To help comfort him, the officer smiled sadly at me and spoke into his radio. "You can send them in." After a few moments, the nursery door opened and the teenage girl stepped through, with a large man behind her. Oh, the girl started to sob, putting her hands up to cover her face. The older man placed his hand on her shoulder and looked at me sadly. The policeman stood and reached for the baby. "No," I shouted. "What are you doing? Are you working with them? This is the Rosino's son." The girl finally spoke. No, he isn't. He's mine. When Robbie told me that he was into feet, I tried to be understanding. Believe me, I did, but I won't lie. I always found his attraction to them a bit strange. Robbie was never an overly sexual man. It wasn't until 3 months into our relationship that it even came up. I don't think he ever intended to tell me. Not with words, at least. I only found out because of what he did in my sleep one night. My eyes shot open, hazy vision dissipating as the darkness of my room gradually grew clearer. In my tired state, my first thought was to roll over and go back to sleep, until the covers jostled near the foot of the bed. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I turned to Robbie's pillow, expecting to find him sound asleep. But that's not what I saw. Robbie's side of the bed was empty. I shot up, my eyes wide as dinner plates. Right as I did, I felt it, a hand caressing my left foot. Robbie, what are you doing to my feet? My fear had melted away, and by that point I was more perplexed than anything. The sheets writhed, and I heard panicked rustling as Robbie struggled to fight his way from beneath the covers. I was asleep, he offered, his head poking meekly from under the blankets. I crossed my arms, despite the smile tugging at the corner of my lips. Nice try, mister. You've got some explaining to do. And that's how I found out that my boyfriend is into feet. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't think Robbie's revelation was a little bit odd. Yes, I told him that I didn't, but I was just trying to be a supportive girlfriend. Even so, I determined that it wasn't a deal breaker. Robbie liked feet. So what? That just meant free foot massages, right? Wrong. Everything was fine until 3 nights later. Work had taken its toll on me, and unlike most people my age, instead of hitting the bars, I went to bed early. Robbie didn't join me right away. He'd opted to stay up a bit later watching Transformers. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought everything was fine. Little did I know that night would mark the beginning of a much bigger issue. For the second time that week, I awoke suddenly from a deep slumber, but unlike the previous nights, I could instantly tell that something was wrong. A searing pain jolted through my toes, shooting up my leg. It felt as if someone had jammed my big toe into a hydraulic press. Ow, what the hell? I shouted, reflexively kicking out. I heard a muffled groan from beneath the blankets. Robbie. This time I wasn't feeling as forgiving about being woken up by my boyfriend playing footsie in the middle of the night. Robbie, I growled, turning on the lamp. Yes? He squeaked, emerging from beneath the covers. He stared at me like a wounded puppy. What has gotten into you? I thought we agreed that you wouldn't wake me up like this anymore. He couldn't bring himself to look me in the eye. I'm sorry, I just had an itch that I couldn't ignore. It won't happen again. Whatever. We are going to have a serious talk about this in the morning. He didn't even say anything. He just slunk back to his place beside me, more dejected than I'd ever seen him. Robbie and I did have that talk the following morning, and he admitted to being in the wrong. He repeatedly assured me that it was a one-time thing, and that going forward he'd ask for permission every single time. That helped to put my mind at ease, but even so, my gut told me that something was off. Like Robbie was hiding a dirty secret that he didn't want me to know about. The next night we were together, we stayed at his house. When he went to take a shower, I decided to snoop. I didn't know what Robbie was keeping from me, but I was curious to see what I could find. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have done that. I'm fully aware that it was an invasion of his privacy, but what I discovered has made all of it feel justified. When rummaging through Robbie's bedside drawer, I found what appeared to be a journal. Bingo. That was exactly the kind of thing I needed. I wasn't expecting much, but when I flipped it open and read the title of the first page, my blood turned to ice. Skinning Skylar. Experiment log. Surely that didn't mean what I thought it did. It couldn't, right? I continued to read. I had to know. 5/4/25. I applied only a dollop of the numbing agent tonight. No luck. She caught me in the act. I'll try again tomorrow if I can. 5/6/25. The lick test succeeded. She didn't notice. Next time, I'm going to give her a bite. 5/7/25. I bit down hard on her foot 4 times tonight. She woke up, but she only felt it in her toes. I think, based on her reaction, I can't be sure though. Note, apply more numbing serum next time. I had to pause what I was reading. I nearly vomited all over Robbie's bed. Whatever sick experiment he was running, I wanted no part of it, though I really didn't want to. I forced myself to continue, solely to find out how much danger I was in. What I read next will haunt me for the rest of my life. 5/10/25. Tonight is the night. I'm going to try cutting her foot open with a scalpel. I think I have a good idea of how much of the numbing agent to use now. I'm going to inject her with the heavy stuff too, for good measure. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be one of the first men to skin a human alive in modern times. I don't anticipate that she'll live for more than 3 hours afterward. I'll update when I can. Skylar, why do you have that? Robbie's face was white as a ghost. He stood in the doorway, hair still wet. The water dripping onto the tiles served as the only sound in the silence that ensued. What is this? Robbie stomped over to me, panic scrawled across his features. It's mine, that's what it is, he snapped, snatching the journal from my hands. How much did you read? I didn't answer. My brain had already resorted to fight or flight mode. I scooped up my phone from the bed and leapt off the other side, darting toward the bathroom. Robbie was standing between me and the exit, leaving that as my only option. He tried to catch my arm as I passed, but he was too slow. I locked the door behind me and I instantly heard him pounding on the other side, begging for me to let him explain. I didn't listen. I immediately called the cops. The entire time Robbie pleaded with me to come out. He swore up and down that the notebook was just a sick fantasy, that he'd never act on his impulses. His words meant nothing to me. I'd seen enough. The police couldn't do anything. Go figure. Robbie would have needed to hurt me for them to take action, and the chances of getting him thrown in the slammer for biting my foot a few nights prior were practically zero. So I did the only thing I could do. I left him, blocked his number, and tried to move on with my life the best I could. It wasn't easy, but after a month, I was starting to heal. Until I found a letter on my kitchen counter. I was petrified when I saw it lying there. No one else had access to my house. I had the only spare key, and I lived alone. With trembling hands, I picked up the note, fear raking at my insides. What was written on that scrap of paper has me terrified for my life. Dearest Skylar, I've decided that I need a bit more practice in order to conduct my experiments on a live subject. Your lifeless corpse should do just fine. I'll see you soon. I let the hot water beat down on my head. I had to get rid of this headache before the meeting. I couldn't figure out why I felt so lousy. My eyes were bloodshot. My mouth felt as dry as a desert wind, and tasted like summer roadkill. I needed to look sharp and with it for the meeting, even if it was online and I could technically be naked from the waist down. After a good 30 minutes, I got out of the shower feeling a little better. My mouth still tasted like crap after brushing my teeth, but no one would be able to smell my breath over the internet, and I knew I had eye drops somewhere to perk up my eyes. I went into the bedroom and got dressed. My bed was a mess. I didn't understand why. I thought I'd slept soundly. Didn't even remember getting up to go to the bathroom. I went to straighten it. When I picked up my pillow to fluff it, I noticed a white smudge on the blue fabric. I touched it. Greasy, like lotion or makeup. I stared at it, trying to figure out where it had come from, but nothing came to mind. I tossed the pillowcase into the hamper and headed into the kitchen to grab something quick to eat. There was an open, half-empty water bottle on the counter. I vaguely remembered drinking it. I poured out the rest and grabbed a fresh one from the fridge. I sat down at my desk with my water and a snack. Still had 10 minutes before the Zoom. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed one of the couch cushions was crooked. Weird. I hadn't even sat on it for days. The meeting started. 18 people. Everything was going fine until my boss, Patricia, asked me to send the group some photos of a housing development I'd found while traveling in Holland. I smiled. "You'll be impressed," I said. I opened the photo app on my phone and started scrolling to find the folder. But the last photo on my camera roll wasn't from Holland. The last photo stopped my heart cold. It looked like 4 grotesque figures sitting on a couch. I zoomed in. My pulse went haywire. My skin tightened, and goosebumps rose in waves. "Mandy?" Patricia's voice cut through. "Did you find the photos?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was locked on that image, trying to make sense of it. "Mandy," this time sharper. My stomach clenched. I felt like I might throw up. I looked at the laptop camera, muttered, "Excuse me," and slammed it shut. I stared at the photo, hands shaking. There were 4 people. 4 clowns. They were sitting on my couch, dressed in black hoodies and black and white clown makeup. These weren't friendly clowns, not the kind that bumble around at children's parties. These were something else. They looked like gang members mixed with Art the Clown. They were all staring straight into the camera, expressionless, dead serious. But that wasn't the worst part. What made my stomach twist and my vision blur was the woman draped across their laps, naked, limp, with their white-gloved hands strategically placed on the parts of her body you don't show to the world. That woman was me. I felt like my heart was about to explode. My body buzzed with panic. No, this wasn't real. It had to be fake, AI generated, photoshopped. But then I remembered the greasy white smudge on my pillowcase, the water bottle I didn't recall drinking, and how awful I'd felt when I woke up. Texts were flooding in from Patricia. She was pissed. I needed to answer her, but I couldn't focus with that photo sitting in my gallery like a loaded gun. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. It's just a prank, I told myself. Some kind of sick, glitched image or joke. I deleted it, closed my eyes, breathed in, breathed out. Then I opened my eyes, ready to text her back, but that freaking picture was back on my phone. Clumsy me, I thought, and deleted it again, only to see it reappear again and again. Same image, same timestamp, same frozen horror. My chest tightened. I could feel the panic build again. I checked the metadata, and it showed it was taken last night, and with my phone. Trying not to throw up, I opened the sleep tracker app. It showed I left the bed at 2:17 a.m. and returned at 4:42 a.m. Out of bed for over 2 hours. I had no memory of that at all. There was also a sharp spike in my heart rate, and location data said I walked around the apartment. I couldn't take it anymore. My hands were shaking and my stomach felt like it was trying to tie itself into knots. I went to the cops. I didn't want to be one of those people, but what else was I supposed to do? 4 strangers might have broken into my apartment and posed with me while I was unconscious. That's not a prank. That's assault. I didn't care how crazy I sounded. I had proof. That picture, the timestamp, the sleep data, the greasy white smudge on my pillow, the open water bottle. I knew something had happened. The cop at the front desk looked at the photo for maybe 5 seconds before shrugging. Possibly AI generated, he said. What? We see this a lot nowadays. People prank each other with fake photos. There are websites where you can make this stuff. I blinked. You think I made this? He shrugged again. Could have been anyone with access to your phone or cloud account. Could be a bug. Try changing your passwords. Make sure your Bluetooth's off when you sleep. That's it? I asked. You can file a report if you want, but there's no sign of a break-in and no injuries. I don't think we'll be assigning anyone to it. I felt like I'd been slapped. That's me. That's my couch. That's my tattoo, I said, and pointed to the purple butterfly on my thigh, clearly visible in the photo. Look, he said, already bored. I'm not saying it's funny. I'm just saying we get this kind of thing a lot lately. You can file a report, but I doubt anyone's going to take it seriously. And that was it. I left with nothing, just me and that photo. That night I didn't sleep. I kept checking the locks. I unplugged everything. The router, Alexa, even my TV. I stuffed a towel under my bedroom door. Not sure why, but it felt safer somehow. Then I sat in bed with a kitchen knife and my laptop. At around 2 a.m. I started digging. I searched everything I could think of. Photo hacks, phone exploits, deep fake generators, sleepwalking forums. I finally found a thread buried deep in a tech forum. No usernames, just long strings of numbers and cryptic replies. Most of the thread was about something called blindfeed.exe. Not a program you download, it's something that gets pushed to your device through sketchy apps, QR codes, and even shared Wi-Fi. Once it's on your phone, it can access everything. Cameras, mics, sleep data. It can delete photos, edit photos, upload them somewhere you'll never find. But the worst part, it's a part of a challenge. A dark web competition. People compete in teams to stage the most creative home invasion photos or videos, drugging their victims, dressing up, posing with them. Bonus points for intimacy, emotion, or absurdity. The more disturbing the photo, the more views it gets. The more views, the higher the score. The team with the most upvotes wins real money. Some victims never even know they've been featured. Others, well, they figure it out too late. And if your photo keeps coming back after you delete it, that means you're trending. I couldn't stay there. I packed a bag, paid cash, and checked into a crappy roadside motel under a fake name. I unplugged everything, shoved a chair under the doorknob, slept with my phone in a Faraday bag, and my knife under the pillow. Still, I woke up at 6:13 a.m. with that crawling feeling under my skin. I got up and noticed a piece of paper on the dresser. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep. I was sure of it. It was a printed photo. Me, asleep in the motel bed, surrounded by 4 clowns. 2 crouched beside me, 1 sat at the foot of the bed. The 4th clown was lying next to me, head on the same pillow, his face turned toward mine like a couple. Underneath, typed in bold black letters, "You looked better in the first one." I've done everything I can. New name, new place, no smart devices, no Wi-Fi. I sleep with the lights on. Doesn't matter. They're still playing. So if you ever find a photo on your phone that you don't remember taking, if you're unconscious in it, and you're not alone, don't delete it. Don't post it. And don't try to track it. Because the more people who see it, the more points they get. And if your photo goes viral, they'll come back for a sequel.